Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Abel Jets Virtual Group live stream. I'm your host, as always, Freezing Falcon, founder and CEO of Abel Jets
Indonesia 221 airborne passing 2000 feet, climbing level
Please don't load aircraft.
through 320 Marmo traffic.
And that sound that you just heard in the background there was Dharma taking off just now from Adi Sumarmo International Airport in Solo, in Central Java, in Indonesia. He's heading out towards Jakarta for his first leg in this afternoon series of group flight conducted by the Indo Aviation Simmers Community, IAS, which I have linked their Instagram account in the description of this live stream. Before we start this afternoon's live stream, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all the best of health wherever you are watching this live stream from around the globe. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, wherever you are around the world. In this particular occasion, we'll be conducting the second iteration of our annual Hajj Ops event, conducted alongside the aforementioned Indo Aviation Simmers and supported by fellow VATSIM live streamers, namely Aldo Mampir, Adiona, Dharma Tatya, and I think that's all of them. 3 of them. In this particular occasion, though, ladies and gentlemen, we will not be departing out of Jakarta's Soekarno-Hatta International Airport like in the past 2 episodes of the past episode of Hajj Ops. Although we've actually flown 3 times, 2 times previously, now 3 times to Jeddah. Once was during the 2024 Hajj Ops, and another one, I think that was on April during the Fly Buburit series during the month of Ramadan. And if you are new to the series, ladies and gentlemen, Hajj Ops is an annual event conducted by VATSIM Saudi Arabia. But this time around, this particular one is hosted by Indo Aviation Simmers Group, Instagram and Discord, in cooperation with Indonesia VACC and VATSIM Saudi Arabia. This afternoon we will be transporting about 270 Hajj pilgrims from the city of Surakarta in Central Java, or colloquially known as Solo, out of its Adi Sumarmo International Airport that we are currently sitting at, in the brand spanking new PMDG Boeing 777-200ER, ladies and gentlemen. This particular aircraft has just been released about a week ago, and since Abel Jets Virtual Group in voice flight is known to be a fleet collector airline, which means that we quite literally have almost every type of commercial aircraft in existence in our fleet. That's why we immediately picked this particular aircraft up and repainted her in the Abel Jets MCC scheme. This particular airframe that you are seeing on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, is Foxtrot Alpha Juliet Victor Zulu. She bears the nose name of Lady Maria and operates for Abel Jets MCC, which is the mainline subsidiary or mainline carrier of Abel Jets Virtual Group, as we can see on the tail section there in the Sunset 2 livery. Bang Zikrian Dignanda, finally I joined the Abel Jets live streaming. Good afternoon, Bang Zikrian. I hope that you are doing well wherever you are, and I hope you are enjoying this live stream so far. In the Voice Flight Simulator, on the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, Abel Jets Virtual Group operates several Boeing 777-200ERs. The majority of them obviously operate for the mainline carrier, Abel Jets MCC. But some of them also found their spots on Abel Cosmos, which is the space exploration subsidiary. Yes, you're not hearing that incorrectly. We have a space exploration subsidiary in Abel Jets Virtual Group called Abel Cosmos, where the 777-200ER there is used as a launch vehicle platform, quite similar to the Virgin Galactic concept. Sorry, a Virgin Orbit concept, where they strap quite literally a giant air launch rocket into the beneath the wing of a Boeing 747-400. But that's in Wise Flight. We don't necessarily have that yet in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. In this particular 777 that you are seeing on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, she utilizes the General Electric GE90-94B engines, which are rated to 94,000 pounds of thrust each, if I remember correctly, which is basically a derated version of the almighty GE90-115B, the 115,000 pounds of thrust rating variant that is used in her larger sibling, the 777-300ER. And as per the Wise Flight version of Foxtrot Alpha Juliet Victor Zulu, the exact airframe also uses the GE90-94B engine, so this could be quite literally a perfect replica or recreation of the Wise Flight version of the aircraft. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, if you are observing that our camera movements are getting smoother in this particular live stream, this is thanks to Chaseplane, courtesy of Parallel 42, an amazing Flight Simulator 2020 camera. It's not just camera, but you know, it's much more, but mainly it's used for optimizing the default, or replacing and substituting the default camera in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, which can give us with this magnificent controls and cinematic mode, should I say? Yeah, I think there's that thing called the cinematics mode in Chaseplane. But yeah, that's about Chaseplane. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, just as per the description of this live stream, we will be heading towards Jeddah King Abdulaziz International Airport for the third time in this channel's history. The flight time today will be approximately 10 hours and 25 minutes, so fingers crossed that will make it. Especially since YouTube only allows up to 12 hours of replay at max. And also, on the other hand, I don't think there would be any tailwinds across this flight, just for our experience flying there. So fingers crossed, we'll not be facing any headwinds, especially over mainland, over the Arabian Peninsula. Because last time we flew there, we've encountered headwinds up to 70 knots, which, you know, it's not optimal, isn't it? Alright folks, enough with me rambling. Let's head into the flight deck of the magnificent PMDG 777-200ER of Abel Jets MCC. This particular aircraft is currently being refueled there by the tanker, courtesy of GSX. I will be uplifting about 84 tons of fuel this afternoon, which makes up the majority of our weight distribution, alongside with the aforementioned 270 Hajj pilgrims on board. Alright, here we are. I've done some of the pre-flight procedures in the aircraft, so hopefully we'll not need to fiddle with many things before our departure out of Solo at Adi Sumarmo International Airport. We are currently sitting at the remote stand here because the main parking stands slash gates which have these jetways, they are not compatible with wide-body aircrafts. They only accept narrow-body aircrafts as large as the 737-900ER and such. Alright, the pre-flight procedure is complete. The aircraft is still being refueled. Let's put up some lighting into the flight deck, shall we? It's usually somewhere around here. There we go.
Terima kasih telah senantiasa bersemayam menjaga bumi Nusantara.
Good. Pressure brightness is online. And on the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having Erica as our purser for this afternoon's flight to Jeddah. So let's greet her as usual. Use the intercom phone. Hi Erica, welcome on board this afternoon's flight from Solo to Jeddah. I hope that you are doing well alongside with your crewmates. Looking forward for this Hajj flight to Jeddah and our adventure this afternoon. As usual, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know. And I think we are ready to start the boarding process as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Abel. We're ready to start the boarding process and will keep you informed if anything out of the ordinary occurs. Looking forward to a smooth flight to Jeddah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Abel Jets Flight 5925, our service from Solitude to Jeddah. We are currently boarding, so please stow your luggage and take your seats promptly. Our estimated flight time today is 9 hours and 46 minutes.
See?
Thank you for choosing.
That's not a short flight, is it?
And we hope you have a pleasant journey.
Drops will be refueled. Let's see the there goes the GSA, or GSX actually, the name of the program. GSX being connected to the aircraft stores.
Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is
And this is the cinematic sphere courtesy of Chase Plane there, ladies and gentlemen, as I've mentioned. A very powerful tool. Unfortunately, the weather in Solo is not currently the best. We are experiencing quite an intense thunderstorm, and for me, who resides about 60 kilometers away from Solo, I can clearly confirm that it's raining damn hard outside. It's quite a miracle that the internet connection is very stable at this stage. About 10-20 megabytes per second. Not that bad. There goes the GSX. The GSCs, I'm usually calling them, because in real life they are also called GSCs, ground service equipments, surfacing the aircraft there. Unfortunately, the air stairs cannot be connected yet because of the refueling shop there, which is blocking their way. Sit back in and continue our pre-flight procedure. Okay. It's done. Fueling is still in progress, so we'll leave that for a bit later. Oops. The aircraft is still being refueled, so we'll not mess with the weight entries yet. APU is already running, as I've mentioned. The 777 is a highly automated aircraft. It feels like an Airbus at this stage. So yeah, pretty much most of the things are done. Set up the flight plan first. We'll be departing on probably 26 from 411 Bravo City, if I'm not mistaken. Let's import the flight plan into Navigraph. Okay. 411 Bravo departure out of probably 26 left, that'll be. Sorry, 26. Solo only has a single runway. It's gonna be quite interesting thanks to Mount Merapi on the western side of the aero trim there. Execute the flight plan. 2. No. Alternates will be automatically imported, that will be fine. Condition forecast is in there, wind data is there as well. It's good. Perf init, 0 fuel weight according to our flight plan. This afternoon will be 167.1. Yep. Which is as such. Go to the next page here. Brake is set to RTO. Set the pre-flight checklist. There we go. Funnily enough, the aircraft is still being refueled at this stage. They should have been done. Yeah, that's just strange. We should be uplifting about 84.6 tons of fuel. I think I did say that earlier. Let's see our flight plan. Yeah, it should be good. 84.6. Yeah, let's just reset USX here. So sure that fueling is complete. Oops. There we go. Where's the boarding? There goes the ASA being connected down to the main doors of the aircraft. Mas Lalu, halo, nanti saya menyusul dari WIMM, kemungkinan siap Mas Lalu, nyantai aja, it's alright. Hope you're enjoying this stream so far. Itu ada Bang Zikrian BTW Mas Lalu. Dia infonya mau main VATSIM juga. There goes the airstreams being connected, and they are connected already. Hopefully we should see some buses coming. Because I think it's quite a long walk from the main terminal. From the terminal down to parking stand number 11 here. There we go. Let us head back in and continue the pre-flight procedure. Go. Voltage is still 1008. Do the oxygen test, left hand, right hand sides, they are good. Packs are still off, that's alright. We'll just disconnect the ground power now because we are running on APU. Oops. Yeah, sure. Just bear with me for a moment.
Passengers boarding started.
There we go. Just bear with me for a second, folks. Someone is calling me. Apologies. Alright, I'm back. Apologies for the inconvenience there, ladies and gentlemen. There goes the passengers on the other hand, starting to board the aircraft. We are uplifting 270 pilgrims for this afternoon's flight towards Jeddah, as I've mentioned earlier. Let's head back into the flight deck and continue with the preparations. So pre-flight checklist, oxygen's been checked, tested 100%, flight instruments. We are on a heading of 347, altimeter is 1008, that is checked. Parking brake is set. Pre-flight checklist is complete, standing by for the before start checklist. We'll set the MCP initially to level 240. There we go. Runway heading with 26, I think that is. It's on a heading of 256 there, as we can see. The director's coming on. For our performance, I've done a quick sim brief performance calculation, and it's showing, that was it. The following settings: the rated takeoff, line 1, flexing at 31, full rated takeoff, at 31 degrees centigrade of thrust rating. We'll be using flaps 15, considering that the runway length in solo is just 2,500 meters long. Take us flaps 15. CG. Trim units of 5 points there. VREF will be 139.146.154 according to the aircraft. That's according to the FMC calculator, and according to Superbrief it's 134. Because obviously it's raining. 134. 146, 154. And the remainders will all just fill that manually once the boarding process is complete. So we'll now reduce the speed selected to the V2 speed at 154 knots. There we go. On LNAV and VNAV. And there goes Erica, greeting the Hajj pilgrims for this afternoon. We'll take a look into the cabin once we are airborne, shall we? Hi Erica, just want to ask about the boarding process. How's it going?
Hi Captain Abel. The boarding process is going smoothly. Passengers are settling in and will be ready for departure shortly. I'll keep you updated if anything changes.
Roger that, thank you.
Thank you, Captain Abel. I'll keep you updated on the boarding process and let you know if there's anything out of the ordinary. Looking forward to a smooth flight to Jeddah.
There goes, not Cynthia again. Cynthia's our first officer. There goes Erica. We'll put Adi Sumarmo Airport as a point of reference for increased situational awareness, shall we? So there goes Whiskey Alpha Hotel Quebec on a course of 256 with a distance of 50 nautical miles. Okay, there goes our SA ring. Alright, whilst the passengers are boarding, let's do the departure briefing, shall we? This afternoon we will be conducting another long-haul flight in this channel after quite a while. Departing out of Solo Adi Sumarmo International Airport and arriving in Jeddah, hopefully around 9 hours ahead. We'll be pushing back from stand number 11 at Adi Sumarmo, facing towards the west. We'll be taking taxiway Alpha and backtracking the whole runway length up to the 10th pad here at runway 26. The runway shot for heavily loaded 777, which is about 2,500 meters as we can see here in the chart. So we'll be recording all the thrust that this aircraft can provide. Thrust rating, as I've mentioned, is the rated thrust 1. The rated takeoff with a flex temperature of 31 degrees Celsius. We'll be using flaps 15. We'll be using flaps 15 for departure due to the runway length and our takeoff weight. Our gross weight this afternoon will be 251.7 tons. The maximum takeoff weight of the 777-200ER in this particular aviation is setting or option is 266 tons, but according to Superbrief we are limited by the field length to 256.6 tons for departure. Continuing the brief, we'll be departing out of Solo, out of 401 Bravo departure, 401 Bravo SID, initially climbing to 6,000 feet there, but we'll just set level 240, in case that will, you want to, intervene with the altitude limit. Straight out departure, and then upon reaching 2,000 feet, we'll immediately conduct a right-hand turn to intercept the 180 radial of the Solo VOR. We gotta be careful due to the presence of Mount Merapi in the west side of the aerodrome there. with an MSA around the western side of the airfield. Oh, sorry, but on the western side of the solo VOR up to 12,500 feet. Then it goes down only to 3,000 feet on the northern side of the aerodrome. Transition altitude standard across Indonesia except for Papua, 11,000 feet there. Airport elevation is 413 feet, which has been obviously automatically put into the aircraft, considering we are flying a 777. I don't think we'll be having any ATC service on departure, but on cruise we might be having those once Jakarta control is active for this afternoon's group flight. We shall see. Instructions for the initial climb. So yeah, as I've mentioned, take off, maintain runway heading after passing 2010 right intercept. Heading 360 bearing from Solo ATP. And proceed to forward 6,000 feet. Then proceeding to cruise at flight level 340 initially. We'll be having some step climbs during this afternoon's flight. Take a look at our flight plan here. That thing signified that the boarding has been completed, so these are the step climbs. We'll be climbing initially to level 340, then at Pagai climbing to 360, at Ipo to level 380, and finally at Ototo at level 400. We are still below our maximum takeoff weight. Maximum takeoff weight. I think it should have been like 266 tons, but alright, it is what it is. We are still below the maximum takeoff weight, below the maximum landing weight, well below the the maximum zero fuel weight as well. Yes, we can see here the average wind will be relatively trending towards a headwind, which is not necessarily optimal for our cruise. So our flight plan will do some step climbs on the go. The wind data has been inputted into the FMC of the aircraft. Weather in runway analysis for the departure. This is as calculated by Shimpris as we've seen earlier. It's a wet runway. The V-speeds are not that different from the one that we chose, about 132, 146 and 134 knots for the V1, VR and V2. These are for the what are they called? The diversion fields, and weather for the diversion fields. There'll be some ETOPS restrictions upon leaving Kuala Namu Airport, considering that there'll be no diversionary fields until reaching India. There'll be another one leaving Pakistan before arriving into the eastern coast of the eastern coast of the Arabian Peninsula. Restricted airspaces. Good. Yeah, there will be some route restrictions above Pakistan due to the ongoing conflict there, unfortunately. We'll take a look into that once we are airborne. If we have to, modify our route during cruise, hopefully we'll not need to do so, considering that the war simply doesn't exist in VATSIM. The conflict, that is. company notes, should be good. Because the weather information for this afternoon's flight. Yeah, unfortunately we will still be facing headwinds, as you can see in the chart. We'll be having some tailwinds initially, but upon reaching the western tip of the Arabian Peninsula there, we can see that we will be encountering some really strong headwinds, unfortunately. Because flight level 300, 340 and 300, they'll be quite the same, unfortunately. Strong headwinds here. Just like the one we experienced when we flew there. I think that was last month. Right, that gives the flight plan brief. Good. Primary threats for this afternoon will be weather. It's raining very hard here in Solo, as well as the terrain on the northern side, sorry, the western side of the airfield. Mount Marapi, that is. And besides any of those, do you have any questions, comments or concerns, Cynthia? No? That should complete the departure brief. Hi Erika, how's the boarding process going?
Hi Captain Abel. The boarding process is going smoothly. Passengers are settling in and will be ready for departure shortly. I'll keep you updated if anything changes.
I think we are done here. Let's prepare for push and start then. Close the door. Alright, before start procedure, we'll disconnect the GPU first. Ground connection. Brake is set. Ground power. Hydraulics are on. Shocks. Got brake pressure. So the EFB. Beacons coming on. Cabin crew, arm doors and lights please.
Certainly, Captain Abel. I'll ensure the cabin is ready and the slides are armed for departure.
Oops, I thought they'll close themselves automatically, but...
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Appears to be no. Doors are closing.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Before start checklist, flight deck doors closed and locked. Passenger side. On build sign electronics MCP V2 154 heading 256 altitude 24,000 checked. Takeoff speeds B1134 BR146 V2 154. Schedule pre-flight is completed. Trims 5 units for departure. Set that. Here 5 units. Trim taxi takeoff briefing completed. Beacons on. Hostile checklist is complete. All arm, all doors. There's to the left, please.
Release parking brakes, please.
Pause the music for departure. Sorry for push and start.
Release parking brakes, please.
Panama traffic, Abel 52. Correction, Abel 5925 is pushing back from stand number 11 facing to the west, expecting runway 26 Panama traffic.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
We are pushing. Start the chrono. See.
Captain Abel, the cabin is ready for departure.
It goes to red line.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Abel Jets, Flight 5925, our service from Solo to Jeddah. My name is Erica and I'm your purser for this flight. Joining me today are my fellow crew members, Budi, Sari, Rina and Agus. We are delighted to have you with us this afternoon. Our captain today is Faza Abel, and assisting him is First Officer Cynthia Schmidt.
Red line,
Our
starting
estimated
engine
flight
number 2.
time to Jeddah is approximately 9 hours.
Starting engine number 2,
56
and then
Before
1 in
we
sequence,
take
starting
off,
engine number
I'd like to
2.
take you through our safety procedures. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal fitting into the buckle and adjust it by pulling the strap. To release, lift the upper portion of the buckle. In the unlikely event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will drop from the panel above you. Pull the mask towards you, place it over your nose and mouth, and secure it with the elastic band. Breathe normally. Make sure your own mask is secure before assisting others. Your life vest is located under your seat. If instructed to do so, remove it from its packaging and pull it over your head. Fasten the strap around your waist and pull to tighten. Inflate the vest by pulling the red tabs or blowing into the tubes. This Boeing 777 is equipped with 8 emergency exits, 2 at the front, 4 over the wings and 2 at the back.
That gives the magnificent sound of the GE90, ladies and gentlemen.
That it may be behind you. Thank you for your attention, and we wish you a pleasant flight with us today.
Please set parking brakes. Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Engine number 1, stabilize, starting engine number 2. Sorry, engine number 2, stabilize, starting engine number 1. Cockpit to ground, we have a good engine start, you may disconnect.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Auto start. We'll play the official Abel Jets Virtual Group safety briefing video as always, shall we? And it appears that the cinematics camera in
Hello everyone, I'm Tristan Kenneth
Parallel
Liu.
42's
Welcome on board
chase plane has this
3,000 airplanes
pushback camera switch, or pushback cinematics which you know, positions the camera like near the tug or near the say near the ground section of the aircraft, parts of the aircraft that are closer to the ground, as we can see here.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
In 2013, when we named this airline, we concluded that safety was our highest priority. All aircraft already equipped with safety devices such as seatbelt, oxygen mask, and life vest. In accordance with the International Civil Aviation Organization, seatbelts shall be used when in flight. So whenever the seatbelt sign is lit,
There goes the tug.
please fasten your seatbelt by inserting the clasp through the buckle. And tighten by pulling the strap. You can undo your seatbelt by pressing the button.
And I think the left-hand engine is now ready. There we go. Engine is stabilized, and we can proceed to see you on the right-hand side. Thank you for the service. Have a great one there. You please. No, we'll just leave that on auto and we'll fire down the APU. Power down the APU, sorry.
containing aircraft.
He's coming off.
We have this
Left.
big hangar which able to
15
accommodate
for
up to 8
departure.
jumbos at 380 at a given time. This is the proof that we never jeopardize safety. Also,
control
we
check.
change the life jacket whenever an aircraft is
Sure, flight control
entering
check
our
for departure.
facility.
Pull up. Pull down. Neutral. Pull left. Pull right. Neutral. Butters. Pull left. Pull right. Neutral. Flight control check is complete.
In the event of emergency landing, please take a moment to locate your life jackets. It will be below your seat, under the seat in front of you, or under the bed for
Do
first
the
class
full takeoff
passengers.
checklist.
To use the life
Sorry,
jacket,
people taxi checklist.
simply
Anti-ice.
take your
What's the
life
OAT?
jacket,
28 degrees,
put
wasn't
it
it?
over your head,
Yeah, not required.
pass the strap around your waist, clip the front and tighten it. There's a
Recall.
red tag and mouthpiece for inflation, and whistle to attract attention. Please inflate your life jacket after leaving the aircraft.
That's just for the TCAS, that's alright. But auto brake is RTO, flight control check, probably equipment is clear. Before taxi checklist is complete, then before takeoff checklist, flight 15 for departure, and that completes the before
Whenever the
takeoff
aircraft lowers
checklist.
the oxygen pressure, a mask will drop from above.
That,
Put it
blank
on your
the
nose
lower
and tighten
PU,
the strap. Oxygen will flow
start
when you
rolling
brake.
showing.
Secure your mask first before assisting others.
Alpha 26. One more traffic, Abel 5.
In 2020, you're the world leaders in aviation by number of aircraft by over 3,000 airframe divided into more than 10
One more traffic, Abel 5925, now taxiing runway 26 via Alpha and backtracking runway 26, one more traffic.
Intercontinental, and many more. Also in
rolling.
2020, we're the first to introduce the innovation of first Abel Jets
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, let's go.
Abel Premium Economy, Abel Business, Abel First Class, and Abel Suite.
Before we depart, please make sure all baggage is secured on the overhead cabin or under the seat in front of you. Since we've made safety as our priority, smoking isn't allowed on any part of the aircraft.
At the
Please
screen there.
deboard the aircraft if you need to smoke. Your aircraft is equipped with a life raft in case of emergency water landing. Please take a moment to identify your nearest emergency exit. The cabin crew is pointing it out.
Line ourselves up with the runway, go back track the runway. What about traffic, Abel 5-4.
We are now nearing our
Correction, Abel
departure.
5925.
Please switch your mobile devices into
Now
airplane
backtrack
mode
runway
now.
26
If you do have
via
any
Alpha,
questions, feel
Marco
free
traffic.
to ask them to our cabin crew. They will be more than glad to help you out. Thank you for choosing us, and thank you for keeping our dreams aloft. Have a very pleasant
Lights
flight.
on. Sure, lights coming on as well. TCAS, set the KRA. Gery is ready for departure.
11 heading, taxi, right turn at Juliet, and left turn on runway 4 left, and home store taxiway golf.
Alright, you're runway 9 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear on the left and clear on the right. We'll backtrack runway first. Considering that the runway is just 2,500 meters long, folks, as I've mentioned earlier, this will be quite an interesting departure. That goes the safety briefing video complete as well. We'll remove that from the screen. There we go, much cleaner now. Cabin crew, take seats for departure, please.
Cabin crew, take seats for departure.
Backtrack here. Subvention Fox runway is very, very short, and there is a mountain just ahead of us. Oops. One aircraft. This is not even maximum steering angle. The maximum nose wheel steering deflection angle. But there's someone close in proximity to us. That's strange. Let's use that. No, Jakarta radar is now online. Oh, let's depart out of Solo, folks. Shall we? One more traffic, Abel 5925 now departing out of runway 26 Purwa 1, Bravo departure. One more traffic. Start rolling. That's the train that I was talking about. Mount Merapi, just on the western side of the aerodrome. Stabilize, setting off thrust. Okay. Listen to that sound, folks. Thrust set, indications normal. $80 knots, cross check. V1. Rotate. Off we go. Bus and freedom climb, gears coming up. LNAV. Vietnam speed. 2,000 feet. We'll start the right hand turn. Left 5 please. Back up. What about traffic Abel 5925 airborne passing 2,600 feet climbing to level 340 1 Bravo departure. Panama traffic. Flaps 1, switch track flaps 1. Here's the barber pole. Turning to the right just to evade Mount Merapi there, which is funnily enough erupting in the BSV. Quite strange. Laps up. Going through the cloud layers. We'll engage the autopilot now. Red Alpha. Because ourselves on the climb. Still within the clouds, unfortunately. Can't see anything. After takeoff checks, please. Takeoff checks, letting your shop flaps up after takeoff checks complete. And off we go, folks, to Jeddah. We'll synchronize the aircraft's current heading. Sorry, synchronize the heading selected to the aircraft's current heading. We'll put that out, we'll go back to weather. And this one goes to parade. Go. Be good. The only green cells, fortunately. None are magenta or red or yellow. Most of them are green. Folks, is it just me or this aircraft? Oh no, the instruments are freezing. I can't click anything.
Dear guests, we have now climbed to a safe altitude.
Oh no.
You may use your electronic devices. Our onboard Wi-Fi service is now available for your convenience. We hope you enjoy your flight with us today on Abel Jets flight 5925 from Solo to Jeddah. Thank you for flying with us.
Folks, simulator's freezing. No, I mean my controls are freezing. I can't input anything. God. What's it doing? Folks, have you faced any sort of this issue before? Just because that is freezing everything. My controls are freezing. The aircraft doesn't want to respond to any of my commands. Oh no. That is a shame, folks. The display is freezing, but the EFB is working good. I can't select anything, folks. Oh no, this is not good. I don't know. Oh no. Yeah, I can't press anything. Well, I can press the door, but I think that's about it. The instruments froze. Folks, I suppose was some pressure. Mas Fauzi, kalau tahu caranya gimana ya kira-kira ya benerinnya ya? If you happen to know how to fix this, do I need to restart the simulator or something? Buat saya sih cuma restart flight kalau nggak tahu kalau ada alternative flight buat fix on flight ya. Oke, thank you mas. Aduh. Perhaps we'll have to restart the flight then. Tapi EFB-nya bisa dipakai sih ini. Lucunya tuh. Yeah, people are talking about WASM crash as well in the PMDG support forums. We'll just disconnect from the network for a while. Yeah, this is the first time I'm experiencing this in the PMDG. Ya baru lihat juga crash yang kalau kita 50 kali crash ya semua gak bisa kepake. Waduh, bahaya nih. Folks, I think we need to restart the flight at this stage. I don't know how to resolve this. Yeah, I'll just unfortunately have to restart the flight. Apologies for the inconvenience there.
Couldn't find valid airport data at this position. Services are not available.
pretty unfortunate, folks. Sure, that's about an hour wasted, but yeah, I'll just redo everything. Yeah, right. Okay, looks pretty good now. I'll just fire up the aircraft on a ready to depart, ready to start option, isn't it called that? Okay, so pressure's coming on. Wait for the FMC to fire up. Aircraft panel state. Taxi. Execute. There you go. Fortunately, we had to experience that, folks. Sorry for the inconvenience there. Just try to redo everything as quickly as possible. Saya nggak tahu banyak untuk perbaikan crash kini for Java Flight Sim 1 bulan dan siap Mas Fauzi. Thanks for the info tapi thanks for the help. Terima kasih atas bantuannya. Ini juga pertama kalinya sih saya mengalami ini sih. Sebelumnya pernah sih WATSIM crash tapi itu di A300 kayaknya. Ups. Ups. Ya itu di A300 bukan di produk PMDG apapun sih. Produk PMDG yang saya pakai sejauh ini aman-aman aja soalnya.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Abel Jets Flight 5925 with service from Solo to Jeddah. My name is Erica and I'm your purser for this flight. Joining me today are my fellow crew members. Rena,
you'll just do everything
we are delighted
as quickly as
to have
possible,
you with
folks.
us. Our captain today is Faza Ab, and assisting him is First Officer Cynthia Schmidt. Our estimated flight time is 9 hours and 46 minutes, cruising at an altitude of 34,000 feet. Before we take off, we would like to remind you of the safety procedures on our Boeing 777-200ER. Please pay close attention to the following instructions. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal tip into the buckle.
Why the fuel is now on pounds? That's strange.
To release, lift the top of the buckle. We recommend keeping your seatbelt fastened at all times while seated. In the event of a sudden loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will automatically drop from the panel above you. Pull the mask towards you to start the flow of oxygen, place it over your nose and mouth, and secure it with the elastic band. Remember to put on your own mask before assisting others. Your life vest is located under your seat. In the unlikely event of a water landing, remove the vest from its container and pull it over your head. Fasten the straps around your waist and pull to tighten. Inflate the vest by pulling down on the red tabs or blowing into the tubes at shoulder level. This aircraft has 8 emergency exits, 2 at the front, 4 over the wings, and 2 at the rear. Please take a moment to locate the nearest exit, keeping in mind that it may be behind you. In an emergency, floor-level lighting will guide you to the exits. Thank you for your attention. We wish you a pleasant flight with Abel Jets. We will commence our in-flight service shortly after takeoff, and later we will offer items from the Abel Jet shop. Now, I will inform the captain that the cabin is ready for departure.
clear TC cam. Auto brake set, target checker is clear. You'll nav VNAV some. Laps 15. 24. You should be good. Alright, let's roll. Sa flight cap, saya pamit dulu. Thank you Mas Fauzi, jumpa lagi. Marble traffic, Abel 5925 now, backtrack runway 265 Alpha, Marble traffic. Let's review this once again, ladies and gentlemen. Di France, Alexi, WIPP kah bang? Enggak mas, ini di Adi Sumarmo di Solo. Kita mau ikut Hajj Ops Hajj Flight 2025 bareng Indo Aviation Simmers, Mas Aldo, mampir Mas Dharma Tatya dan Mas Yadiona. Kita berangkat lewat embarkasi yang ada di Solo. Tadi kita sempat mengalami WATSIM crash, ladies and gentlemen, jadinya harus restart dulu simulator, restart flight dulu. Apologies for the inconvenience there, ladies and gentlemen. Try to get back to the air as soon as possible. Takeoff checklist is complete. We'll remove the checklist page from the center EFIS. Alright folks, fingers crossed we'll not be having any WATSIM crashes in this second try. If it still happens, we'll try to conduct a diversionary field for departure. Perhaps in Palembang or in Medan. Cabin crew, take seats for departure, please.
Cabin crew, take seats for departure.
Prono.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now preparing for departure. Please ensure your seatbelts are fastened. Your seat backs and tray tables are in their upright positions, and all carry-on items are securely stowed. Thank you.
One aircraft. Yeah, alright, should be good. Let's start rolling, folks. Are we on VATSIM yet? Yes, we are. Marmor traffic, Abel 59259 now departing on the runway 2641 Bravo departure, Marmor traffic. Stabilize, setting of thrust. Second try. Stick around, thrust set, indications normal. 80 knots, cross check.
V1.
Check. Rotate. Off we go. Boston friend of climate gears coming up. Off we go, folks. LNAV, UNAV speed. $2,000 feet fog up. Starting a right turn. Marmor traffic, Abel 5925, airborne passing 2,500 feet, climbing to level 340, Purwo 1 Bravo departure, Marmor. Flaps 5. Speed check, flaps 5. Plus 1, speed check, flaps 1. Flaps up, speed check, flaps up. Fog up, 250 knots. There goes the barber pole out. Let's go, autopilot on. Off we go. The fuel should be sufficient. More than sufficient. You know what, folks, we are tuning into the wrong frequency. It appears to be. For the past couple of minutes already. Next frequency is check out the control on 13215. standing by on the company frequency. Ladies and gentlemen, in case that you want to chat alongside us in this afternoon's journey, we are available on our company frequency on 123210. Put the other one on standby. Go. Looking good. Clear that warning. Looks neat.
You may use your electronic devices. Our onboard Wi-Fi service is available for your convenience. We hope you enjoy the flight with Abel Jets.
Cheers. Will not fiddle in with the TCAS for this flight, shall we, except for the transponder code. Because I'm reading through the PMDG forums. It is said that it is mentioned that there was some crashes in this current iteration of the 777-200ER might be caused by somehow related or somehow induced by fiddling with the ATC panel, especially when changing the transponder option to TARA. So I'm leaving it in TA just for now. Set to the boundary. Third cross check. Alright folks, whilst we are climbing to our cruising altitude, we'll put up the music, the background music for the climb, and I hope you will enjoy the cruising phase or the initial climb for our flight to Jeddah this afternoon. There we go, I think this particular view looks pretty good. And folks, on the other hand, as usual I need to go to the loo for a minute or two. If there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know through the comment section, and I hope to see you guys in a few moments. There, right folks, I'm back in the flight deck for our second try or second round of this afternoon's flight to Jeddah. Now this should have gone away. Quite a lovely sunset departure out of Polo. Clock time about 9 hours into Jeddah, that is. Just departed out of runway 26 now. In case that you have just joined us this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to hit the like button, share your thoughts down beneath in the live chat, and share this live stream with your friends and colleagues in case that you want to share our journey together. In case that you haven't done so, please also hit the subscribe button for free. So you'll be subscribed to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel, and also hit the bell button on the right hand side of the subscribe button so you will not miss any future contents that we will make. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, we should be entering the Jakarta FIR in a few moments. Jakarta Center should be contacting us hopefully in a few moments from now. Quite a lovely view out of the left hand side engine incident box. And we have entered the Jakarta control airspace. We should be contacted anytime now. think if I'm not mistaken, that's Mount Merapi just in the distance there. Or Mount Sindoro. Could be any of those. And if you see the left hand side Agent Pulse, it's jiggling. I suppose there's some kind of vibration physics, mechanical vibrations physics implemented in the aircraft there, as you can see. Strangely enough, Jakarta Control hasn't contacted us. At level 300 in climbing. Yeah, we'll just sign ourselves in a few moments from now, if Farid hasn't contacted us.
Company Bangado radio check.
There goes the company frequency coming online.
Selamat jalan Mas ya bro. Hati-hati di jalan, safety flight hajinya bang.
Thank you Mas. Nggak ikut nih.
Jauh bang. Ini aja baru mendarat kita ngikut yang kemarin Pelita Air dulu.
Oke kopi. Safe flight kalau masih terbang lagi Mas Wahyu.
Oke bang.
File up duluan Saldo, see you arrival. See you arrival, bos guys. Aku yang di holding point, BTW masih hold up. Sorry, saya kira mas guys. Aku udah di holding point, Oh, oke, aku pikir yang di belakang aku ini. I see, aman.
Level 320 now, folks. To level 340. You'll just contact them up once we have flown over Indramayu VOR there, India Mike Uniform. Hey Erica, how are things going on back there?
Everything is going smoothly back here. The passengers are settled in, and we're preparing for the in-flight service shortly. Let us know if you need anything from us.
Roger that, thank you. The boat will just add some contrast to the flight deck.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
There we go. The overheads and the glare shield panel lights. There you go, much better, isn't it? $12 knots of tailwind initially, not bad at all.
Including our popular chicken satay and vegetarian nasi goreng. After the service, we will offer a selection of items.
About 150 nautical miles from the
relax and enjoy the flight.
From the what is it called? The next waypoint where we have to do a step climb.
Scorpion stand number 7. Sergei 637, welcome to Minangkabau. One traffic on terminal, mental visual separation, get off your destination, bye-bye.
Roger, selamat sore.
Rapid traffic, mental visual separation. Thank you, sir. Get my choice. Terima kasih, mas. Selamat sore. Selamat sore, mas.
Jakarta Control, selamat sore Mas Farid. Abel flight, correction, Abel 5925 at flight level 340 inbound waypoint Delta Kilo India.
Abel 5992, copy Tristan squawk number 6263.
Recycling squawk 6263 for Abel 5925. 6263 we go. Oops. 6263.
Ya Tuhanku Yesus Kristus, nih orang. Careful, careful, careful.
Go.
Frekuensi atas kondisi gimana, Gap? Aman? Sangat tidak aman, Bung. Rusuh juga? Oh enggak, weather. Oh, frekuensinya aman nggak? Aku masih di home gear sepi sih. Siap. Udah departure. Belum lagi taxi holding point. Biasa karena heavy jadi pelan-pelan aja. Cek.
Okay, 421, establish ILS runway 17.
Cap 421, complete runway 17 clear to land, no matter.
Runway 17 clear to land, okay, 421.
We are approaching Jakarta now, folks, on the northern coast of the city. We should be able to see the city, hopefully.
Silau.
Just on our left-hand side. That's why I've set up the camera on the left-hand side wing here, so we'll be able to see the city.
Jakarta Radar, halo, selamat sore Indonesia 33 passing 1 Enterprise approaching 240.
Indonesia 3133 identified climb flight level 320 unrestricted.
Coordinate plan level 320 unrestricted Indonesia 3133. Lanka 25 request climbing flight level 350 high gear the flight level 320 sir.
Lanka 25 say again, sir.
Request climbing 350 step climb Lanka 25.
Confirm climbing flight level 350.
Affirm sir.
Lanka 25 unable, sir. Due to west.
Roger.
Lanka 25 unable due to west.
Roger, Lanka 25.
There we go. The east tips of Jakarta already.
At beam.
Lanka 250 approve hold at beam, descent 3000 and clear ILS ready to liner. Report SMS.
Holding at beam 3000.
Jakarta Radar, line inter 3116, request taxi runway 32. Center 3116, call frequency taxi description, vector runway 36, report ready for departure, KNH local 1008. When ready departure, landing 311.
Jakarta dari Etihad 473.
Etihad 473, go ahead.
Etihad 473 requesting to reach cockpit for about 15 minutes.
Etihad 473 request Mach number before leaving cockpit. Etihad 473 negative sir, request Mach number speed sir, Mach number sir.
Point X3, Etihad 473.
That goes to the city of Jakarta. Push base cloud layer.
Report one back cockpit, Etihad 473.
Jakarta Control and Turban 0 power, level 200 and climb level 2 power 0.
Enter 104, identified cloud level 380. This is Jakarta radar sir, not Jakarta Control.
Climb level 360 and enter 10 power.
Negative sir, flag level 380 sir.
Climb level 380 and enter 10 power.
Indonesia 3133, climb flag level 320 unrestricted. Indonesia 3133. Bahasa normal kebiasaan.
Peti. Hold on a minute. Step climb. Empty. Is it?
Ticket 421
Okay.
Ticket 421, welcome to Iskandar Muda Airport. Continue taxi, get off your choice. See you next time, have a nice day, bye bye.
Going to continue to execute my choice, ticket 421, thank you, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Jakarta Control, Indonesia 3133 here, are you calling us?
FM sir, Indonesia 3133, climb flag level 320 unrestricted.
Climb level 320 unrestricted, 3133.
3133 confirm, can you climb flag level 360 sir?
Yes FM, we able to climb level 360 sir. Correction, negative sir. We are unavailable for optimum cruising level sir. We are now only on level 320.
Copy, thank you.
Jakarta radar plan 315, ini saya mohon terima kasih. Radar Turkish 017, merhaba, climb level 240, cruise 360.
Turkish 057, marhaba, climb flag level 360 unrestricted.
There goes the Simanex camera again.
Level 360 Turkish 057, teşekkür.
Jakarta radar.
Jakarta Selatan, Indonesia saya membantu inbound Rimti, climbing passing level 210.
Indonesia 712 identified, climb flag level, maintain level 240.
Maintain level 240, ini saya want to confirm.
FM.
Saya want to.
Singapore 905, 905.
Singapore 9059er, go.
Singapore 9059er, requesting goodbye.
Singapore 9059er, descent flight level 320 and monitor advisory 122 to max you.
320, overspread advisory 122 is fine.
See you.
Just left Jakarta now, heading towards the island of Sumatra.
Right. Cape 7848, my apologies sir. Continue your navigation, monitor advisory. Sorry. Radar identified arrival runway 23 via Pugar to Delta, sir.
Alright, copy that. Arrival 23 via Pugar to Delta. Arrival for weekend 848.
Request 7848, copy descent flag level, correction when ready. Descent flag level 130, direct waypoint Horas.
Direct waypoint Horas, now we are ready for descent flag level 130.
Copy, descent level 130, direct Horas.
Direct Horas for weekend 848.
Thank you. Jakarta line inter 3116 ready for the airport. Center 3116 copy, runway 33 clear for takeoff, wind calm. Wind calm, line inter 316 ready for takeoff.
Indonesia 712 request higher if possible.
Indonesia 712 copy, climb flag level 320 unrestricted.
Climb level 320 in Eastern 1, thank you.
Welcome. Turkish 057 confirm, can you left offset sir?
Go ahead.
Turkish 057 confirm, can you left offset sir?
Affirmative.
Turkish 057, thank you. Left offset 5 nautical miles.
Left offset 5 nautical miles, Turkish 057.
There goes the tail cam.
Jakarta Radar, Super Green 122X, selamat sore.
Super 122X, Jakarta Radar, go.
Jakarta Radar, Super Green 122X, registration Papa Kilo Golf Sigma Sierra from parking stand number 12, Kuala Namu, request air clearance to Mumbai. Flight level 340, departure runway 05 via Maimu 1 Alpha.
Sovereign 122A, clear, standby clearance.
Welcome.
Should be flying over Sumatra in a minute or two. Over the province of Lampung.
Jakarta Radar, good afternoon, Saudi 821, we are now climbing to flight level 240. Okay.
Saudi 821, rad, standby. Saudi 821, please cycle squawk number 6275, please.
Squawk 6275 for Saudi 821.
Company, selamat sore.
Selamat sore.
Jakarta Line.
Selamat sore Mas Osi.
Saya penting tadi di pasir ada ya kena turbulence nggak di departure-nya? 3116 identified, climb flag level 340 unrestricted. Climb flag level 340 unrestricted, line inter 3116. Tiger 7848 contact.
Wah kurang tahu kalau aku Mas Jose, tadi aku departnya dari Solo soalnya nggak dari Jakarta.
Perananya kamu berarti.
Bahaya.
Okay, 748, go ahead.
Tiger 7848 contact 121.2, see you.
112 for cap 748 kita bye.
Thank you. Super Green 122 Egg contact Kuala Namu radar 121.2 view.
Departure Mas Abel. 117 Egg. See you too.
Yo, iya Mas Jose.
Abel Jets sudah ada 777-200 sekarang ya.
Alhamdulillah, gaji sudah turun Mas.
Navigation monitor advisory 122.max. My apologies sir. Priority traffic over the south area sir. On the view area sir.
122 Indonesia 70.
Asik ada Abel Jets lagi joining us to our flight to Jeddah.
Akhirnya baru sempat Mas Jose. Dari kemarin sibuk mulu.
Iya nggak apa-apa, sebisanya aja toh ini cuma hiburan kan, kita main-main aja.
Siap.
Jakarta Radar MS35, selamat siang, passing flight level 200 for flight level 240 initial.
Now, we should be good enough to go step climb there.
Radar Iden, maintain flight level 280.
Confirm level 280.
Affirm.
Level 280 MS35.
So the X1 identified, climb flight level 320.
Can you repeat again?
So the X1 radar Iden, main climb flight level 320.
One to flight level 320 for Saudi A1.
The attempts inside are looking pretty good.
Climb flight level 360 unrestricted and confirm. Can you left offset again?
Departure turbulence apa enggak ya? Continue climb unrestricted level 360 and are you requesting 10 miles or 5 miles left?
We've got company frequency running as usual, ladies and gentlemen, at 123.210 MHz. In case anyone want to chat alongside us.
Okay, we will try it. Turkish Air Force.
Ngerti wake turbulence apa bukan ya, tapi harusnya enggak sih, spacingnya cukup lah.
Jakarta Radar Abel 5925. Can you request to do a step climb to flight level 360, please?
Abel Jets, Abel 5925, cockpit climb flight level 360.
Roger, climb to flight level 360 for Abel 5925. Thank you, Mas.
Sama.
Let's climb further. 360 we go.
Turkish 057 for information. Yes, we are able for 10 miles left offset.
Copy sir, thanks a lot sir. Continue left side 10 miles.
Left offset 10 miles, Turkish 057.
Jakarta Radar land Inter 250, vacating runway 29.
Well, 1,580 miles for about 10 climb there, oh second climb actually. Second step one.
Sama. Indonesia 675, continue navigation, monitor advisory 122.8, sir, see you.
There goes our magnificent Boeing 200 EL, ladies and gentlemen. The shorter variant of the 777 family, which has the original or standard wingtips without any
heavy climbing to flight level 210.
Wingtip devices such as the wing strakes. Sorry, rated wingtips that are found in the Dash 300 ER and the Dash 200 LR, as well as in the 777 freighter.
Unrestricted FedEx 1056 heavy.
Jakarta Radar Inter 104, best climb, possible 360.
Inter 104, saya gitu.
Halo, Inter 104, request climb flight level 360.
Inter 104, copy, maintain flight level 360.
Oke, negatif, flight level 360, land Inter 104.
Bit laggy there. Still tree.
675, to the side, sama-sama, see you next time, bye-bye.
Yeah, guys, I'm at 35, my apologies, we just reconnected due to connection issues.
Emirates 35, cockpit, report back to the cockpit.
Yeah, we're back in the cockpit for Emirates 35. Bernai 35.
Fingers crossed we'll not be facing any wasp crashes again, which was very irritating.
Roger, we're climbing to flight level 300 unrestricted FedEx 1056 Heavy.
Emirates 35, confirm, climb flight level 360. Sorry.
Flying over the island of Sumatra now, ladies and gentlemen.
Jakarta, Etihad 473, resume.
Etihad 473, resume navigation.
Jakarta, Radar Indonesia 145, selamat sore. Flight level 2 0.
Indonesia 1905, person. Indonesia 1945, radar ident, climb flag level 360 unrestricted.
Climb to 360, Indonesia 145.
A no shot now, folks. Part of the parallel voltage chase plane cinematics camera sets, and all of these are being done automatically, so it's quite a revolutionary product, should I say. You check their product out at their website if you want to learn more about chase plane. It's available now on their website for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 at www.parallelvoltitude.com. I think it's like 30 something-ish US dollars, which obviously you can convert to your own local currencies.
Jakarta Radar Indonesia 1945, requesting flight level 2340 due to aircraft issue.
Indonesia 1945, say again, altitude?
Altitude 340.
Copy, maintain flight level 340.
Maintain 340, Indonesia 195.
Company Indonesia 712. Indonesia 712, FedEx 1056 on company, go ahead.
Adli, nomor 2 lagi kita di VATSIM radar, cok.
Asik. Pantesan banyak orang luar tadi muncul.
Yoi, foto ke Istanbul depan gua nih kena offset loh.
Loh, dia yang kena offset.
Iya, kena offset deh.
Tadi di departure and runway 25 itu kiri kanan dua-duanya ada turbulence gitu, Cap.
Kata Emirates 35 request higher if possible. After departure.
Iya, after departure, autopilot pada disconnect.
Level 360 unrestricted.
Level 360 unrestricted.
Kenapa kalau autopilot disconnect after departure, kenapa mas?
Gak ngerti itu, turbulence-nya lumayan, harusnya nggak ada wake turbulence, soalnya aku tuh 5 left nggak ada nggak ada aircraft depan aku.
Oh alah, di 25 left aman sih.
Tadi ada yang lapor juga, 25 left sama itu, Mas Berry kalau nggak salah.
Aku kena mas tadi 25 left aman juga di 25 left.
Menarik juga.
Ini aku masuk Aldo, kita nomor 2 lagi Mas Aldo, masih melantar Mas Aldo.
Heavy atau gimana?
10.000 aman itu masalah itu hilang itu nanti awalnya clear itu. Iya di atas sudah aman bagus. Oh pit lagi. Ini depan aku depan ya. Oh udah terdetek lagi kasus. Bisa gini mas Aldo. Ada di radarku belum terdetek. Oh iya, sama tadi aku juga kayaknya lawan tipis, cuman kayak banyak panjang ya. Johan bukan ammo approach gitu. I see. Buka Kolombo harusnya salah deh. Iya, dia harusnya buka Kolombo itu. Kolombo on kah? So far negatif mas. I see, aman. Bisa Kolombo accept ini kok CPDLC. So dia actual copy level 340.
Kayaknya ada grup flight yang nyusul dari ini juga deh, dari Kuala Namu.
Mantap.
About 2 hours into the flight now, or after around an hour. The first attempt for the departure wasn't didn't really go smoothly, as you probably have seen. We experienced a awesome crash, which meant we had to restart the whole flight. At 4,100 nautical miles to run. Still a long way to go, obviously.
Indonesia 731 confirm your altitude flight level 280.
Affirm sir, we have altitude 280.
Indonesia 731 copy, climb flight level 280.
Climb flight level 280, Indonesia 731.
Indonesia 731, if possible, can you flag level 300?
Affirm sir, we can do 300 or more. Indonesia 731.
Maintain flight level 300.
Flight level 300, Indonesia 731.
That's the power of chase plane, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not touching any of the controls now. All of these cinematics are being done automatically with just a single press of a button. Which is quite insane, to be frank.
106 at flight level 206 with you.
Qatar 106 radar Aiden, climb flight level 380 unrestricted.
Climb flight level 380 unrestricted, Qatar 106.
Jakarta radar Indonesia 145 stepping away.
Company calling Indonesia 712 market. Go ahead.
Indonesia 194.
Lu ada step one nggak mas?
Climb flight level 360.
Segin bentrok. Ada step one nggak ntar mas? Di Odiru 340. Oh aku Odiru masih 300, dan step one masih jauh. Aku perbatasan Kolombo. Enteng pesawatmu. Kargo mas. Itu dia sudah. Cruise-nya di berapa tuh mas? Gua bawa PAX 370. Final cruise di sekarang gue di 320, final ntar di sana 360. Speednya berapa nanti targetnya?
Sekarang sih di cruise sih Mach 828, 830 lah.
Oh 827, 828 gitu ya?
Kayaknya segituan ntar. Sekarang sih 828 sekarang.
Ya sama lah.
Request sekarang kali ya?
Gimana?
Gue mau request step climb-nya sekarang. Masih nanti tapi gue mau requestnya sekarang.
Terus ngapain anjir?
Lalu request dari Abel Jets 45 balik 145 and climbing to 2401 at 23,000 feet.
Malaysia 64 Papa 5 identified climb flight level 400 unrestricted.
Climb flight level 400 Papa 5.
Company calling Abel Jets 5925. Mas Abel?
Indonesia 7319 direct waypoint Bravo Kilo 5. Indonesia 7319 Jakarta calling.
Direct Bravo Kilo 5, Indonesia 71er.
Apologies folks, I had something that I needed to do there in the background.
Mas Aldo company?
Living off the western coast of Sumatra now, heading towards the Indian Ocean.
3116 dari Minang, dari Padang.
Siapa 3116?
Lion Inter 3116 dari Minangkabau.
Ah siap, mantap. Minangkabau.
Cruising along at about 511 knots ground speed now.
Indonesia 930. Terima kasih banyak Mas Ger, selamat bertugas.
Quite a strong tailwind.
Selamat tawar Pak.
Singapore 961 cross waypoint party flag level 320 radar Raiden.
Okay, just confirm you are seeing a cross party at 320, yeah?
From Singapore 961 cross waypoint party flag level 320, report ready for discharge.
Okay, cross party 320 will go Singapore 961.
Thank you.
Jakarta, selamat sore. Indonesia 930 Heavy passing flight level 200 on squawk 6260.
Singapore.
Hector Handoko just spotted out of Joko Santoso International Airport in the Mississippi.
Indonesia 930 identified climb flight level 340 unrestricted.
Thank you so much, Queen. Restricted climb to flight level 340 Indonesia 930. Jakarta, Indonesia 712, request leaving cockpit 20 minutes.
Indonesia 712, second.
Request leaving cockpit for 20 minutes, Indonesia 712.
Indonesia 712, cockpit, report back to the cockpit, cockpit.
Second, Indonesia 712.
Indonesia 712, report back to the cockpit.
Roger, report back Indonesia 712, terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like, on the other hand, to announce that we are currently, our group flight is currently the second largest collection of VATSIM traffic at this present time. And Sukarno-Hatta International Airport is currently the second busiest airport in the VATSIM network at the time that we are streaming this, so congratulations to everyone involved in this group flight. You've made a history for the day, at least. That's something, definitely. Just from what I'm seeing, we've got 12.
Indonesia 719, radio check.
13, 14, 15, 16, around 16 people involved in the particular group flight. Oh, 17 actually.
Indonesia 7319.
A flyby camera there.
Report position.
Really interesting. Something we haven't had in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 for the past 5 years or so.
Intercept heading.
We did have that in... Oh, there's someone else behind, beneath us.
Cockpit, Indonesia 731.
Did you just see that, Fox? Another 777 it appears to be.
Process direct Bravo Kilo 5, maintain flight level 300.
Pretty interesting.
Copy, direct Bravo Kilo 5, maintain flight level 300, Indonesia 7319.
Thank you.
As I've mentioned, we haven't had any flyby cameras in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 for the past 5 years or so. Well, ironically enough, we did have those in both Flight Simulator X and Wise Flight Simulator. Even a free flight, there we go, there's another one. Even a free flight simulator such as Wise Flight did have, or does have, a chase, sorry, not a chase, what was it called? A flyby camera. Wise Flight does also have a tower camera and a nearest airfield camera, which MSFS 2020 doesn't have by default.
5 minutes out of cockpit.
Pretty ironic. But with chase plane, those limitations are now lifted. You have these powerful camera tools.
Request 5 minutes out of cockpit.
Stand by. Indonesia 434, monitor advisory 122.XU. FedEx 1056, report position. FedEx 1056, Jakarta calling. FedEx 1056, Jakarta.
FedEx 1056.
Copy, go ahead sir, your intention?
Disregard FedEx 1056.
Cockpit, away from cockpit sir, estimate time?
Folks, I really want
FedEx
to...
1056.
Copy sir, resume navigation, thank you.
Welcome FedEx 1056.
I truly want to overtake this guy, so let's do a speed invasion.
Jakarta Saudia 827. Saudia
1.85.
Saudia 827 request climb to level 380. Saudia 827, go ahead.
That should go up. Insufficient fuel. Warning. We are clearly carrying more than enough fuel for this to do this flight.
Indonesia 930 request leaving cockpit for 2 minutes, sir. Indonesia 930 cockpit, report back to cockpit, climb flight level 340. Company, ada yang flight level 320. Climb flight level 340, take Indonesia 930. Company, ada yang flight level 320 atau 340. Saya radar Indonesia 739, request leaving cockpit for 5 minutes. Unable, sir. Indonesia 731er, saya estimate. Negative, sir. We can hold Indonesia 731er. Thank you.
They're good, but yeah. 123 knots. I think it should be sufficient to slowly overtake the traffic beneath us.
Company, ada yang flight level 320 atau flight level 340? Itu Indonesia 1945 340 ya? 1945 ada di frekuensi ya? Sepertinya tidak, aku kontak Mas Farid bentar.
Yep, around 10 knots off. Ground speed difference between us and the 777 beneath us.
Rendah banget kayaknya. Jakarta Indonesia 112.
Slowly but surely we'll overtake him. It's gonna be pretty funny.
Nah, Mas Jose mau cepetin pesawat. Enggak, mau apa? Climb duluan. Indonesia 112 request climbing flight level 360 Indonesia 112. Mau step climb cuman mau ngecek wind dulu. Climb flight level 360. Kamu nggak ada step climb ya? Saha?
Singapore 961 leaving 4004 320.
Siapa 961, say again your intention?
Nothing, just letting you know, leaving flight level 400 for 320, just advising you.
Copy, sir. Continue navigation, monitor advisory 123, my you.
136 knots.
4961, have a good day, take care.
Have a nice day, sir. Happy landing. Bye-bye. God bless. Jakarta Center, selamat sore, Vista.
Yep, we are slowly overtaking the other 777 beneath us. You know, gotta be competitive when it's still in the cruise phase.
202, copy, squawk number 6.
Especially considering that he's flying 2,000 feet beneath us.
Please say again, sir. Delta 202, squawk number 6206. 306, flight level Delta 202.
Jakarta Radar, Perjuangan 78 with you. Selamat sore, passing flight level 207.
Suburban 122 identified, climb flight level 340 unrestricted.
Flight level 340 unrestricted, Suburban 122.
Indonesia 930 Heavy, we are back on contact.
Indonesia 930, resume navigation.
Resume navigation, that's the hero.
Berita 020, sub number 6206.
We are slowly overtaking them, which is a good sign.
Aldo Company. Go ahead, Mas Jose, Company. Passing level berapa, Mas?
Take a look at that shot.
Mas, 4340.
That was just gorgeous.
Tailwind 70 knots, Mas. No, masa tailwind 70 knots?
202 direct Alpha November Yankee, climb flag level 70.
Tailwind 70 knots, Mas.
17 again,
17.
Oh, Roger. Kamu di berapa, Mas?
Climb flag level
300 sampai perbatasan Colombo baru step line
370, kita 202.
Target 70 knots noh, nanti waktu di atas Arab tuh kayak dulu.
Jakarta, selamat sore Indonesia.
Makanya kaget aku 70 knots buset.
Climbing passing 240.
Indonesia.
Ada info nggak weather di Arab dia nanti headwind 70 knot lagi nggak kayak dulu tuh, malesin banget bikin delay 1 jam.
300 unrestricted Indonesia.
Possible, Mas, bisa aja, Mas Faza. Nanti kita perubahan angin di India sana mulai ke headwind nih, kita sekarang masih tailwind.
Jakarta minus 35.
Di copy Mas Aldo.
Emirates 35 go.
Standby, Mas Faza, aku cek dulu OFP-nya.
Emirates 35 request out of cockpit.
Okay.
Approximately 10 minutes. Approve report band. Approve report back to the cockpit.
We'll go Emirates 35, thank you.
Jakarta Indonesia 908 to request direct toilet.
And I think that's the Mentawai Island chain there ahead of us, Lady Shilin, if you can see them in the distance.
Negative direct level 300 Indonesia 908.
National to direct Bravo Kilo Liwa.
Thank you, direct Bravo Kilo 5 Indonesia 908.
Mas Faza, when report ready.
Indonesia 3133 request step climb to level 340.
Go ahead, gimana Mas Jose?
Passing Tango Victor Mike itu windside coming from the north east, mendekati Arab itu dari 122, so more like southeast bound.
Climb 340 Indonesia 3133.
Roger, thanks for the update Mas Jose.
Iya, terus kayaknya masuk ke Kingdom of Saudi Arabia-nya itu langsung westbound semua wind ya.
Indonesia 1.
Nah itu dia. Wah iya.
Biasanya begitu memang. Ya, tapi ini lihat speednya sih 20 knotan doang. Oh itu masih enak banget. Oh, masih oke lah. Tapi kayaknya kita arrival kan Datus ya kalau nggak salah ya. Datus atau apa sih? Aku sih dapat VMM.
Aku VMM juga.
VMM. Tapi mendekati arrivalnya ini mulai kencang ya. 047 knots, 052 knots.
Selama belum 70 knots inilah masih bisa dinego lah. Kalau udah 70 knots kayak dulu tuh wah perkara sulit.
52 knots coming from the west, level 340.
Roger that, Mas.
Ya nanti paling kita standby lower lah, biasanya di bawah lebih aman sih kalau di Saudi situ.
Udah kekuatan alam itu nggak bisa dilawan.
Yoi, jadi jangan senang dulu nanti sampai dekat-dekat Saudi itu, biasanya masih lama lagi tuh.
Asumsi aja nambah 1 jam, Mas.
Nah, itu dia.
We were just discussing about the winds over KSA for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Usually, there would be strong headwinds blowing from the west to the east, which obviously would slow us down massively. The last time we flew there, the headwind was about 70 knots, which added up to about an hour of flight time, which was pretty insane.
Lewatin Oman 40 knot ya headwind.
For Jakarta identified climb flight level 3.
Menarik.
Flight level 320 Airfront 224.
Astaga guys, thank you ya. Ternyata aku tadi koneknya pakai A320 Neo guys di X-Pilot. Pantesan.
106, go ahead. Okay, thank you.
Mas Abel, did you change your microphone?
Enggak sih Mas Musa, sama aja dari dulu. Atau suaraku berubah kah tadi?
Nggak tahu, mikrofonnya kayaknya kenceng banget di aku ya. Nggak tahu yang lain gimana.
Oh sorry, coba aku turunin outputnya ya.
Astaga, aku tadi connect di X-Pilotnya.
Audio check.
320 bro. Untungnya di VATSIM radar 330 sih tetap.
Iya, di VATSIM radar kelihatannya 339 juga.
Gila nih.
Airfront 224, request out of the cockpit for 5 minutes.
Approve, report back sir.
Wilco, thank you.
Muhammad Zaki, dari mana ke mana nih? Berapa jam? Kita take off dari Solo tadi, sekitaran jam 3 WIB. Kita ke Jeddah untuk mendukung acara Hajj flight-nya Indo Aviation Simmers. Jeddah di Saudi Arabia, kemungkinan landed di Jeddah kalau di WIB mungkin sekitaran jam 11 atau 12 malam. Masih lama. Baru berapa nih, kayak 10% dari total tripnya sore hari ini. Semoga Mas Zaki menikmati streamnya sejauh ini. Hope you are enjoying the stream so far.
Jakarta Emirates 35 back with you.
Emirates 35 copy.
Back to manage speed.
Jakarta Center, Radar 9X6, Lander X6 on climb, flight level 240, passing 200, follow Rim T1 Foxtrot SID.
Ulangin.
Jakarta Radar, Lander X6, climb passing 210 flight level.
Center 9X6 identified climb flight level 360 unrestricted.
360, climb 360 unrestricted, Lion Inter 9X.
Jakarta Indonesia 712, we are back and after waypoint Achmad request step climb to level 340 if possible.
Enter 712, approve.
Roger, thank you Indonesia 712.
Radar interliner access. Request closing cockpit for 10 minutes, sir.
Nonton motor GP pasti ya?
Enggak, saya mau kerja dulu.
Bisa gitu ya?
Center, liner access, continue. Report, request estimate?
10 minutes, sir.
Report back.
Ladies and gentlemen, in case that you have just joined us in this afternoon's live stream, please don't forget to hit the like button. It will greatly help us with the YouTube algorithm. Share your thoughts down beneath in the live chat, and in case that you haven't done so, please also don't forget to subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel for free, and also hit the bell button just next to the subscribe button, so you'll not miss any future content that we will make.
Confirm, recap 351.
AZ 351, confirm.
Pit recap 351, squawk number 6213.
Squawk 6213, Asia 351.
Control Cathy 214, crossing flight level 3402, flight level
that was pretty loud.
And 99 nautical miles to Yokozaki, and the squawk number 2107 with you.
Kata 214, Jakarta Radar, squawk number 6246. Kata 214.
Sorry, my background is a little bit noisy. Can you send me a text?
Kata 214, no problem sir. Recycle squawk number 6246.
Justin Jakarta Control, Center 46, flight level 370, office 2137, 20 nautical miles to XRB with you.
Lufthansa 426, Jakarta Radar, squawk number 6273.
Breeze of 3673, Lufthansa 426.
Lufthansa 426, squawk number 6273 sir.
Squawk 6273, Lufthansa 426.
And now we're just leaving off the Mentawai Island chains and into the Indian Ocean, ladies and gentlemen. The sun is going to set in about an hour or so. Got an hour of daylight remaining.
Kata 214 identified, climb level, maintain level 350. Lufthansa 246 identified, maintain level 370.
Maintain level 370, Lufthansa 426.
Raptor 351 identified, maintain flexible 370. Raptor 351 Jakarta calling.
Take a look at that shot, folks. Absolutely stunning. I used to do all of this manually with the keyboard controls and the joystick POV had axis, but look at that now. It's all being done automatically.
Raptor 351.
351, go ahead.
Raptor 351, maintain 370. Confirm your barometric Kinect 1013, sir. Standard barometric.
1013, flight level 270, 251.
Copy. Reset your Kinect baru 1013 because read your altitude flight level 372, sir.
I thought we were flying slowly.
1013.
Fortunately we went.
Asia 351.
351, thank you.
Air France 224 back in the cockpit.
Air France 224, welcome. Continue navigation. Sadia X27, go ahead. Sadia X27, leading my airspace, monitor 8531 to this mic shield. Bye-bye.
Jakarta radar, low density 762, flight level 216, climbing 240.
Dynasty 7, correction, Dynasty 762, identified, climb flight level 390 and restricted, direct waypoint Rafizh.
Direct Rafizh and climb to 390, Dynasty 762. Jakarta radar, KC 214, how do you read me now? Jakarta radar, KC 214, radio check.
Back to the tail cam there.
Okay, Cathay 214, I'm read you 5 by 5, more better, and continue your navigation, flight level 350.
Take a look at that wing shot, folks. That's just stunning.
Cathay 214.
Cathay 214, arrival clearance, confirm, ready to copy.
Sorry, please again, Cathay 214.
Cathay 214, arrival clearance, ready to copy.
Please stand by, let me find my iPad. I missed that, sorry that. Please stand by.
Cathay 214, arrival runway 24 via Bidak 1 Bravo. Lufthansa 426 Jakarta calling.
Lufthansa 426, go ahead.
Lufthansa 426 arrival runway 24 via Bidak 1 Bravo.
Arrival runway 24 via Bidak 1 Bravo arrival, Lufthansa 426.
Thank you. Okay, 351 arrival clearance.
351, go ahead.
Target 351 arrival runway 24 via Bunik Chumai.
24 via Bonito Mike, 351.
Thank you.
Good day, Indonesia. Indonesia 836 at 200, climbing 240.
Indonesia 836, hello, Jakarta Radar, climb flight level 360, unrestricted.
Climb unrestricted 360, Indonesia 836.
Indonesia 836, cockpit, crossing waypoint party at flight level flight level 320.
Cross party at 320 for Indonesia 836.
Indonesia 836, flight level 320, sir.
So would you mind repeating for Indonesia 836 or Air music on?
Indonesia 836, waypoint party, flight level 320, sir.
Waypoint party, flight level 320 for Indonesia 836.
Indonesia 836, thank you. Report ready for descent and you can continue. Climb flight level 360.
Report ready for descent and continue climb 360 for Indonesia 836. And we're able to get 20 minutes out of the cockpit.
Thank you.
Jakarta Radar, Cathay 214, we expect descent after waypoint Dodak.
Showing some cloud layers, it appears to be.
Cathay 214, waypoint Bidak, flight level 240. Cross waypoint Bidak, flight level 240.
Cross Dodak at flight level 240, Cathay 214.
Affirm.
And Indonesia 836 just confirming is out of cockpit approved.
Approved, sir. Request estimate.
Jakarta Center, Lita 202, you're leaving for control, sir.
Lita 202, cockpit continue navigation monitor advisory 123 next you.
Say again, please, yeah.
Take you now the
122 Achmad. 122.8 units up.
Another, what's it called?
Okay,
the flyby cams. Flyby camera.
Sama Indonesia 836, request estimate leaving cockpit.
Just 20 minutes for Indonesia 836.
30, approved, report back to the cockpit.
Report back Indonesia 836, thanks.
Jakarta Radar line enter 6006, climbing Pacific level 200.
Enter 6006, identified climb flight level 240.
So we're still transmitting.
Climb 240 and restricted line enter 6006.
Lufthansa 426 Jakarta calling.
Station calling Jakarta Center was for Indonesia 3133, sir, FM.
Dharma.
Kebiasaan Mas Dharma.
Kebiasaan Mas Dharma.
Lufthansa 426 Jakarta Radar calling. Lufthansa 426 waypoint Bidak, cross altitude, cross flight level 240, sir.
Waypoint Bidak, flight level 240, Lufthansa 426.
Thank you. And report ready for descent. And report ready for descent.
Jakarta Radar Abel 5925 requesting permission to leave the cockpit for 15 to 20 minutes, please.
Abel 5925 request estimate leaving.
Around 15 minutes.
15 minutes, approved, report back.
Report with back for Abel 5925. Folks, I need to do my afternoon prayer first. As usual, folks, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know in the comment section, and I shall see you guys in a few minutes. Thank you.
4212, good evening. Squawk number 6305.
Number 6301.
FM 6305.
Squawk 6305, I can afford you on the copy.
Jakarta Riyadh, good evening. Vietnam 791, flight level 390. Vietnam 791, Jakarta Radar, recycle squawk number 6251. Squawk 6251, Vietnam 791. Air China 42.
Air China 42, want you to have please?
Standby. Kenisha 939 Jakarta calling. Indonesia 930 Jakarta calling.
Gue Jakarta Indonesia 30.
Indonesia 930 do traffic left heading to 60.
Left heading to 60 Indonesia 30.
Sorry, left heading to 70 and confirm, can you climb higher, sir? Flag left.
Left to 70 and we can climb to flight level 360 for now.
Copy Indonesia 930, climb flight level 360, left heading to 70, standby for direct waypoint.
Roger, climb to flight level 360, left heading to 70, standby for direct heading Indonesia 930.
Indonesia 19045, confirm back to the cockpit. Indonesia
1945, we are already back in the cockpit for like 15 minutes and I already reported.
Okay, Indonesia 1945, maintain flag level 340, sir.
Maintain 340 Indonesia 1945.
Ya mas, hampir tabrakan itu mas.
Indonesia 77, maintaining at level 240, request climb to at level 320.
Indonesia 777, copy, climb flag level 320, unrestricted. Indonesia 777, Jakarta calling.
Indonesia 3133, go ahead.
Indonesia 777, Jakarta calling.
Indonesia 777, request flight climb to flight level 320.
Indonesia 930, clear direct waypoint Pagai, Papa Alpha Golf Alpha India.
Jakarta, selamat sore, Indonesia 3001.
Indonesia 3001, identified, climb flight level 360, unrestricted.
Climb flight level 360, unrestricted, Indonesia 3001.
Indonesia 777, how do, Indonesia 777, how do you read me now, sir?
Indonesia 77,
Mas Aldo Company?
maintain flight level 240, request climb to flight level 320.
Okay, Indonesia 777, how do you read me now? Ini suara
Mas Aldo Company.
Mas.
Go ahead, mas. Tapi yang tadi tidak masuk, mas. Yang baru ini masuk.
Oh iya, itu settingan dari Mas ya, bukan dari saya Mas.
Selesai company?
Ya, berarti itu dari ini ya Mas ya, settingannya tadi ada yang belum beres ya, itu ya Mas. Bukan dari saya.
Mas. Sorry Mas, tadi
Selesai company, how do you reach Mas?
Oke, Indonesia 777 identified, climb flag level 320, unrestricted. Jadi tinggal 20 langsung Mas, gak ada limitasi.
Company Indonesia 30, ready check.
Climb to flight level 320, domestic launch.
555,
Indonesia 930, how do you read me?
Thank you. RG 5, Indonesia 930.
Indonesia 930, thank you, direct waypoint Pagai.
Direct waypoint Pagai, Indonesia 930. Company, Jakarta radar FedEx 1056, radio check.
FedEx 1056, speed to 5, backup, go ahead.
Jakarta radar Qatari 106, request sleeping cockpit for 5 minutes.
Qatari 106, cockpit, report back to the cockpit.
Report back when ready. Back to cockpit.
Land enter 3116 Jakarta.
Enter 3116, go ahead.
Enter 3116, continue navigation, monitor advisory 122.x, safety landing, see you next time, bye-bye.
Jakarta FedEx 1056.
Continue, Unicorn 123.8, enter 3116. Thank you, sorry.
See you next time, bye-bye. Break, super green 122.8, continue navigation, monitor advisory 122.x, see you.
Company FedEx 1056 Heavy.
Terima kasih, selamat sore.
Company, how do you read?
Sore.
Company station calling.
Company radar MDS 247, over for proceeding flight control. Company MDS 35.
Emirates 247, radar identified, climb flag level 3X0 unrestricted.
Climb flag level 3X0 unrestricted, please, MDS 247.
Line inter 6006, request climb to closing altitude.
Enter 6006, cockpit climb level 340 unrestricted.
Control 340, line inter 6006.
FedEx monitor.
FedEx read you fast, thank you.
Oke.
Mas Aldo, company. Go ahead, Mas Jose. Mas Aldo, routingnya beda sendiri? Sama, ini tadi aku di vector karena ada traffic yang datang dari mana tadi ya, dan send level, jadi aku disuruh vector dulu, keluar, baru masuk lagi sekarang, dan ketinggian 36.000. Oh, I see. Aku pikir tadi pindah rute. Aman kok. Mas pakai apa nih? Mic 766 bukan? Airways. Ya, Mike 766. Oh ya, sama kok, aman mas.
130 Waalaikumsalam. Identified climb Black River 340 unrestricted. Kecil suara sampean mas. Emirates 247 identified climb Black River 380 unrestricted.
Flight level 380 unrestricted for Emirates 247.
Welcome. Indonesia 124 identified climb Black River 340.
Mas Abel on company. Mas tadi manggil di company kah? Enggak, aku manggil Mas Abel.
Juga Indonesia, anak-anak Zero per level 2.
Mas udah dipanggil Mas tadi.
Indonesia, anak-anak Zero identified climb Black River 380 unrestricted.
Bukan Mas Adi yang panggil, Mas Joseph yang panggil.
Correction, radar Indonesia X36 Max.
Indonesia X36 second.
Just letting you know we're back in the cockpit.
Indonesia X36 cockpit, continue navigation.
We'll continue as a survival for Indonesia X36.
Jakarta Control Saudi 826 climbing passing flight level 140 17 miles to Kikip. Base station calling again please.
Saudi X26 squawking on 6272.
Saudi X26 marhaba wa alaikumussalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Identified climb Black River 320 unrestricted.
Say again, sir.
Yalla. Isnain Salasa Iskan.
Dalam cara bukan bis.
Bawa pada sini.
Ya lah, Bukhari. Time to flight level 320 Saudi 826.
Jakarta Radar, selamat sore. Suburban 722 with you at 3,800 feet. Indonesia 722 identified flight level 390 unrestricted direct Alpha November Yankee.
Climb unrestricted to flight level 390 and direct to... sorry, can you repeat for the direct?
Direct Alpha November Yankee.
Direct to Alpha November Yankee, Suburban 722. Makasih mas.
Sama-sama mas.
Jakarta Radar Indonesia 2505 squawking 6367. I'm passing 3000 feet.
Indonesia 2505 Kumaha Damang Sokwe ka Luhur Tilu Genep Jero.
Lanjut ke Luhur Tilu Puluh.
Airfox back in the flight deck. Hopefully nothing strange happened during my absence for about 15 minutes there. Let's sign back into the frequency.
Indonesia 2505 our speed below 10.
Indonesia 25 second.
Indonesia 2505 over speed below 10.
Over speed now is approved, sir. Lombok. Jalan radar Qatari 106 back to cockpit. Qatari 106, thank you, resume navigation.
Jakarta radar Abel 5925 back in the flight deck.
Abel 5925, thank you, resume navigation.
Jakarta Qatari 123.
Go ahead, 123.
Request close cockpit for 3 hours.
About a quarter way through our journey this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Transporting.
Calling Abel 5925, how do you read?
Ooh, that's my so say.
FedEx 1056 calling Abel 5925.
Stand by, my so say.
25 minutes.
555, my so say.
Okay, thank you.
Shop.
Submarine 722, go ahead. Submarine 722, a second.
Was he like brake checking me, brake testing me or something?
Singapore 722, cockpit navigation, climb.
I'm still not used to the controls of case plane developments, unfortunately. That's why I was like struggling to move between cameras, between one another. Cozy is flying off FedEx 777, it appears to be. Or was it an MD-11? No, a 777 for rate, it appears to be. Yep, indeed it is.
Indonesia 302 identified. Man climb flight level 380 unrestricted.
30 unrestricted. 301.
There's still that 777 3000. They are still there. They haven't moved elsewhere. Although we tried to overtake them a few minutes ago, a few dozen minutes ago. But unfortunately, I think they've caught up with us.
Direct waypoint also. Direct sosok Tango Oscar Sierra Oscar Kilo.
And on the other hand, the sun is going to set in about 15 to 20 minutes or so. Hopefully we will have a glimpse on the beautiful sunset here over the Indian Ocean in the brand spanking new PMDG Boeing 777-200ER, that is. And fingers crossed we will not face any water crashes all the way to Jeddah. It was such a killjoy, mate. That thing was such a killjoy. And this is the first time I had it in a PMDG aircraft. Last time that happened to me was in the Inibil's Airbus A350, but that was like several months ago already.
301, confirm.
301, or was that for 301?
From 3001, left heading to 70.
270 for Indo 301.
From sir, information 130 on front view, left heading 1270, standby for direct.
Take a look at that big shot, folks. I really love those close-up dynamic shots.
Negative. 301 disregard intention.
They're just astonishing.
Am I clear to go back on track?
Can continue navigation.
Continue on navigation for Indo 301.
Emirates 247 Jakarta Bali.
Emirates 247, go ahead.
Emirates 247.
I think that's Masadi.
Can you climb?
That Emirates A350 in the Pacific.
Climb the normal Air 380 for Emirates 247.
Copy, thank you.
Out of FedEx 1056 request 20 minutes out of cockpit.
FedEx 105 report back to the cockpit.
We'll go FedEx 1056, thank you.
There goes another flyby shot. Finally we have that in MSF is ready 20, and there goes the other 777 just behind, sorry, just beneath us.
Indonesia 1945, confirm, can you climb flexible 30?
Ada kader reset for Indonesia 1945.
Indonesia 1945, confirm, can you continue climb flexible 30?
360, okay, but it might be slow than our altitude now.
Oh, okay, no problem. Indonesia 1945, continue maintain your present altitude level 340. Maintain 340.
Maintain 340, sorry, thank you.
Sama.
Indonesia Rakyat itu langsung calling.
Discord.
Suarain.
Got 7 hours to go, according to VATSIM radar, but that doesn't account the headwinds that we are going to face over the Arabian Peninsula. But weather reports by Jose, he looked at the weather reports there. It appears that the headwinds won't be as strong as it was last month when we flew for the 2024 iteration, sorry, for the Fly Buburit series, I think that was called. Yeah, Fly Buburit series.
Level 130.
It's in 130, headed to 14.
DNSC 762 Jakarta calling.
762 calling.
DNSC 762 calling navigation monitor at 531 to the back to you.
Welcome to the flight penalty 762.
Yes. Speed Air China 4212 arrival runway 24. Arrival runway 24 via Beta 1 Bravo.
Runway 24 via Beta 1 Bravo, copy, I'm going to go to
Thank you.
Jakarta Radar Indonesia 7319, request is in cockpit 30 minutes.
Indonesia 7319, cockpit report back.
Report back. Indonesia 7319.
Indonesia to 1122 Jakarta calling. Indonesia 1122 Jakarta calling. Etihad 473 Jakarta.
Etihad 473, go ahead.
Insight will be leaving the Jakarta FIR in a few moments from now. Fortunately, Colombo radar is offline at the time that this announcement was made, so the base will be heading towards the abyss. Sorry, not the no, don't say that. Into the darkness or radio silence the next couple of minutes. Please don't say the abyss. I don't want any more VATSIM crashes or any more issues for this after this live stream. Please God, let this one just be a normal stream from the beginning all to the end.
Greg Cat 67 just requesting official.
Cap 61, copy Hafizh and confirm your position, terminal 2.
We are just passing the B-stack and crossing level 180 to level 120, catching 214.
Negative, I'm calling Cap 61, confirm, report potential.
Racial vision start, Red Cat 16.
Red Cat 61, copy for this one. Start engine facing northeast, expect November Charlie 2, report traffic protecting.
Pushback to cruise space northeast for Red Cat 61.
Jakarta Center, Pastor First Panana with
Passport 57 Jakarta, identify flight flag level 31 with unrestricted direct perform officer Selatan.
Climb flight level 31 unrestricted, continue direct to phone November Delta Prosper Pasapana.
Take a look at those clouds, folks. Pretty puffy. Somehow they look like popcorn.
One for kita boleh duduk dalam zero kanan zero bro
ooh, this one's very interesting. Platform view.
Confirm altitude ke X zero now sir. Confirm your altitude now X zero.
Climbing to 380 Indonesia.
Indonesia and zero after flight level 380 introducing cockpit.
Thank you. More.
Hi Eric, I'm quite hungry here. Can you please bring dinner to the flight deck? Thank you.
Hi Captain Faza, I'll get dinner ready and bring it to the flight deck shortly. Thank you for letting me know.
Starting to get hungry, folks. Unfortunately, Eric has got something prepped up. Take a look at that shot, folks. beautiful, isn't it?
I'm with you to bypass 6 seconds microphone. Emire 247 Jakarta, confirm your barometric index 1013.
Unit at Anderson 4013 for Emirates Jakarta.
Okay, but I'm worried your altitude flight level 376.
We still fly before Emirates Jakarta.
Okay, thank you.
There goes the video breakup, considering that we are at the boundaries of Jakarta FIR. Radio is simply breaking up.
Mention on your
Mana di company?
On your present position.
You're on Fox. Once we leave Jakarta FIR, we'll do a quick tour on the cabin, shall we? It's not that much different to the 777-300ER cabin of the same airline, which is Abel Jets MCC, but there are some subtle differences to the cabin in the 200ER. Obviously, one is the shorter fuselage, but we'll see that with our own eyes after this.
Descent 3000 and direct to Sydney and 6214, thank you.
Thank you. Lufthansa 426, when ready, descent flight level 130.
Descent level 130 to 430.
All system on ground, estimate holding 2 minutes, standby. Indonesia 3133, continue navigation, monitor advisory 122.8.
122.8, Indonesia 3133.
That goes Dharma leaving the control FIR.
Continue your navigation, monitor advisory frequency 122.8, Unison head active. Turkish 057, Jakarta.
Yeah, the radio is very breaking up at this stage.
1056 require climb by level 320.
FedEx 1056, clear flight level 320.
Clear to climb for level 320, FedEx 1056 heavy.
And radar Indonesia 836, Sampath Priyadarshana.
Assistant flight calling.
Indonesia 836, reached top descent now, descending 357.
Indonesia 836, Fox, continue navigation, monitor advisory 122.8, Achmad Sukarno.
I've been advised to appreciate your work, have a good one, Indonesia 836, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Landing Tower 104, Jakarta Bali. Landing Tower 104.
We're landing Tower 104.
We headed off momentarily.
Monitor advisory 122.8.
Monitor advisory 122.8. We'll go to landing Tower 104.
Indonesia 712, continue navigation, monitor advisory 122.8. Indonesia 172, Jakarta calling. Abel Jets 592, Jakarta calling.
Go ahead, we're able to pop in R2.
Abel 25925, monitor advisory 122.8.
Monitoring advisory on 122.8 for able to pop in R2. Thank you very much for the service, Mas Farid. Jumpa lagi.
Jumpa di Indonesia 960, Jakarta calling.
Thank you, Star 777.
Advisory 122.8.
Alright, this is a new feature. Sorry, or actually a feature exclusive to Chase Plane. There. I can zoom into the traffic ahead of us. which is definitely not a 777, but I think it's not a Garuda. No, that's a Saudi Arabian 777 in the Pacific. Is it? It's a Saudi Arabian, right? Not a Garuda.
Police traffic on air sir, estimate 2 minutes. Saudi A21, Jakarta calling.
Go ahead, code Saudi A21.
Saudi A21, code navigator monitor advisory 1.
To the copy go. And radio silence. Whew. That A3, sorry, that Saudi Arabian aircraft just disappeared. The problem is on our side. Goodness me. There we go, back in the network.
Mas Adi, company.
There is.
Mas Adi, company.
Sengaja nggak mau jawab kali itu, Mas.
Alright. Sorry, we have left the jurisdiction of Jakarta FIR. We'll now head towards the cabin and do a quick tour of it, shall we? Let's open the door. Close that back. Alright. So it's not that much different to the one in the 777-300ER. Can we actually fiddle with the curtains? No, we can't, unfortunately. There goes the business class cabin, origin 121 configuration. The same business class product that you guys can find in the -300ER. And the business class still goes through this way.
Mas Dharma, company.
Almost like a quarter of the cabin are dedicated. Sorry, a quarter of the fuselage is dedicated for the business class cabin. Because the left-hand side engine. And this is the premium economy cabin, ladies and gentlemen. In a 242 configuration, seating configuration, but only 3 rows, considering that the fuselage length of this aircraft, the -200ER, is, you know, it's quite short. By that when compared to the 300ER, obviously. And there goes the standard economy class cabin in a 343 seating configuration. In the usual sunset to paint scheme or padding and clothing. And see, the fuselage ends just there. Because the -300ER is shorter, notably shorter than the 300ER or even the normal 300. Interestingly, I don't think we have these sorts of wall-mounted IFE in the 300ER. And that's the end of the cabin already. It's not a massive aircraft.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh, someone's having a birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Mas Adi.
Oh.
Happy birthday Mas Adi. Hip hip. Hooray.
Selamat ulang tahun Mas Adi, semoga panjang umur, sehat selalu, disukseskan selalu dalam segala aktivitasnya, amin.
Amin. Ini yang ulang tahun pura-pura nggak denger nih, Mas Adi, company.
Someone's having a birthday there. Which is the owner, ladies and gentlemen. The owner, our fellow VATSIM live streamer. He's having his birthday today. Be sure to head to his TikTok channel.
Mas Adi company.
And yes, show him some support.
Happy birthday.
Give him some birthday wishes.
You. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Mas Adi.
Happy birthday Mas Adi.
Hip hip. Hooray.
Hip hip.
Selamat ulang tahun Mas Adi dari teman-teman semua. Pokoknya kedepannya makin yang terbaik lah buat Mas Adi ya sama Mbak Resti.
Yeay, happy birthday buat Mas Adi Ona, streamer andalan kita. Semoga sehat selalu. Salam keluarga.
Mas Adi Ona ulang tahun nih ya. Selamat ulang tahun Mas Adi.
Wah, kalau ada yang ulang tahun biasanya bagi-bagi voucher untuk dapat scenery nih.
Voucher PMDG juga boleh.
Iyalah bilang happy birthday. Biarin biar kena prank ini. Siap Mas Adi. Udah dikonfirm sama istrimu Mas, aman Mas. Mas Adi, aku nitip voucher PMDG ya buat 777-200 aja.
Aku titip voucher 340 Mas Adi.
Oh enggak, aku minta ini aja Mas, Turtle Beach Velocity 1. Ini saya 712, we are back. Ada apa nih rame-rame?
Mas Adi Ona ulang tahun.
Ya halo, karena aku tidur ya. Terus aku tidur kan.
Kenapa orang gak ada yang ulang tahun, kenapa harus lagi gini? Gak ada yang ulang tahun, what do you mean?
Gak ada yang ulang tahun.
Katanya sih ini Games mau bagi-bagi Turtle Beach. Oh, kita karaoke dulu ya, kita karaoke standby ya. Standby, all station in this frequency standby.
Something's going to happen there in the company frequency.
Katanya Mas Adi mau bagi-bagi, semuanya dapat Turtle Beach Velocity.
Gas. Bro just pulled it off. Ilham just pulled it off there. He just pulled it off. You just pulled it off. Let's add that to the cinematic, shall we? We'll post the music in the background for a bit.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday.
Oh, there's the EDM part of it. Oh,
mantap,
luar biasa,
istimewa.
Round 2.
Gelo. Mas Adi ulang tahun nih.
Birthday in flight nggak tuh?
Sangat mantap ya, ulang tahun ke Jeddah loh, keren.
Makanya. Round 2. This is just comical at its stage fault. Absolute mental. No, it stopped midway. Luar biasa.
Happy birthday lagi Mas Adi. Ini dari live chatku juga pada salam, kasih selamat ke Mas Adi.
Selamat ulang tahun Mas Adi.
Someone's having a birthday in flight, folks. It's just beautiful.
Company weather advisory inbound from waypoint Ispix to Celsu, flight level 320, towering CB for flight level 320 and below.
Uh-oh. Towering CB said. Mas Jose is basically our moving radar station at this stage, weather radar station. Like an AWACS.
Company Emirates 35 now tracking waypoint Celsu, climbing level 380.
Can't see anything, according to Naviggraph. I'm not brave enough to fire up the weather radar again. Because I think that'll, inflict some of the VATSIM even more, or use the VATSIM capacity even more, which, as we've seen earlier, it froze our aircraft on departure. Fortunately, it didn't result in any crash to desktop, but as we've seen, the aircraft was basically unflyable, which meant we had to reset or restart the whole flight. So yeah, just over the Indian Ocean now. Should be entering the Colombo airspace, the Colombo FIR in a few moments. And there, folks, it's over Saudi Arabia, or the Arabian Peninsula in general. There'll be, as usual, strong headwinds from the west, which we don't necessarily want to have. Sure, it is what it is. That's the power of Mother Nature. We can't really fight it, can we? Unless we are a Kardashev Type 1 civilization, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink. About 4 hours into the stream, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, and we've just left the Indonesian airspace and entering the Sri Lanka airspace in, the Colombo airspace, or the Colombo FIR in Sri Lanka. and that 777 that flew beneath us earlier. I think that they are on steroids or something, because they are flying much faster than we do. It's definitely picking up some pace. See? Cycle through the MFD pages just to confirm that things are indeed okay as far as it goes. Electrical status. Fuel. We still got some fuel on the center tanks. Around 6.9 tons. Will be like an hour or so before the center tank run dry, because no, half of an hour then I think it'll be, because the GE90s, I think they consume about 5 tons of fuel per hour each, to my memory. That's for the CPDLC. Yeah, cabin temps looking good. Mr. Pax. That's the electricals, isn't it? Oh no, that was the hydraulics.
Trombonnya udah diajak.
55, Mas Gaps. 55, Mas Gaps.
Apa iya kita ke Mojokerto?
Bisa. Langsung kita ke sono.
Mojokerto gas Malang kali ya, ke Surabaya gitu.
Nggak bisa aku tuh.
The visibility is starting to decrease, unfortunately. We are entering some kind of a mist.
Nggak bisa aku tuh.
He's definitely using a soundboard there. Can't see anything. Just move that. Oh yeah, that's what Jose was saying. Some thunderstorm shells beneath us.
Kuni frekuensi request listening cockpit Indonesia 112 kalau ada ATC, terima kasih.
Di Korea.
Masa di monitor company.
Someone's definitely using a soundboard there.
Ini ada kiriman dari Mas Abul ya.
Happy birthday Mas Adiona. Nongkrong mulu, nongkrong selalu.
Sebel. Itu di streamnya Mas Adi sampai ada tulisan teks gitu Pak, tidak ulang tahun tanda seru.
Sampai segitunya ya?
Ya nih, orang kata Mbak Resti ulang tahun kok.
Sebenarnya menurut KTP sih ulang tahunnya masih besok. Cuman kalau di Jawa itu kalau udah sore udah terhitung besok harinya, jadi ya ulang tahun.
Oh iya iyalah, gak apa-apa lah. Yang penting dirayain dulu lah. Besok kan kita takut nggak ketemu nih di frekuensi nih.
Ulang tahun bapaknya dia. Ntar kan landingnya kan, landingnya pas ulang tahun cok. Kita water salute di Jeddah kali ya.
Gak.
Sabi. About 30% gone through our flight this afternoon, or this evening rather already. And around 4 hours into the stream.
Company traffic Saudi 81 Satpam to follow OK Zeviere.
Ini mau AFK tapi katanya weather gini agak ngeri-ngeri sedap juga nih.
Ini Mas Gas gak sih pakai suara efek-efekan?
Iya betul sekali. Ini betul dengan Bapak Aldo begitu?
Betul sekali Mas Gas.
Boleh minta foto profil muka dengan KTP nggak? Nanti ditanyain gitu tuh.
Oke, I'm back Indonesia 712.
Oh sudah normal kembali. Weather data. Precipitation. No lord. We are currently passing through a storm cell, dubious to be. That's why we can't see anything outside. But does this aircraft is equipped with an ice detection system? I can't recall. Oh no. Vienna Beach. The next step climb is about 657 nautical miles to go, but that's not a waypoint, is it? Can't see. We can't see far enough. Wait, what? I see someone's contrail. Someone's definitely flying at the same flight level as us. That's interesting. Yeah, right. That must be the Saudia 777. Yeah, exactly. We'll just slow down. What's his ground speed reading? 507 knots. Yeah. Mach decimal 82 would work for now. Where is he? Should be some. There he goes. Yeah, he's in the same flight level as us. That's quite concerning. Yeah, we'll wait until he crosses up to around 10 miles and we'll re-engage the managed speed mode. Or its Boeing counterpart. Is he slowing down? Because I don't think he... No, 506 knots. He's 6 knots faster than our current ground speed. Just slowly but surely he'll definitely fly further. Can't see anything. We've got pretty intense cloud coverage all the way up to Sri Lanka, there appears to be. It's not moving away. But I don't think we'll need to slow down anymore, because there is still traffic behind us. Yeah, that's definitely Mas Jose, the FedEx 777, just behind us. But still, we are still about 600 miles from our next step climb, which means we gotta stay in the flow. Should I say that? You stay in the flow. No, the clouds aren't helping at all. Ooh. Pretty interesting turbulence there. There are no options for, well, there is not an option for the ice detection system, so that can mean two things. One is that the aircraft is equipped with an ice detection system by default, or two, it just doesn't have one. Both are on the exact two different extremes, which is pretty concerning.
All stations 1123.210. Mas Adi ternyata ulang tahunnya minggu depan. Ya, kita kena prank dong.
Gak apa-apa, anggap aja hari ini.
Iya, gak apa-apa lah, samatin dulu aja.
Better be early than late lah ya.
Yes, Mas.
All station in this frequency. Be advanced. Wrong information.
Masya Allah, suara dari langit itu.
Awalnya nanggung-nanggung gini ya.
Iya mas, di tempatku kadang visibility jadi jelek banget, terus kadang jadi agak improving. Tapi in general tetap IMC sih.
Siap mas, semangat. 1056 on flight level 320, autopilot is connected.
Who said? He's definitely moving further from us now.
Traffic on company frequency ada yang di level 38.000 kaki.
FedEx 1056 on 123210, radio check.
High 5, sir.
Company frequency Indonesia 712 calling Abel Jets.
Go ahead, Mas.
Disregard.
Let's do a waypoint offset, shall we? About like 5 miles to the right. So we're directly just behind that that Saudi Arabian 777. See? Yeah, that's the offset. Yeah, we would have been experiencing wake troubles from the Saudi Arabian aircraft. But
Mas Aldo mau ngindarin awan sampai mana Mas Aldo? Sebisanya lah Mas. Paling maksimum ya 40 nautical miles dari route lah. Ini sih kalau dari aku sekeliling ini semua awan semua ini di atas samudra. Aku sih yang penting bisa naik dulu nih. Sambil nunggu naik ya ngindar-ngindar dulu lah sebisa mungkin. Tapi maksimum paling 40 nautical miles dari inilah, dari plan route.
Sufficient fuel. Company traffic, Able 2502, offsetting our flight plan by 5 miles to the right to avoid traffic ahead of us. Company traffic. Execute. Go back to manage speed. Hopefully that'll give us some space between the Saudi Arabian 777 and us. Unfortunately, the weather outside is not very forgiving at this stage.
Mas Dharma, ada yang tanya tadi kah siapa di flight level 380?
Yes, tadi Mas Dharma ya kayaknya. Mas Lukman di 380 kah?
Firm 380.
IMC Mas?
Apa?
How's the weather up there?
Looking good so far.
Oh, Jar, thank you Mas.
Anytime, Indomaret for life.
There we go. Nautical miles offset should be good. Unfortunately, as I've mentioned earlier, it appears that the cloud cover will be as this thick all the way up to Sri Lanka. Before then we'll get some decent weather after that.
Company Emirates 35.
Emirates 35, company go ahead.
Rupanya dari tadi weather engine yang third party not on. Jadi sekarang level 380 weathernya tak aman.
Copy, Mas Lukman.
Take a look at that flyby view, folks.
Mending hati-hati sama bensinnya nanti ya. Aman Mas, dipantau terus kok. Ini nggak bisa kita offset kiri kanan sama aja, ini lewatin tengah aja. Iya, ini aku nyari yang paling ya intinya nggak lewat apa namanya intiselnya lah.
Intisel.
Nggak ada poketnya di mas, ini semuanya rata ini weathernya, bukan nggak ada apa namanya, nggak ada sel-selan, ini semua rata. Ya aku masih bisa sini lewat minggir dikit. Nggak tahu deh, aktif kayak aku rata semua ini semua. Semangat.
We're going to enter another weather cell there to be. So be it then. This is just like a small clear air pocket, should I say, between the cloud layers. Alright folks, on the other hand, I'll be doing my evening prayer for about 15 to 20 minutes. As usual, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know through the comment section, or the live chat that is. I shall catch you guys shortly.
Masalah tuh company itu the whole way kayaknya weather mas, sayang bensin kalau di zigzag mas, kayaknya terabas dikit-dikit nggak apa-apa sih mas.
Covid mas aman, masih dicek masih lebih kok, kalau dari perkiraan bensinnya tadi ada ekstra.
Warning frekuensi update terkini akan ada top down center sampai ground di Arab sana. Jadi buat yang mau istirahat silakan duluan ya. Thank you.
Mantap jiwa, thank you.
Thank you infonya Mas Dharma.
Company FedEx 1056, current position, I'm going to start to climb to flight level 340.
Alright, welcome back in the flight deck, and it appears that the cloud layer itself has started to subside. Sorry, not subsidize. It's much clearer now, isn't it? And if you heard that in the company frequency a few moments ago, Dharma said that we'll be having a top-down ATC service over Saudi Arabia, all the way through center to ground, which is going to be very interesting. On a side note, also, it appears that it's already pitch black in the city where I live in Indonesia. If you see the weather outside, we've just left the west coast of Sumatra a couple of minutes ago, and it's still broad daylight, which is pretty, significant in terms of time difference. Although Sumatra and Java, they share the same time zone, UTC +7, that is. Or we call it the Western Indonesia time. Fortunately, the chase plane tool here by Barrel 42 does indeed help streamers in terms of adding cinematics, especially during movements where the streamer is away from the keyboard on long-haul flights such as this one. So I'm very grateful for Barrel 42 to develop this such thing that we have preserved for the past 5 years or so. Unfortunately, Asobu hasn't delivered, which that's what it is. But take a look at that shot, folks. Just between the clouds, the aircraft there, mandling in. Just beautiful, isn't it? On the side note, it appears that the Saudi Arabian 777 that flew alongside us a few past 3 hours or so, which was important to us, it has just been off the radar. And off of my TCAS scope as well, or TCAS scope, which I think we can return back to the return back to the original flight plan, so we'll erase the offset now and return back to the original track. There we go. This should have been done by 4 hours ago, hasn't it? We have obviously topped off field to make it to Saudi Arabia. The sun is setting as best we know over the Indian Ocean, although it's already pitch black in where I currently reside. Hope people will get some seeing the cruise over the eastern part of the Indian Ocean, heading straight towards Sri Lanka now. Already within the Colombo FIR. Fortunately, there is no ATC coverage, but again, that's what it is. About 37% through the flight now, according to
inbound go up 141 nautical miles, medium to severe turbulence, IMD, flight level 340, flight level 320.
And there goes Jose, Mas Jose, mentioning about the presence of turbulence and his flight level. Just find us at this stage. He's using active sky, by the way.
Sama-sama, Mas.
Which fortunately we don't. If we do use active sky, then we'll be also facing the aforementioned turbulence as well.
By the way, Mas Santo, suara mikrofonku udah nggak kedengeran ya?
Halo?
Ya, aku aman banget sih.
Oke.
Oke, tadi teman-teman kabarin suaranya kenceng banget. I see.
How long have we been online? 4 hours and 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. The YouTube limit for, the maximum stream length that will be able to be replayed is 12 hours. Which should be once posted when we flew from Amsterdam to Jakarta. We flew for about 14 or 15 hours, can't really recall the exact time there. Fortunately, the latter part of the flight was cut off, but I could have, ended the stream at the 12-hour mark and made it get from that stream, continuing from the 12-hour mark all the way to touchdown. We obviously would have saved the replay for the landing, the Indonesia landing. You're trying not to post that 12-hour mark, so we'll not need to create a new stream, a duplicate stream that is. On the other hand, folks, in case that you have just joined us in this evening's live stream, please don't forget to hit the like button on the left-hand side of the YouTube channel there. Share your thoughts down beneath the live chat and in the comment section as well once this live stream has ended. Share this live stream as well to your friends and colleagues in case that you want to share our adventures together in the wide blue skies. In case you haven't done so, please kindly subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel, free, and hit the bell button just right next to it so that you will not miss any future contents that we will make. It will also greatly help us with the algorithm to grow this YouTube channel even more, which is always a win-win scenario for both of us, both the visual airline itself and the community supporting it, obviously. Because truth to be told, we are a non-profit organization of the NPO, although we have like 3,000 airframes in our inventory, St. Thomas, but still, in reality we are an NPO. On the other hand, talking about NPO, in case that you want to support our operations financially, you can scan the QR code on the left-hand side of the live stream there. It will take you to our social post page where you can donate to our operations and perhaps supporting our staff members as well financially, which will greatly increase their morale. And any sorts of donation will be, or any small, even small kinds of donations are very much appreciated.
Semangat guys, weathernya lumayan rata nih guys.
We are about 20 minutes from Sri Lanka now, the between 20 to 30ish minutes. Fortunately, the weather ahead of us is getting better. If you are using active sky like what Bang Jose is doing, then perhaps it'll be something else. The sun is setting, hopefully, in the next 20 minutes or so, by the looks of it, by the looks of the sun angle and stuff. I'm not an astronomer, I'm not, don't know lots of things about, stars and, you know, solar objects, but just my feeling, my gut feeling tells me that the sun is going to set in like 20 minutes or so. But take a look at that sun angle and the way that the light reflects off the aircraft's fuselage. That's just beautiful, isn't it? And the lighting effects themselves, by the way, in case I haven't told you so, is powered by Rex Atmos. They've recently updated their app, I suppose. Just installed their recent update a few hours ago before the group flight. The app itself greatly enhances the color palette and the, you know, how the sky and the environment surrounding the aircraft looks themselves. The payware app for me, it's worth the money that I invested in it. That Saudi Arabian 777 has clearly not returned, which means we are replacing their position at the quote-unquote slot. Yeah, definitely is not returning, which means we will not need to offset our way again, unless he did indeed. Unless he will, you know, reappear. So. Folks, by the way, if there are some issues with the internet, please, oh sorry, the audio or something, please do let me know, because I'm seeing some stutters here. Apologies. Alright, I think we should be back into normal programming. They've hopefully resolved the audio issues there. Bang Rival Sinaga, berapa jam tuh Bang? Sekitar 10 jam kalau total waktu perjalanannya. Karena kita dari Solo ke Jeddah ya, di Saudi Arabia, cukup jauh, sekitar 7.000 km kurang lebih. Tadi berangkat dari Solo sekitar jam 2 siang waktu Indonesia Barat. Kemungkinan sampai di Jeddah mungkin sekitar jam 12 malam gitu. Masih lama. Ya itulah penerbangan long haul. Sekalian kita ngetes PMDG 777-200ER yang baru rilis beberapa hari lalu. Tapi mungkin kalau teman-teman lihat tadi di awal kita sempat mengalami error ya, WASM crash gitu. Jadi pesawatnya beneran gak bisa digerakin gitu, tombolnya apapun gak bisa diklik, steeringnya, yoke-nya gak bisa digerakin, gak bisa dikendalikan, jadinya harus kita restart. Bismillah, semoga gak terjadi lagi selama perjalanan ini sampai landed, dan hopefully it'll never happen again. This is just infuriating and irritating. And Mas Rival Sinaga, hope you are enjoying this live stream so far. If we are experiencing some drop frames according to OBS, well, YouTube hasn't shouted anything to me, so hopefully that's been rectified already. 10 jam penerbangan mending ditinggal aktivitas dulu kayak ngopi gitu. Bener Mas, emang gak aku ini selama 10 jam terus. Kecapean sendiri nanti adanya. Cuma aku monitor aja, nanti kalau misalnya ada air traffic control nyala, karena kita terbang di VATSIM network ya, jadi ada air traffic control service gitu. Kalau misalnya pas dia on itu nanti kita harus berkomunikasi dengan air traffic control gitu aturannya kalau di VATSIM ya. Tapi sejauh ini tadi ATC service baru hanya sampai lepas dari Sumatera aja, lepas dari Sumatera keluar dari wilayah udara Indonesia, dia belum ada air traffic control service lagi. Mungkin yang teman-teman VATSIM di Sri Lanka juga lagi belum bisa malam ini buat online ya. Tapi infonya nanti ketika kita di atas Saudi Arabia itu akan ada air traffic control service juga, karena udah di booking sama Mas Dharma dan teman-teman dari Indo Aviation Simmers ya. Jadi bismillah, fingers crossed, nanti kita dapat ATC coverage buat landing. Di sisi lain jarang-jarang juga ini bisa long haul, mengingat perlu mengorbankan waktu yang cukup banyak ya, cari waktu yang pas gak ada kerjaan seperti itu untuk dialokasikan di penerbangan jarak jauh gini. Cari waktunya yang susah. Untungnya besok long weekend, jadinya kerjaan juga untungnya di sisi lain udah selesai juga buat hari ini setidaknya, jadinya kita bisa long haul untuk malam ini. Mataharinya udah mau terbenam juga ini di sisi lain. udah mulai redup-redup gitu ininya, lightingnya gitu. On the other hand, folks, the eastern coast of Sri Lanka should be appearing in our sights in a few moments from now. Once we are close enough towards the island. About 40% through our flight this evening, ladies and gentlemen. And we are about 2,700 nautical miles away from Jeddah.
Company, aku dinner sebentar ya guys.
Let's see, how far are we from our second climb? About 128 miles per run. There we go. We'll arm our next altitude there. Oh, we've ran out of center fuel pumps, so we'll power those two down. And we are running on the center tanks now. Steady by for flight level 380. There goes the sun setting, and the mainland, the eastern coast of Sri Lanka, you can see. Through the binoculars, the feature of the Parallel 42 chase planes software. Lower down the brightness of the screens a bit, considering that the sun will set momentarily, so we'll not, have our eyes sore or something like that. Go. Okay, looks much better now. The fuel at Jeddah will be about 21 tons of fuel remaining there. Funnily enough, it's recommending for us to stay at the level 360 instead of step climbing to level 380, the FMC that is. Pretty interesting. Bang Rival, gue flight dari WARR ke WIPP aja gak sabar nunggunya. Ya itulah Mas Rival realita main simulator. Jadi pas masih di darat sama bis take off tuh seru. Kan banyak mainnya, begitu cruise di atas bosen. Orang terbang lurus doang, otomatis lagi pakai autopilot. Nanti seru lagi waktu udah mau landing. Realitanya gak cuma flight simulator sih, pesawat asli pun saya rasa seperti itu juga. Pressure-nya tuh kan waktu masih di darat sama take off itu begitu udah airborne, udah climb itu udah enak, udah apa ya, bosen. Apalagi long haul kayak gini nih. Rame loh Mas Rival, tapi ini ada sekitar 18 atau 19 traffic yang ikut. Tadi di VATSIM sampai Bandara Soekarno-Hatta itu bandara paling ramai kedua di dunia. Secara jumlah traffic yang departure dari bandara tersebut. Walaupun kita take off-nya dari Adi Sumarmo tadi ya, dari Solo kita, biar gak bosen dari Jakarta mulu terbangnya. About 80 miles run from our designated second climb point. But we'll see what will the FMC recommend in terms of our recommended altitude, cruising altitude. And we will be experiencing some pretty strong headwinds on descent there, about 54 knots. Strong headwinds it appears to be. Just like in the previous flight to Jeddah 2 or 3 months ago. Take a look at that, folks. What a beautiful view, isn't it? There we go. A view right off the right wing with the right hand side engine as well. Sorry folks, someone is calling me. Be right back in a few moments. Alright folks, we are back. And I presume we should have reached our second climb point. About 20 miles per run. Alright, it's now recommending between flight level 360 and 380. Shall see. We are flying above mainland Sri Lanka now. And we'll be heading towards the southern tip of India. Right, the FMC is now recommending to climb to flight level 380 there. Sure that we are transmitting in Unicom. Colombo traffic, Abel 5925, now start climbing flight level 360 into flight level 380 by waypoint L gas. Colombo traffic. Two miles run. Audio check, audio check. Alright, it says now. We'll be pushing this button, the altitude intervene button. And let the aircraft climb. The next step climb is about 1,600 miles from our current position, which I presume will be over the Arabian Peninsula, that is. There goes the sunset. $1,000 to go. Take a look at that sunset, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful. Just stunning. Leveling off now at the level 380. Finally enough, Jeddah Ground is now online, although we are still like thousands of nautical miles away. Take a look at that view. Beautiful puffy clouds beneath us. Take a look at that, folks. There are really lots of people in this particular crew flight, folks. Dozens of them trying to lock their names here. Just pretty insane. Alright folks, on the other hand, I'll be leaving the flight deck for a few moments to eat my actual dinner. As usual folks, if there's anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know through the live chat down beneath, and I shall see you guys in a few moments. Enjoy the sunset.
All stations company.
Company, go ahead, FedEx.
Malay control is on.
FedEx 1056 is away from that airspace now. Mobile Control, Emirates 247, all your frequencies, and Sankapur 380. Last station calling, you're still on company.
Salah kamar, Mas. Ya, sama kita masuk airspace-nya Malay ya, guys.
Affirm.
Okay, thank you, Mas.
But if I look at VATSPy, we don't enter.
Kita nggak lewat ya, berarti ya. We don't enter the airspace.
Tapi di VATSIM radar masuk.
Oh ya? Oh, oke. Thank you, Mas.
Ya nggak apa-apa, kena kontak me atau enggak aja.
Covid.
Oh, itu edisinya nggak balas ya kayaknya.
Track audionya itu belum set up ya.
Lampu padam maybe, Mas.
Udah makan kah semuanya?
Baru selesai, Mas Lukman.
Makan apa?
Bubur, porridge.
Ya.
support ya. Salah kamar mas.
company frequency Indonesia 712.
Go ahead, Mas Gap.
Okay, I'm back in the cockpit.
Mantap, Mas. Guys, company ada yang pakai Airways 5883 nggak, guys?
Not for me, but... Apa tuh, Mas?
Kalian ada yang lewat Airways 5883 nggak? Di Saudinya?
Aku nggak ada sih, Mas.
Aku pakai
Harus lewat, Mas. Yang pakai 5883 biar nggak usah turun. Kalau mau kita direct dari waypoint situ langsung direct to Datuf karena itu low airways, Mas. 5883.
Sorry, dari mana, Mas? Oh, ini aku ada nih ternyata 5883.
Dari mana, Mas Aldo?
Dari waypoint situ langsung direct ke Datuf aja. Kalau nggak ada ATC. Karena kalau kita ikutin airways itu low airways, Mas, 5883, nanti kita turun ke 28.000.
Oke, dari Sitol ke Datuf langsung ya berarti ya?
Oke, tapi simple secondary aja ya, takutnya nanti ada ATC.
Datuf ya?
Kopi, Mas.
Correct, Sitol to Datuf.
Ya.
Tadi Sitol kemana, Mas? Dari Sitol direct Datuf, Mas. Oh, beda jalur. Siap.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm now back in the flight deck after dinner. And what a lovely sunset it is, Mr. B, outside of the aircraft. And we are currently still over the Indian Ocean, but we've just left the the western coastlines of India. You should be heading towards the Arabian Sea momentarily. What a lovely sunset here to be outside as well. I hope that nothing weird happened throughout the journey or throughout the time where I left you folks. Perhaps it was like an hour or so. We have been streaming for at least 6 hours and 48 minutes and running, ladies and gentlemen. That is mostly thanks to the VATSIM error that we had earlier during the stream, which required us to restart the flight just after takeoff. Unfortunately, it happened just right after takeoff, not during cruise like this, otherwise it would be very, very painful. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, Lalu is joining us this evening. He's just departed out of Karachi and he'll be joining the group flight momentarily. But take a look at that sunset, that's just beautiful, isn't it? We'll also cross-check with Erica regarding the situation in the cabin. Hopefully things are just fine there. Hi Erica, I just want to ask you regarding the situation in the cabin. Are things going on well?
Everything is going smoothly in the cabin, the passengers are comfortable, and we're continuing with our service as planned. Let us know if you need anything else.
Roger that, thank you Erica.
You're welcome, Captain Faza. If there's anything else you need, just let me know.
Info all traffic on company sequence, info dari ATC Arab. Ini dia advice-nya adalah avoid directing and sim rate as possible as you can. This could potentially ruin the center sequence. Jadi jika ada yang pakai sim rate, tolong jangan dipakai dulu.
Oke, thank you mas.
Ronald.
Mas boleh tolong relay mas?
Sorry, your ATC is coming on momentarily.
Advice dari ATC yang akan bertugas nanti, dia meng-advise jangan direct dulu dan jangan pakai sim rate. Jadi untuk sementara yang aku tangkap kita nggak bisa direct dulu after shuttle untuk ke Datu.
Oke siap mas, maksudku boleh ditolong relay nggak mas? Maksudnya kirim pesan ke mereka boleh nggak kalau kita satu grup semua? Karena lewat 5833 itu low airways, kita jadi dari shuttle direct Datu supaya nggak turun. Tapi kalau mereka lebih prefer kita stay nggak apa-apa sih, nanti kita 5883 juga nggak apa-apa.
Roger mas, mohon tunggu sebentar.
Thank you ya mas, makasih banyak.
Mas Aldo, company ini Indonesia 712. Kalau di FMC ku sih dia nggak step descent sih mas, dia maintain 360 sih.
Di aku juga maintain sih, cuman atau kayaknya aturannya deh. Soalnya di SimBrief coba cek deh, SimBriefnya Mas Geski turun nggak?
Ever mas, di SimBrief turun 280.
Kayaknya sih memang itu low error sih, sebentar coba aku checklist sebentar ya.
Cek.
Sun is just set there. Fortunately, we are still being pushed by the tailwinds. got 850 nautical miles from the next step climb. Hopefully the winds won't be as strong as it was, as they were.
Kayaknya emang wajib turun deh. Aku beda jalur aja turun harus.
Gimana mas? Kayaknya kita kejauhan deh. Apa wajib turun?
Iya, aku yang beda jalur aja harus tetap turun.
Oke, COVID mas. Thank you mas infonya.
Take a look at that sunset, folks. Getting dark outside, obviously. And I don't think the cinematic camera would be any good now, starting from this current position. Yeah, that'll be our view for the next couple of hours. That one as well. I'll just use this one, I presume. There we go. Almost 7 hours into the stream now, ladies and gentlemen. We are approximately 60% through our journey this evening. About 1,788 nautical miles run.
Oke,
Oke, ini saya sudah infokan ke ATC-nya, mungkin belum dibalas. Mungkin kita set timer aja 5-10 menit nggak ada balasan, berarti kita tetap diminta ikuti mandatori termasuk desainnya teman-teman gitu ya. Oke,
di copy begitu Pak. 8 monitor.
Monitor motor. Wut wut. Hihi.
And we've just switched the background music there from the Southeast Asian theme song to the Middle Eastern one. Middle East and North Africa. The MENA ones.
Company izin pinjam jalur Mas Aldo, udah aku WA begitu ganti.
Oke, siap Mas, thank you Mas. Lanjut, thank you ya Mas Gas.
Kopi Mas itu bisa dipanggil ke rumah Mas Aman jadi.
Siap, aku usahain besok deh nih.
BTW Marciano lagi di Bekasi juga Mas, kayaknya ada next meet up lagi nih kayaknya.
Boleh. Mas Gas keluar Bekasi hari apa?
Hari Selasa paling Mas.
Oke, sip. Nanti diatur sebelum itu kalau bisa deh.
Got 27th traffic coming into Jeddah, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty darn insane. 7 hours into the stream now, ladies and gentlemen. We are officially over the Arabian Sea now. Although the majority of the group flight, it appears that we are taking route through Oman. But since we departed out of Addis Sumarmo, our routing will take us above Yemen, which hopefully nothing bad will happen to us, considering that it's not one of the most peaceful countries in the Middle East at the time that this live stream is being conducted. I mean, just a few days ago, the airport in Sana'a was, you know, bombed by you definitely who. We are about 1,700 nautical miles away from Jeddah on the western coast of the Arabian Peninsula. Just on the coastline of the Red Sea, if I'm not mistaken. And according to the weather report by Jose a few hours ago, I still remember he said that the winds will change from tailwind into headwind once we approach the coast of Oman and Yemen, which, you know, will quite obviously slow us down in our tracks, but hopefully the headwinds will not be as strong as they were last time we flew to Saudi Arabia, to Jeddah, during the Fly Buburit series during the month of Ramadan. I still fondly remember that we faced 70 knots headwinds, which added our airtime to almost up an hour, which was quite mental.
for the Emirates 35 now passing level, correction, passing Nipwood, climbing level 400.
company reading you 2x5 probably because of distance.
Indonesia 30 juga read you 2x5 static, maybe distance ya guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that we've got Oman radar online.
Ada apa guys?
Oman radar is going.
Oh, thank you, Kobit. Roger, warung buka.
Info warung buka, warung buka.
Wayahe, wayahe.
Wayahe, wayahe. We've got Oman sensor coming on online, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I don't know if we'll be entering the Oman airspace, considering that will be heading over Yemen, heading towards Yemen. You'll be just crossing the Muscat VOR slightly.
Kabin traffic untuk yang mengikuti jalur airway yang sekarang lagi banyak yang pakai ini, nanti entry pointnya itu di waypoint Kitau ya, untuk ke airspace Oman. Jadi mungkin 20 atau 15 on the command untuk Kitau baru sampai.
Roger, thank you so much mas.
Itu untuk airway Papa 570.
Okay, Kobit, thank you.
We've got Oman sensor coming online, ladies and gentlemen. Muscat control.
Can someone relay the message? I cannot hear too far.
Muscat itu nanti kayaknya mau masuk ke Muscat itu di sekitar Kitau mas. Muscat company.
Roger di copy, contact before kita begitu. Demikian. Papa 6 monitor.
Mantap.
Yeah, folks, I don't really think that will be contacted by Muscat control, considering that will be just crossing over slightly before heading into Yemen and into Saudi Arabia. Hi Erica, could you please bring some cranks to the flight deck? Thank you.
Hi Captain Faza, I'll bring some snacks to the flight deck shortly. Thank you for letting me know.
Alright, thank you so much. 3/4 way done, ladies and gentlemen.
You're welcome, Captain Faza. If there's anything else you need, just let me know.
How are things going on in the cabin?
Hello, Captain Faza. Everything is going well. The passengers are comfortable, and we're continuing with our service as planned. Let us know if you need anything else.
Alright then. about 500 miles run from our next step climb. The sun is almost completely gone over the horizon there, folks. Fortunately, our cruising speed in the 777-200ER is still slower than the Earth's rotation speed. Which explains why the sun is already set. Unless if you are flying a Concorde, that'll be another different story, I suppose. There goes our second climb. Seven hours and 40 minutes into the stream on the other hand. We are about 70% through our journey, around 1,400 nautical miles to run before we arrive in Jeddah. There are oh my goodness me, 30 arrivals into Jeddah this evening, ladies and gentlemen. That's just mental. The majority of them flying from Indonesia. Yeah, we'll just leave the camera here for a while. The view is pretty nice from this position, from the drum seat of the 777-200ER. You gotta be careful though not to accidentally hit the fuel cutoff switches, which could be disastrous to say the least. Yeah, the headwinds are very strong. People are slowing down up to around 470 knots even. Ooh. That's pretty concerning. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, in case that you have just joined us this evening, please don't forget to like the live stream, share your thoughts down beneath in the live chat and the comment section as well once this live stream has ended. Share this live stream with your friends and colleagues in case that you want to share our adventures together. In case that you also haven't done so, please kindly subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel. In that way you will greatly help us with the YouTube algorithm to further grow this channel which should be a win-win situation for both the channel itself, the official airline, and the community that is supporting it. Also, don't forget to hit the bell button just next to the subscribe button so you will not miss any future content that we will make in the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel. On the other hand, in case that you want to support our operations financially, you can head over to our social bus page at socialbus.com/Abel Jets Group, or alternatively you can scan the QR code that is provided on the left hand side of the screen, which will also take you into our social bus page. And any kinds of donation, or even the smallest ones, are very much appreciated. On the other hand, folks, it appears that the controller at Muscat Control is within our radio range now. Which is a good sign that we are approaching the eastern coast of the Arabian Peninsula, just over the Arabian Sea now. Oh no. What was that? Oh no, no. V-pilot has just crashed. Folks, in case that we are experiencing some issues, please do let me know through the comment section through the live chat there. Fingers crossed nothing bad will happen. Oh no. Please God, no, not now. Hopefully we are back online now. Just experienced some issues with V-pilot there, fortunately. Company traffic, Abel 59025, request radio check.
Trend 5.
Siap, thank you mas.
541.
Break, yang AFK, jeda online juga.
Oh iya kah?
Ya.
Jeda control is now online.
Jeda control.
Roger, thanks for the heads up. Jeda control is now online, ladies and gentlemen. Why is it there? Go away. Jeddah control is now online, ladies and gentlemen. They've got ATC service for our arrival into Jeddah this evening.
Company guys, kita jadi sepisan kah?
Go ahead, Musa.
We've got Muscat Control and Jeddah Control online, ladies and gentlemen. Courtesy of Mas Dharma there for booking the ATC slots, oh sorry, booking the ATC service. Alright folks, usually runway 34 right and 34 left are used for arrival into King Abdulaziz Airport, which is the one that we've planned. Can't even remember what are the differences between the Romeo and the Yankee and Zulu approaches. There we go. Hey, what? 34 right? No, it's either 34 center or 34 left.
Control, hello. This is Indonesia 1, Russian 31338.
Salah komas.
Okay.
There we go, looks fair now, isn't it? We're still somewhere around here. Near Mecca, somewhere around here. Should be crossing towards the sonar control momentarily. Current speed is now indicating 499 knots, that must be from the headwinds. Eight hours into the stream already. 4 hours to run from the maximum stream length.
Company frequency Indonesia 712 relay from Dharma Tatya, relaying from ATC Jeddah, pakai taxi route, jadi nanti di groundnya official taxi route, standard taxi route.
Standard taxi routes. Oh, there we go. Oh, 3-4 just not being used for rifles, isn't it? Only 3-4 right and 3-4 lefts. Company calling, kalau dilihat di Navigraph nggak ada taxi route untuk runway 34 center ya. Berarti kemungkinan landingnya cuma di 34 left dan 34 right ya.
Aku sementara pakai 34 right sih untuk arrival, atau lihat nanti.
Siap mas. Full left. Vacate when we play Bravo 3. Play Bravo. Where is Bravo 5 Bravo? Oh, it should be that one. Should be this one. Oh. That one. Where is Bravo 5 Bravo? Yeah, these are the speed restrictions that we've discussed once. Where is Bravo 5 Bravo? Ruffle standard taxi routes. Ah, there we go. Alright, looks good. So, in case that we are arriving probably 3-4 left with in the previous two live streams we have been vectored to land at 3-4 left. The routing will be Bravo 5, then to Delta, left into Sierra, then into Echo, and into the apron. In case we are taking the other runway, runway 34 right that is, the routing will be, she's green, yeah there we go, contrasting enough. We are taking Mike 7. Going to Romeo. No, this one's incorrect, isn't it? Go that way and into the apron like that. Indonesian Hajj pilgrims, they are usually designated, the planes that are usually carry them, they are usually taxied into apron 6. No, somehow I still can't understand this particular chart. Pretty confusing, to be honest. Bravo 5. I can't seem to find the dashed lines for the taxi routing. See? If you happen to be able to find those, folks, please do let me know. Except for these ones. Yeah, there we go, Bravo 5 for Alpha. Alright, clear enough. Right, makes sense. Yeah, if we are taking Bravo 5 Alpha, the dashed magenta lines, we are expected to taxi towards Charlie, then hold short of Delta 3 Whiskey, then contact the ground control. Clear enough for me. About 2 hours and 20 minutes from arrival. According to VATSIM radar, but that doesn't account for the headwinds that we might face on approach or on our arrival. Fortunately, there is yet to be any ATCOs on Jeddah, and that's okay. Around 3/4 way done, according to Fly Life Studios. That is around 1,100 nautical miles to run for this evening shooting.
Indonesia 3133, Muscat control.
Yeah, you must be transmitting on the company frequency instead. Approaching the western coast of Oman now, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, eastern coast of Oman. 8 hours into the stream already.
station calling line inter transmitting on 123.210 reading you 4x5.
Last station Indonesia 7319 KJY3.
Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that we also got Jeddah Tower coming online as well. So we've got ground tower and center full coverage minus the radar surface. The approach or departure. Eight and a half hours into the stream already, folks. Hopefully we will not bust through the 12-hour stream replay limit. Fingers crossed on that. Let's see. Yep, probably 3-4 is active. Yep, only 3-4 left and 3-4 right for arrival. Company calling, mau share info kalau di Jeddah seperti yang aku bilang tadi, ternyata hanya runway 34 left dan 34 right yang available untuk arrival. Runway 34 center not available.
Bukannya Jeddah memang 34 left sama 34 right untuk arrival.
Tadi coba nge-notice lewat Navigraph aja sih mas, soalnya di Navigraph nggak ada taxi chart arrival ya untuk 34 center gitu. Kurang tahu ya kalau yang aslinya gimana juga. should be transiting through the Oman airspace, but just for a few dozen miles before transiting again into the Yemeni airspace. Yep, the other traffic in this particular group line, which take the other routing from, which take the northerly routing, the northerly airways, they are significantly slowed down, ladies and gentlemen, with ground speeds averaging about 470-ish knots. Which is quite concerning. Considering that we are 8 hours and 32 minutes into stream. Hopefully will not be held during our descent at landing through the overall arrival process. Let's play safe, folks. Let's prepare for 3-4 left instead. Move him to Lima, then it'll be, I presume. Now let's 3-4 left.
Public traffic gimana? Aman-aman semua guys?
Aman, terkendali, adem ayem.
Sedap. Sudah ada info kah yang Jeddah boleh direct atau enggak? Kalau enggak aku balikin lagi nih ke original flight plan.
Yep, we are also significantly slowing down again.
Nggak ada tidak boleh direct mas. Jadi follow yang ada aja termasuk ini ya, maintain flight level.
We are cruising at about 490 knots only. And there goes the eastern coast of the Arabian Peninsula, ladies and gentlemen. Reaching our second climb there. About 20 miles to go. Let's see, folks, how are the wind conditions there? Funnily enough, the winds are very strong at the near our top of the sand, which I don't think will justify ourselves to climb. Yeah, 59 knots of headwind there will be quite concerning. Now we'll just stay at level 380. The winds are lower there. Just use auto brake 1 in case that we are taking runway 31 left due to its length. (1749 Zulu ETA). That'll be like 1 AM. goes to controller. 128, that's for the 150. Sorry, 128,150. Mid-far.
Jet Control, Qatari 106, request to be copied 2 minutes for toilet break.
Approved, report back.
Muscat Control, good evening, Abel 5925 at level 380 eastbound waypoint, mid-far squawking 6263.
Abel 5925, Muscat, hello, identified, flight level 380.
Here we go. Still let it go. Next frequency is Jeddah Control. On 1, 2. Fix decimal 5, that'll be.
Muscat Control, very good
Because
evening,
the
Indonesia
coast
Heavy, we are at regular airspace of flight level 380, inbound Vital in
southeastern coastline of Yemen.
Indonesia 930,
No, that's Oscar Sierra Alpha.
65.
And that we are still over Oman, did we submit?
65, Indonesia 930.
That's the city of Salalah in Oman. Just ahead of us.
Identified, flight level 380, report TASCO estimate.
Sorry, it was blocked again for Indonesia 930.
Indonesia 930, identified, flight level 380, report TASCO estimate.
Estimate TASCO is 1554, Indonesia 930.
Roger.
Enter 5008, ready for pushback at startup.
6 knots.
Enter 5008, push and sail approved, face west, Salalah QNH 1008.
Pushback at startup approved, tracing west, enter 5008.
Speedbird 257, radar surface terminated, squawk 2000, monitor advisory 1228, bye-bye.
1228 and squawk 2000, get 257, bye.
Turkish 057, call UAE 132.150, bye.
13215, Turkish 057, thank you, have a good night.
Control today, Copenhagen, underscore 7.
Synchronize the
Muscat, hello, squawk 472.
heading selector at the current track. As usual.
Squawk 472.
Boeing things.
Muscat Control, hello, very good evening, Indonesia 9082 with CFR level 340 over waypoint Vital.
Indonesia 9082, Muscat Control, hello, squawk 4744.
Squawking 4744, Indonesia 982.
Qatari 947 identified, flight level 360, route direct India Zulu Kilo.
Route direct India Zulu Kilo, Qatari.
6 knots of headwind there. Fingers crossed it will not turn into something huge.
Identified, flight level 340.
Flying overhead Sanana now, Salalah now.
Check.
Control, Brooklyn 122X, request leaving cockpit for 3 minutes.
Approved, report back.
80% for our flight box, 7 out of 8.
Qatar 106, roger.
Company mau tanya dong, untuk approach-nya, transition-nya itu itomat atau lock kan?
What did he say?
Seabird 8023, route direct Itan.
Station calling on company, aku standby pakai 3 for left dulu. Soalnya biasanya Hajj flight 3 for left, cuman kalau 3 for right itu
Indonesia 712, call Jeddah 126.5, bye bye.
Jeddah 126.5, Indonesia 712, thank you, day.
Almost there, folks. Persistence is the key in flying long haul routes such as this one.
I'm also controlled with the Saudi 961. Are you taking care?
Affirm, we're controlling top down Muscat.
That is Saudi 961.
That's on 434 left for this moment.
We have information Bravo and we are 785.
VMM 2 Lima, wasn't it?
Saudi 961, you're cleared to Riyadh. Murma 1 November departure, runway 08 left. Initial climb will be 10,000 feet, sorry, 3,000 feet, and squawk 4057.
Good to advise Murma 1 November departure. Initial climb 3,000.
18 July. I'll be like 1 AM.
Saudi 961, read back correct, just confirm, squawk 4057.
4057 for squawk, Saudi 961.
Saudi 961, back correct, QNH in Muscat 1005, report ready for push.
Communication, good up 1008, minimum should be
Enter 5008, ready for taxi.
Enter 5008, taxi via Charlie, holding point Delta 1, runway 07.
216.
Charlie on 240,
at that default we could 256.
Enter 5008.
$216, wasn't it? It'll be 256.
Musa control, 312X, back to cockpit.
Okay,
128, roger.
256, cross check, left and right hand side. Nope. Clear that ECAS warning. Not ECA memo. We're not flying an Airbus. $480 knots of ground speed now, 10 knots of headwind unfortunately, 9 knots. 12 knots of headwind now, folks. You know, something I'd like to see for a subfinch. That's just how it works in the Middle East. How the weather works.
60, call Jeddah control 126.5. Bye bye.
Contact Jeddah control 126.5 Indonesia 960 goodbye.
Market control, hello again, this is Indonesia 122 with you, still flight level 360.
Indonesia 122, hello again, identified, flight level 360.
Jeddah radar is now online. Oh, Jeddah approach, that is. Ah, I know this guy. Lots of ATC and traffic this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Quite insane.
Enter 5008, ready for departure.
Enter 5008, winds at Salala 17 degrees 4 knots, variable from 130 to 20 degrees, runway 07, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 07, enter 5008.
Let's see if we'll be headed over to Jeddah Control or Unicom, considering that Yemen ACC is offline. We've got full top-down ATC control, ATC service in Jeddah, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Jeddah Control online, Jeddah Approach online, Jeddah Tower online, and Jeddah Ground online.
Charlie 961, push and stand approved, face east, QNH 1005.
That'll be very interesting. But we've flown here twice before this one, so the airport's not necessarily that unfamiliar again for us. Sorry for the taxi routing.
All Emirates 317, good evening, sir.
800 miles per run.
Emirates 317 Muscat, hello, identified, flight level 360, continue. Air India 2209 Muscat, hello, identified, flight level 380.
You alternate slings.
35, call Jeddah 126.5, bye bye.
Jeddah 126.5, ciao.
Enter 5008, airborne.
Enter 5008 identified. Continue climb 10,000 feet. I'll call you back.
Continue climb 10,000 feet. Enter 5008.
Able 5925, monitor advisory 1228. Bye bye.
Monitoring advisory for 122.8 for Abel 52902. Thank you very much for the service. Have a great one.
Bye bye.
Fatigue, folks. I can't even remember our flight number. It's quite, you know, inconvenient, to say the least, when the flight number is longer than 3 digits. Abel 5925. Abel 5925. That's our call sign. Clear eyes on 1265. There we go. Oh no. That's V-pilot, come on. Hopefully folks can see something out of the right wing there. Just increase the brightness of your screen so hopefully you can see the city and the desert beneath. What's the approach name again? VMM to Lima Dolby. Man, I was into the stream already, folks. That's pretty insane. 9 hours, folks, 9 hours. Fingers crossed will not go through the 12-hour stream replay limit, as I've mentioned earlier. Last time we flew to Jeddah, the stream duration was like 11 hours and 52 minutes, which was almost at the border, which was quite literally at the borderline of, you know, the replay being lost, or the arrival replay being lost. about 86% through our journey this evening, ladies and gentlemen. We should be transiting to the Jeddah control airspace, or the aka the Kingdom of Saudi Arabian airspace. We have been live for like 9 hours and 20 minutes now. Goodness me. Oh Lord, many people are heading towards Jeddah this evening, not just from our group flight but other group flights from Riyadh, it appears to be. It's just insane.
Company, how do you read me? Expect 34 left ya.
34 left, copy.
maksudnya. Bisa aja request naik 3 berapa closingnya. Lupa dia trafficnya banyak banget itu.
Everyone's coming through the VMM arrivals. It's pretty insane. On the side note, how many parking stands are available at the apron 6 at the Hajj terminals? I don't think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 wide body stands. These are for narrow bodies, right? You've got 10 there. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Yeah, 30 wide body aircraft, give or take. Apron 7 or apron 6 will do. Should be transiting into Jeddah controls airspace momentarily. Around 650 nautical miles to run.
Betul banget, Pak. Versi traffic inbound, bro.
Itu. Oops. Wrong frequency.
Ini di belakang gua dari Jakarta juga nih dia. Dari Indo.
Trafiknya banyak yang nyusul dari ini ya, Riyadh ya sepertinya ya.
Iya mas, ada tambahan nih batch berikutnya dari Riyadh, mantap. Izin join mas, dari Riyadh.
Mantap, safe flight mas.
Safe flight. Ini total aku catat udah 34 loh, guys.
Kalau kata VATSIM radar ada 33 pesawat yang mau approach ke Jeddah ini, luar biasa.
Covid mas Maza, semangat.
Hi Erica, just want to let you know that we will be starting our initial descent to Jeddah in about an hour from now. Thank you. Looks looking good.
Thank you for the update, Captain Fazar. I'll make sure the cabin is prepared for our descent into Jeddah when the time comes. Let me know if there's anything else you need.
You girls. .304 is now the current track, we'll synchronize that. 11 knots of headwind turning into crosswind then, that gives our arrival already.
Anyone can hear me?
555 mas.
Ini pada pakai apa nih? VMM Moncar, VMM 25 semua nih kayaknya nih.
Sepertinya begitu mas, kayaknya 3-4 lap semua juga soalnya.
Iya, soalnya pada Haji flight kayaknya.
Ini tapi yang salah satu member terdepan yang paling depan di grup flight ini, dia udah di set ininya si startnya VMM 2 November ILS 34 right. Dia disuruh di 34 right.
Oke, thank you mas. Kayaknya ini deh, senternya ngelihat beda ini kali maskapai Indonesia dikasih 34 left semua.
Oh iya, bisa jadi ya. My goodness gracious. So in real life, it is these sorts of low-haul flights shouldn't be flown by a single pilot. Transiting into the Saudi Arabian airspace. Who, on the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, it appears that Thomas is also flying an Abel Jets aircraft, obviously, for he's not flying in Saudi Arabia. He's flying from Taipei to Bali as Abel 384 Hotel. It's no, he's just filed the flight plan, but he hasn't spawned yet, and we'll link to it later on. Richard Control should be contacting us anytime now. Almost there, folks. We can do this. 88% throughout journey this evening, according to Fly Live Studios. We are almost there.
Ayo, semangat, semangat.
Semangat, guys. Dikit lagi, guys.
Semangat, semangat.
ATCOs delay, RETA. Let's change a bit. Doesn't change a bit. 8 hours into the flight there. And 9.5 hours to stream. Halo lagi Mas Rival, udah ditunggu sampai jam 12 nih, belum sampai di Jeddah kah? Belum Mas, ini baru masuk airspace-nya Saudi Arabia nih Mas, ntar lagi di kontak kita sama ATC. Kita lagi dapat headwind sayangnya, jadinya pesawatnya lebih lambat terbang ya. ETA sekitar jam 1 pagi Mas nanti Mas. Dan itu mengingat kita di depan grup flight Mas, itu coba lihat teman-teman yang di belakang atau mungkin jam 2 atau jam 3 baru landing. Kasian banget. Ada 33 ini Mas, arrivals di Jeddah ini, kalau kata datanya VATSIM Radar yang ikut grup flight ini ada 33 yang ke Jeddah semua. Luar biasa. Laps 25 sounds interesting there.
Company guys, parking stand tab nomor berapa ya?
Mas Jeff nanya parking stand kan?
Mas, parking stand tab berapa? Nomor berapa ya Mas?
Standby. Apron 6.
9 Bravo.
Parking stand di stand dash 9 Bravo Mas.
Stand dash 9 Bravo, copy, thank you Mas.
Sami.
Dari shocked folks. Kasihan yang baru landing ya, sampai kemarin subuh dari Jakarta. Ya itu dia, sampai mau subuh itu tar. Oke, kita dikontak sama Jeddah Center deh. Let's go guys.
Honor SMS, is it
Okay
to
ATC
descend by the Civis 1 Foxtrot, star approach?
Civis 263 unable, turn left heading to, question, 140 degrees, expect red vector design at 33 left, expected 8.
Turn heading 140 degrees, expect vectors approach for speed route 260, thank you.
Saudi 69 Alpha, descent 10,000 feet.
Folks, here we go.
1012 to 1076 for this
Saudi 69 Alpha, turn left heading 0, question 200 degrees.
200 degrees, this left.
Line out 250, direct control.
Go ahead, line out 250.
Line out 250, I need you with me, it's quite busy. Cleared Jeddah, MM2 November arrival.
Clear to Jeddah, MM2 November arrival. Line out 250.
Jeddah Control, good evening, Abel 525 at flight level 380 inbound waypoint Daflow, squawking 6263.
Lock. Lock.
Lock.
1043, the wind's calm, runway 33 right, clear for takeoff.
That's a lot of people.
Jet 5925, Jeddah Control, hello, reset transponder, that's squawk 3006.
Recycling squawk to 3006 for Abel 525.
Dary 148, a short area my space radar 77, I did monitor to get a call, want to do that flight.
Okay,
Dary 8270, descent 5,000 feet, speed 190 knots.
5000 speed 100 Saudi itu.
Dary 19 Papa, turn right track direct position, Romeo Kilo 420.
Yang paling belakang expect long delay sih Mas Andi Irsyad. Iya Mas, luar biasa tuh Mas, kasihan banget itu. Ada alasan tadi kita mulainya jam 2 siang Mas, biar depan ya kita dapat rombongan depan gitu.
Romeo Kilo 420.
Stres itu yang di belakang, kasihan banget. Mas Rival, semangat Mas, thank you very much Mas. Hope you are enjoying this live stream so far.
Viva 263, confirm your descending flight level 150.
Sekitar 1 jam lagi menuju arrival.
263 descending to 150.
Sorry, 6 Nana Alpha, continue descent 5,000 feet.
Alternately, we'll just clear that. Well, actually, we could track those.
250 knots, extending 1,000 feet, 6 Nana Alpha.
Good.
Sorry, 827. Report your indicator ST.
Current indicator Dary speed 220 and slowing down.
Sorry, 827 copy, continue descent 4,500 feet.
We're almost there, folks. We're almost there.
Confirm 4,500. Sorry, 8278.
Ditinggal kemana aja tadi Mas? Macam-macam Mas, ada makan, ada rebahan, ada... Tadi aku sampai sempat masak Mas di belakang Mas tadi. Di dapur aku sampai sempat masak buat keluarga, luar biasa.
Qatari 1173.
Sempat makan bareng juga tadi di belakang. Untungnya pas nggak ada air traffic control, tapi begitu di Jeddah udah nggak bisa ini, harus dipantengin terus.
But call me overhead position Narni, please.
Call the overhead position Narni, Qatari 1173.
Delta Control, Assalamualaikum, Saudi 1045. Holding 1 Golf 1 ready for departure on 335.
Untung nggak tidur. Tadi bisa ditinggal tidur sebenarnya waktu di atas India sama Sri Lanka karena nggak ada ATC. Tapi begitu masuk ke daerah Semenanjung Arab itu udah mulai ATC-nya aktif. Nggak bisa ditinggal. Next frequency is tower on 118.2.
And Delta Control, 7 bounded for
Blocked.
Blocked. Sorry, 69 Alpha, speed 230 knots.
Speed 230 knots, Saudi 6 Alpha.
Here we go.
557, back on cockpit. Sorry, 557, welcome back. Sorry, 827, turn right heading 250 degrees, base leg.
Right 250 base leg, Saudi 827.
Saudi 551, when ready, descent flight level 200 level Venom.
When ready, descent level 200, Saudi 551.
Saudi 551, I need you to be level 200 by Venom.
Level 200
Saudi 551.
Qatari 19 Papa, speed 210 knots.
Speed 210 knots, Qatari 19 Papa.
Sorry, 1045, the wind calm, runway 33 right, clear break off.
Give us take off runway 33 right, Saudi 10 Papa.
Sorry, 827, turn right heading 310 degrees, descent 3000, clear Dallas approach, runway 341, report established.
People are being factored into runway 34 right, it appears to be.
Descent 3000, clear fire, left 34 Saudi 827.
We'll request for 34 left if possible.
Lead jet 5925, jet control.
Kuwait for Abel 5925.
Lead jet 5925, expect reroute. I need you to enter the Jeddah TMA via VATSIM.
Can you please send the new routing via chat, please?
Lead jet 5925, A-frame, we'll send it via chat. Stand by 5 minutes.
Roger, thank you. We are going to be rerouted, folks.
Flying at 250, when ready, descent flight level 200 by Venom.
Ready, descent 200 level Venom. Minus 250.
Airborne, Sadia 1044.
Sorry, 1045.
We are being rerouted, folks. The new route will be sent to us by chat momentarily.
1043, speed 300 knots for greater and decline.
330 or greater and climb shallow to the 043.
300 knots for greater.
300 or greater, Sadia 043.
Qatari 19 Papa, speed 190 knots, descent 3000, clear that is approach, runway 33 dash, report established.
Speed 190, descent 3000, report on established, clear for left 6, Qatari 19 Papa.
Sorry, or 69 Alpha, turn right heading 270 degrees, speed 210 knots. Sorry, 69 Alpha, turn right heading 270 degrees, speed 210 knots.
Speed 210 knots, turn right, 170 degrees.
Qatari 106 cleared, Jeddah, then in 2 November arrival. Qatari 106, Jeddah control.
Qatari 106, Jeddah control, go ahead.
Qatari 106, speed, question, cleared Jeddah, then in 2 November arrival.
Jeddah control, good day, Qatari 60 Whiskey, past the arm, flight level 2, flight level 290.
Qatari 62, Whiskey Jeddah control identified, continue climb flight level 340 to the final.
Flight level 340, Qatari 60 Whiskey.
Sorry, 827 cancel speed, contact tower 118.2 CM.
Tower 8.2, sorry, 827, selamat.
Paper 263, descent 7000, Riyadh QH 1012.
Descend 507,000, 1012 for Speedbird 263, thank you.
Qatari 19 Papa, cancel speed restrictions, the wind calm, runway 33 left, clear to land.
Speed restriction, clear to land, runway 34 left, Qatari 19 Papa.
Sorry, 69 Alpha, descent 4000.
Descent 4000, so this is now.
Indonesia 1945, get a for the arrival.
Engine 122 with you, cycle for weathering, cycle for 360, inbound, Mexico, 156 Nordic cloud.
Blocked.
Blocked.
Average 247 Jeddah control identified, brake, sorry, 961 Jeddah control identified.
Thank you, Emirates.
Almost there, folks.
Sorry, 5501, expect Alice approach, way 33 right, cancel, question, descent unrestricted, flight level 15.
Descent unrestricted, level 150 and runway 33 through right.
Sorry, 551, correction to last transmission, expect Alice approach, runway 34 right, contact position inbound.
Expect Alice, runway 34 right, Saudi 551. Jilza control, fly deal 220, also runway 33 right, and confirm with your departure.
Ideal 220, Jeddah control, hello, the wind's calm, runway 33 right, clear brake off, brake, Saudi 1047 behind the departing, Ideal A320 down at the way, runway 33 right behind.
Behind departing, the A320, line up and wait, runway 33 right behind, Saudi 1047.
Sorry, 69 Alpha, speed 190 knots, turn left heading 250 degrees.
Turn left 250 degrees, speed 190.
Paper 263, speed 230 knots or lower.
230 knots or lower for Speedbird 263.
Line enter 104, when ready descent flight level 200, level by Venom.
Go ahead and ready descent level 220 and intervention to follow.
Line enter 104, speed 280 knots. During the descent, please.
Speed 280 knots, line enter 104.
Yeah, control. Assalamualaikum. Sebagai 128 with you.
Last station calling, Jarak control, call sign only.
Jarak control. Assalamualaikum. Sebagai 128 with you. Flight maintaining flight level 360. Inbound Mesdo 134 nautical miles.
Good, track direct to posted now.
Last station calling, standby, break, sorry, 6 Nana Alpha descent 3000 and turn left heading 190 degrees.
Turn left 190 degrees.
Bullshit.
2000, so the Nana.
Paper 263, turn left heading 010 degrees.
Turn left heading 010 for speedbird 263.
Assalamualaikum, Dary 1173, flying 394 for 400.
Dary 1173, Jarak control, hello, identified, continue climb, flight level.
It's gonna be pretty interesting.
Continue climb 400, Dary 11.
Adios 220, identified on departure, climb on, restricted, flight level 360.
Clear that.
360, deal 220.
Your routing, folks, will be very interesting. Bullshit.
Track direct MDAP, you were cleared MDAP.
Bullshit.
Track direct MDAP saja, fast.
Bullshit 2 Lima LV.
Sorry, 6 Nana Alpha, turn right heading 30 degrees, clear that is approach, runway 33 left, report traffic.
Turn right, heading 30 degrees, approach, runway 33 left. Sorry,
3, 4 left.
263, descent 5000, speed 190 knots.
Descent to 5000, speed 190 knots for speedbird 263.
Sorry, 1047, the wind's calm, runway 33 right, clear for takeoff.
Please for takeoff, 33 right, the 1047.
Control, good morning, good evening, good current state, Basic 2000 direct for morning 314, sir, Formax 2 Whiskey.
Air Cairo 968, direct control, squawk mode Charlie, please.
Squawk mode Charlie, 968.
Sorry, 551, descend 9000 feet, direct UNH 1002.
Well,
Descend 9000 feet, Kenneth 1002.
Sorry, 551, correct
Folks, we
transmission, QNH 1008, break.
it appears that will be redirected via the Bullshit to Lima Star for our arrival. Doesn't change much, but it'll be much closer for us. We'll not need to head towards the west for the arrival.
1056, approved, climb maintain, flight level 360.
Climb maintain, flight level 360, FedEx 1056. Airborne passing 3,300, Saudi 1047.
Sorry, 1047, identified departure, climb by, desist, flight level 200 for now.
Climb by, set flight level 200, Saudi 1047.
Sorry, 6 Nana Alpha, speed 180 till 10 DME, 160 till 4 DME.
Thank you, sir, to you, deal ready. Barrels are 30 volts.
Runway 33 left, speed 180,
Hi Eric, I just want to let you know that we'll be arriving in Jeddah in about 30 minutes or so. Thank you.
21.6, Qatari 1 Republic, great job, here.
The update, Captain Buzzer.
Thank you.
I'll make sure the cabin
263, cleared on its approach, runway 33 left, report status.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Alright folks, change your plans. It is expected that we'll be taking the poster to Lima Star.
Good evening.
We'll just do the approach brief now. Yes, things will get busy on approach.
Station calling standby. Speedbird 263, cleared on its approach, runway 33 left, report established.
Cleared listeners, dear left for Speedbird 263,
we'll be likely cleared for the poster to Lima Star. They'll go from Boset, then to Juliet November 840 at the Rexent. We've got an altitude restriction there.
Lock. Delta 174, identified at
Succeed.
about 5 wide assist, flight
Into
level
failure.
00.
We must be at 3,100 feet there.
Confirm flight level 370, confirm 174.
Delta 174, negative, flight level 200.
Flight level 300.
Then we'll be taking Dallas approach runway 34 left. Routing was to Lima, Juliet November.
Indonesia 1945, direct
To
control.
Lima, then from Peter, we'll take Dallas approach runway 34 left. The transition level is line level 150S, inputted into the FMC. QNH 1008, airport elevation 50 feet. The MSA around the airport reference point is 4,600 feet.
968 AFM, you're departing. You have an invalid route and it's quite busy, unable.
We'll have to take into consideration the aforementioned altitude restrictions. Well, to my memory, the 777 will not follow those speed restrictions. Therefore, we must manually.
Jeddah Control, Kenya 28, flight level 360, inbound AGMEC.
In with those, there we go.
Kenya 238, Jeddah Control, hello. Identified, cleared Jeddah, AGMEC to Lima, arrival.
Critical AGMEC to Lima, arrival for Jeddah, Kenya 238.
Kenya 238, descent flight level 200.
Ooh, someone's having a hot mic.
300, Kenya 238.
Alright, continue with the approach brief. It is expected that we'll be taking the ILS approach runway 34 left, folks. MSA on the... sorry. These are the frequencies. Localized is going to be on 109.1 with final approach of 336 degrees. The, what's it called? The platform altitude is at 2,700 feet. But so that the minimum decision altitude, the MDA, is 216 feet at that we fall, so it makes it 256 feet. Airport elevation is 50 feet, that will be good. The MSA around the Jeddah VOR is 4,600 feet all the way around. In case of a misapproach, climb to radar 33600 Jeddah VOR at 4 PM in Jeddah VOR, 10 left to intercept the rail 302 in Jeddah VOR, then to Radki and hold, 1 to 4,000 feet. If unable to reach 4,000 feet by Radki, climb and hold maximum 210 knots. As mentioned, transition level is flight level 150. The DME required, you are required, circling is not authorized, that is clear enough. Stand on the flight slope below the final approach fixed at altitude is not permitted until passing the final approach fixed altitude.
Flying at 250. Expect ILS approach, runway 34 right, descent flight level 150.
Clear. Initial approach fix will be failure, so did such.
Minus 250.
I need quick responses, it's quite busy, please.
These
Indonesia 167, when ready, descent flight level 200, level by Zeman.
It's a standard 3-degree glide slope all the way to touchdown.
When ready to descend, say again for flight level, sir. Sorry, Indonesia
Platform
167.
altitude to South Zeviere, as mentioned.
220, level by Zeman.
256. update for the minimum
MM Indonesia 167.
RVRs 550 meters, so should be good. Primary threat, continuing with the taxi route, I think it is expected for us to taxi at Bravo 5, then if possible we'll take apron 6 for Delta 5 with the
contact ground 121.6.
I think that will be the
thank you so much for your service.
No, sorry, 1047, continue climb flight level 40.
Bravo 5 Alpha routing. Bravo 5 Alpha routing will be holding short of
400 unrestricted, Sadia 1047.
Delta 3 Whiskey there, then continuing into
36 to Whiskey, only covering the southern part of the King.
Delta, Sierra, and Foxtrot is apron 6. Yes, that we are rerouted for apron 7, that will just go to Delta 6.
We are descending to 150.
Primary threats for this evening, folks, will be the amount of traffic. 33 arrivals in Jeddah, which is insane, as well as pilot fatigue and complacency. We are quite familiar with the routing, fortunately. Besides any of this, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns, Cynthia? No?
Approaching on Golf.
Olay Panas. The frequency is starting to get a bit hot there.
Last session calling say again.
Approaching Golf, holding point Golf 1, ready for departure for right.
Arabia 546, no longer covering Riyadh, monitor Unicom 122, that's correct.
122, the same one,
West 1 Alpha, monitor Unicom 122, that's correct.
Twenty-nine knots of headwind now, unfortunately.
Descending flight level 200.
Descending flight level 200, Kennedy Satrio.
Line as 250, you're directed to MDAP, track direct position MDAP.
Direct to MDAP, line as 250.
This is getting action-packed, folks. Action-packed.
Egypt 662, monitoring Unicom 122, Egypt 662, monitoring Unicom 122, that's correct.
Liberty Unicom Egypt 662, thank you, great job.
Thank you.
Control, good afternoon, Sadia 842, flight 380.
Sadia 842, direct control, hello, identify. Line into 908 direct control, how to identify. Line into 104, expect Alice approach, runway 34 right. Track direct position MDAP, speed 250 knots.
Clear ILS approach runway 34 right and direct inbound landing turn 104.
Musa TOD about 160 must run.
Indonesia 960,
almost there, folks.
Flying level 380, sir.
Yeah, almost there. 10 hours into the stream, ladies and gentlemen. 2 more hours before the stream is replay limited. Fortunately, the headwinds were not strong as it was when during the when compared to the previous previous live stream where we flew also from Indonesia to Saudi Arabia, from Jakarta to Jeddah during the opening of the Fly Buburit 125 series during the month of Ramadan.
Descent 4000 and second heading.
Turn right heading 250 degrees. I need you to pay attention. It's quite busy, please.
It's not quite busy. It's very busy.
Assalamualaikum. Program 128 with you.
Last station calling direct control. Call sign on.
Jeddah Control, Supergen 1228 with you.
Supergen 1228 identified. Indonesia 1122 Jeddah Control. Sorry, 551 descent 3000, clear Dallas approach. Question 10 right heading 310 degrees, clear Dallas approach, runway 34 right, report established.
Descent 3000, clear Dallas approach, runway 34 right, report established. Saudi 551.
Line at 250, continue descend 9000 feet, turn left, track direct position Itoma.
Descend 9,000 and proceeding.
Direct Itoma, descend 9000 feet.
Direct Itoma and descend 9,000 feet, Lanka 250.
$275.
Kennedy J, request descent.
Kenya 238, expect ILS approach, runway 33 left, question 34 left, descent fly level 150 under ship.
Descent flight level 150 and 34 left for the approach, Kennedy J.
Fortunately, ground speed has greatly reduced to 458 knots there.
Line at 104, you're already cleared, fly level 150, descend now, fly level 150.
Roger, clear. Descend 150, descend 104.
Indonesia 1122, Jeddah Control.
Go ahead, Indonesia 1122.
Indonesia 1122, I've tried contacting you multiple times. Clear Jeddah, Venom to Lima arrival.
You already cleared me to Jeddah 2 hours before 5 months to Lima.
Oh, Indonesia 1122, my mistake. When ready, descend flight level 200 level by Venom.
Hey, when ready, 200 by 5 Indonesia 1122.
Got the rifle H is there.
Control Indonesia 0, which is
126.0.
Indonesia 990, Jeddah Control, identified.
Indonesia 990, request to speed 1 hour.
Indonesia 990, on the April 505.
Not reported. Runway 34 left, Indonesia 34 right for arrival. Indonesia 990,
Kenya 238, descend 8000, C2, Jeddah QNH 1008, sorry, 551, cancel, contact out, 118.2.
Acknowledge information exit off. Advise on initial contact. You'll have
contact over our exit to Saudi 551, flight level, Salamat.
King of Land is international right way, test off 1600.
7,000, unrestricted.
Expect high LEM East runway 34. Rate conditions not reported.
And this is another Dila 220, RV, out flight deck for 1 minute.
34 right for arrival. Transmission level flight with 150. West 285.
Fair enough. Motion call copy.
Control Saudi 826 walking.
Couldn't comprehend any of those blocks. The frequency is just too busy.
Sorry, 82.
That's why we need 2 pilots.
Jeddah Control, hello, fine.
Say again, sir.
Sorry, 826 identified, proceed as 5.
Proceed as 5, Saudi 826.
Jeddah Control, Arabia 546, passing 8000 to 200.
Arabia 546, Jeddah Control, report position.
Inbound 3 more kilo 816.
Arabia 546, I no longer cover the northern part of the kingdom. Call me passing Rabah VOR.
He's overwhelmed. Goodness me. Come on, Ismail, you can do this. Come on, Ismail, you can do this.
Runway 34 left for arrival.
You can do this, Ismail.
Sorry, 8402, short in my space, monitor Unicom 122-5.
We've even got a delivery frequency opening in Jeddah. Everyone's arriving at
Indonesia 10,000 feet. Gery QNH 1008.
Continue to 9,000 feet and QNH 908, landing for 10 power.
Kenya 26A, question 238, continue descend 6,000 feet.
Descend 6,000 feet to GH.
Flying as 250, descend 7,000 feet.
Descend 7,000, flying as 250.
Indonesia 167, expect out at approach, runway 34 left, descend unrestricted, fly level 150, track direct position NDAC.
Direct NDAC descending to 150, unrestricted, expecting runway 34 left, Indonesia 167.
Egypt 340, requesting step can to flight level 400.
Egypt 340, report position. Egypt 340, you left my airspace, monitor Unicom 122-8. I no longer cover the northern part of the kingdom at the moment.
Come on, Ismail, we can do this!
Egypt 340, thank you.
He's getting off of L, folks. One controller, pulling 33 rifles, that's insane. In Jakarta it would have been like sector.
Standby, break, flying as 250, continue descent 5,000 feet.
Descent 5,000, flying as 250.
25% through the flight, ladies and gentlemen. 250 nautical miles to run this evening according to Fly Life Studios. Could be arriving momentarily.
Line enter 104, continue descent 7,000, P220 knots for low.
Continue descent 7,000, 910 follow.
Etihad 473, you've been cleared to 200, level 5 mm. Descend now, fly level 200, extra. Etihad 473 extra, I need you 200 by position Venom. I've already cleared you on that.
Descend 200,
Indonesia 3133, when ready, descend flight level 220, level by Venom. I need you 220 by Venom.
This is interesting.
220 and second for next. Attention. Next.
Level by Venom.
I need you 220 by Venom. Break, flying as 250. Continue descend 4,500. Report indicated airspeed.
Can you descend 4,500 for flying as 250?
Report indicated airspeed.
Speed 250, flying as 250.
Flying as 250, speed 220 knots or lower, break. Kenya 238, continue descend 5,500 feet.
Descend 5,500, Kenya 238.
Kenya 238, confirm you're able for the approach right now, or would you like delay vectors to slow you down?
I'm clear, I can go for the approach.
Kenya 238, copy, thank you. Clear down its approach, runway 34 left, report established.
Cleared for the hours approach, runway 34 left, Kenya 238.
Line enter 104, continue descent 5,000 feet.
You're almost there, folks.
Roger, continue descent 5,000 feet on inter 10 power.
Indonesia 712, disregard.
Indonesia 712, go ahead.
Disregard.
Roger.
Indonesia 122, track direct position Boston.
Control when able, FedEx 1056, request arrival clearly.
FedEx 1046, stand by. FedEx 1046, clear Jeddah Venom 2 November arrival.
Jeddah Venom 2 November arrival, FedEx 1056.
Jeddah Control, Qatari 106, request arrival clearance.
Last station calling call sign only.
Qatari 106.
Dary 106, stand by, I'll get back to you. Can't find you on my radar.
Jeddah Qatari 1173, may leave the cockpit for 10 minutes.
Dary 1173, stand by, break, flight as 250, clear Dallas approach, runway 34 right, report established. Line enter 104, speed 190 knots. Line enter 104, speed 190 knots or lower.
Come on folks, we can do this! Around 100 miles with TOD.
473, expect Dallas approach, runway 34 right, descend unrestricted, flight level 150. Etihad 473, descend, flight level 150, expect ILS approach, runway 34 right.
This is getting interesting folks.
Saudi 1043, cleared Jeddah, Zemen 2 November arrival.
2 November, Saudi 1043.
Come on folks, we are almost there, The 80 miles will do this, the descent checklist.
430 with you at flight level 350.
Locked. Line enter 104, descent 4,500 feet. Descent 4,500.
We are almost there folks. We are almost there.
1045, cleared Zemen 2 November arrival.
10 hours and 17 minutes into the stream, ladies and gentlemen. The fatigue is kicking in.
Indonesia 2505.
You're still alive.
17 miles, 4731.
Indonesia 25050, control identify.
Qatari 106, request arrival clearance.
Qatari 106, report your position via text.
My position is Urduk, 6.3 nautical mile.
Via text, please, send it via text. Break, line enter 104, turn right heading 240 degrees, base lag.
You're almost there.
Line enter 104, Jeddah control.
Line enter 104.
Line enter 104, Jeddah. Kenya 238, cancel speed restrictions, contact tower 118.2. All stations, radio check.
I rate you 5x5 in the Asian
5x5, land and clear.
5x5. Line 250, cancel speed, contact tower 118.2, see ya.
Let's go folks. We are almost there. And the frequency is getting more insane as time flies.
1008.
Come on Ismail, you can do this.
16,000
One center control, 33 arrivals, folks.
Control, Assalamualaikum, Qatari 084, maintaining level 390, inbound Orcast 50 mile inbound.
Qatari 084, standby, call me in 5 minutes, break, line enter 104, I was planning to give you a shortcut, please pay attention to the frequency. Clear down this approach on way 349.
Clear down this approach on way 349, line enter 104.
Thank you.
Jeddah Control, Saudi 430 with you, flight level 350.
Saudi 430, report your position via text, please.
Jeddah Control,
220 knots on downwind and base leg at leadership lead localizer, 180 knots up to 200 knots by capturing the glide slope.
I do not cover Riyadh, monitoring a come 1 to the decimate.
160 knots until 4 mile final.
Qatari 106 cleared Jeddah, Venom to November arrival.
Cleared to Jeddah, Venom to November arrival, Qatari 106.
Yeah, almost there, folks.
Ideal 220 cleared Jeddah, Venom to November arrival.
Alright, descent checklist, folks. Recall, recheck, notes, check, auto brake, level 1, check, lighting data.
Planet 104, clear down its approach on way 34 right.
Use flaps 30. Flaps 30 for landing, VRF 132, minimum 256 feet, check approach, briefing complete, then checklist is complete. Standing by for the approach checklist.
Continue descent 8,000 feet.
Clear the lower MFD.
Say again for Indonesia 167, sorry.
Descent 8,000. Sorry, 1043, when ready, descent flight level 200 level by Venom.
200 level by Venom, sorry, 1043.
Ideal 35 Jeddah. Sorry, 1047 cleared Jeddah, Venom to November arrival.
Also, 2 Lima will be our approximate or our request back for the star.
Jeddah Control, Saudi 826 request, leaving cockpit for about 5 minutes.
Also, 2 Lima will be.
Saudi 826, approved to report back.
10 hours and 22 minutes into the stream.
Saudi 4224, ready check.
Who is that?
424, Jeddah Control, Radio 5.
Okay, Saudi 4242, Medina traffic passing altitude 270. We had a V-pilot problem. We could disconnect if you want.
Saudi 424, you're free to go ahead with your flight. Just expect late delay. Very late delay.
Very late delay.
How long are we talking?
Now it's talking.
424, I'll continue the chat with you via text. Continue your flight for now. Consider climb flight level 300.
Continue flight level 300, Saudi 42.
Folks, this is mad. This is just mental. We still haven't got people flying over the Indian Ocean.
Contact tower 118.2, break, at the hard 437. Continue descend 9,000, direct your range 1008.
That's just mental. 63 miles from the top of descent there, ladies and gentlemen. At 20 will request for the stall.
Locked. 9 enter 104, contact out 118.2, cancel your speed.
What a patient man Ismail is.
Control, did you copy Qatari 084?
Such a patient man.
Qatari 084, A firm standby.
My brain would have blasted that out of my head if I was in his position.
60, descent flight level 370 for separation.
The whole kingdom is being controlled by one ATC center box this evening. The whole KSA.
Go ahead, Mas. Mau nanya Mas, bedanya yang kalau di start itu LS 34 right yang biasa sama yang temp itu apa sih bedanya? Yang dalam kurung temp? Standby, coba tak cek dulu ya.
Folks.
Indonesia 60 descent flight level 370.
If you head to VATSIMradar.com now, you'll see the madness. That is the amount of traffic.
Indonesia 1122, expect status approach, runway 34 left, descent flight level 150, track direct enter.
110. Everyone's heading to Jeddah this evening for the Hajj flight event by Indo Aviation Simis. Around 30 arrivals, one controller, the one central controller.
Control Sadia 430, can
we shall see.
When possible.
FMC message. Alternate link. Uplink, sorry.
Sorry, 430, Jeddah control identified.
That's type. Or ETF.
200, Sadia 430.
Jeddah control, Sadia 842, I'm with you all the time.
Vietnam Airline 203, good evening. Control.
Oh my lord.
293, Jeddah control, hello, identified.
Hi, Eric, I just want to let you know that we will be starting our initial descent into Jeddah shortly. Can you please prepare the cabin for arrival? Thank you.
Your route, you're filed to Riyadh and you're almost reaching Jeddah, SIM rating. Kindly disconnect if you would be kind enough.
Thank you for the update, Captain Fuzzer. I'll make sure
Kayak aku belum menemukan bedanya deh.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Berarti kayaknya sama aja ya? Sama aja Mas. Oke deh kalau begitu. Makasih Mas.
Chikes.
Sami-sami Mas.
We are going to continue on the heading from our last vehicle.
Sorry, 842, you would actually continue on your cleared route. You would not continue on heading. You're almost reaching Jeddah, so the clearance from me would be pointless. Kindly disconnect and reconnect at the ground. Sorry, 1047, climb flight level 390X, right?
Sorry Mas, yang temp itu
Sorry, 1047, climb flight level 390.
Coba lihat di bawah meter approach-nya Mas. Itu ada yang salah satu dia bisa apa namanya? Parallel approach Mas. Buat sama bareng sama 34 left. Yang satunya enggak.
Right, 7.
Oh iya ya, dia temporary procedure itu ya.
Standby, call me back in 5.
Iya Mas.
Break. Ideal 220, welcome back. Clear Jeddah.
Paham, makasih Mas.
Silence the company frequency for a while now, so that we will not. It will not interfere with the primary feature of one frequency.
73, continue descent 5,000 feet. Break. Indonesia 167, you are clear to descend 8,000. Descend now 6,000.
Descend now. That's something that you would often hear in the UK.
Indonesia 167.
There's descent, and there's also descent now.
Egmont 2 November arrival.
Egmont 2 November arrival, study 430.
Study 424, confirm 34 left, the number 1.
And by the start, flight level 150.
Descent flight level 150, expect ILS runway 34 right. Can you confirm Yankee or Zulu, please?
Sorry, 43.
About 120 miles per run, 97%.
ILS Yankee runway 34 right.
According to Wildlife Studios.
424, confirm ILS 34 left, number 1 Alpha.
Sorry, 424, cleared Jeddah, then question number 2 November arrival.
Number 2 November, 34 right, Saudi 424, thanks so much.
Saudi 1043, when ready, descend flight level disregard, you're already clear. Break. Indonesia 712 when ready, descent flight level 22, that's Deriel Arsyarafif.
Descent flight level 200 by VATSIM, Indonesia 712.
Saudi 44, confirm the descent.
Lock, Saudi 1043, descent flight level 200 level by VATSIM, break.
Descent level 150 by 11 Saudi 424.
Saudi 424, descent now, level 250.
Scary boy 10 folks.
Saudi 424, sorry.
No. Etihad 473, continue descent 3000 feet, speed 190 knots, leave Isoma, direct tackle.
Direct tackle.
Etihad 473, after Isoma, direct tackle, descend now, flight level 3000.
Slow down for a bit.
Indonesia 1122, continue descent 13,000 feet, Gery Kurniawan 1008.
13,000, Tristan Kenneth, 1008, Indonesia 112.
Indonesia 3133, expect Alice approach, runway 34 left, descent unrestricted, flight level 150.
Hotel descent 150, expect Alice runway 34 left, Indonesia 3133.
Jeddah Control Abel 5925, we are 5 miles from DOD and I'm assuming that it'll be posted to Lima arrival for us.
Leadjet 5925, affirm, posted to Lima arrival when ready, descent flight level 150, level by Boston.
Roger, posted to Lima arrival, descent to level 150, level by posted for Abel 5925. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Saudi 430, continue descent 13,000 feet.
Go back to manage speed. Level by posted.
Saudi 430.
Indonesia 167, continue descent 4,000, clear Dallas approach, runway 34 left, report established.
Descent 4,000, report established, runway 34 left, Indonesia 167.
Etihad 473, position backwards, clear Dallas approach, runway 34 right, report established.
Remember, this is 777 folks.
For 5 minutes.
Indonesia 9301, able at the moment. Saudi 424, expect Dallas approach, runway 34 right, descent via the star, flight level 150.
That was close, folks. That was close.
Descent via the star 150, expect Dallas approach 34 right.
There goes the marker, the VNF book, and descending. Finally.
Emirates 7 Whiskey, would you be kind enough to report your position via text?
Track required.
Flight level 390, inbound Nadek, Emirates 7 Whiskey.
Emirates 7 Whiskey, I see it now, you're on Salah Street monitoring. I want to do that flight, not covering the northern part of the kingdom for now, but busy. See you next time.
Roger, on unit command to Emirates 7 Whiskey, thank you very much.
Sounds breaking up.
Oh,
Indonesia 167, ILS 34 left, localizer established.
Indonesia 167, cancel speed, contact tower 118.
Contact tower 118.2. Good day, sir. Thank you so much.
We need the shots.
Indonesia 3133, practice position.
Spin those. Need shots for rifle on my iPad here. Ooh, PG-13 channel. Almost forgot about that.
Would you be able to track direct position Otupa for a shortcut?
Sure, start Otupa, Saudi 430.
Saudi 430, descend 7,000, thank you.
7,000, Saudi 430.
Sana 293, consider climb level 2, question 370 final.
Finally, folks.
Control for the A4 Alpha, flight line 380, direct down.
After hours of flying.
4 Alpha cleared.
After 9 hours of airtime, more than 9 hours, almost 12 hours of streaming. We are approaching Jeddah for the third time in this YouTube channel's history.
Etihad 473 cancel speed, contact tower 118.2, see you. Daria 424, track direct position Nivgo, continue descend, fly level 150.
Start Nivgo 150.
Oh, that was loud.
Indonesia 1122, descent 8000 feet.
8000 feet Indonesia 122.
Stadia 84 Alpha, descent flight level, when ready descent flight level 200, level by Zemen.
Passing through 273.
Alpha, when ready descent flight level 200, level by Zemen. Saudia 84 Alpha Jeddah.
This is getting more interesting, folks.
Saudia 84 Alpha, please pay attention. Descent, when ready, descent flight level 200, level by Zemen.
The controller manning the Jeddah center is one of the most patient men I've ever met. I've ever met, I suppose, that'll be.
Yeah, control FedEx 1056, are we expecting flight level 200 by then?
FedEx 1056, flight level 200, expect for now, you're not cleared. Flight level 200.
Roger, we'll expect 200 by 10 and we're not cleared right now, FedEx 1056. We're going to need an early descent just after Delta.
FedEx 1056, report when ready to descend.
We'll go FedEx 1056, thank you.
Indonesia 198, question 1945, cleared Jeddah, Zemen to Lima, arrival.
Clear to Jeddah, 71 Charlie, confirm.
Zemen to Lima.
Zemen to Lima, arrival. Zemen to Lima, break, Saudia 1045, when ready, descent, flight level 2111 by Zemen.
What is it? Arrival 945.
Seminar called 9, stand by. Indonesia 1945, cleared Jeddah, Zemen to Lima, arrival, break, Saudia 1045, descent flight level 210, level by Zemen.
Flight level 5 arrival and ready to 145.
2 stations at once, acknowledge
2 stations at once.
Transmission by text, please.
Mastagar Firmansyah, hello, good morning to you as well. Mastagar, we are currently on approach towards Jeddah after more than a 9-hour flight. It's been quite an excruciating live stream. And the third time we've flown to Jeddah in this YouTube channel.
400 inbound Raqqa.
Oops, that's Barber Pole.
Average 813 standby. Saudia 430, descent 5000.
Descent 5000, Saudia 430.
Jeddah control, Assalamualaikum. Qatari 107, taxiing, Gulf.
Indonesia 112, descent 6000 now, please.
No.
6,000 unrestricted, Indonesia 112.
Saudia 424, descent 9000, please.
9,000 feet, Saudi 4224.
Saudia 1043, expect Alice approach on way 34 right, descent flight level 150 unrestricted.
150 unrestricted, expect Alice Yankee 34 right, 7043.
Jadi Control, Assalamualaikum. Code 3117, taxi go.
Check.
Dary 1171, a taxi on your discretion, I'm not controlling ground.
Enough.
Rate 35, when ready, descent fly level 230 level by Zemen. Rate 35, set a control. Indonesia 73190, descend now, fly level 250.
Descent level 250, Indonesia 73190.
Indonesia 3133, continue descent 13,000 feet, check QNH 1008, break, Saudi 430, continue descent 3,000, clear Dallas approach, runway 34 right, report established.
3000, continue approach ILS 34 right, report back and establish Saudi 430.
Jeddah Control, Abel 2592, request lowering.
Jet 5925, descend by the star 12,000 feet, Jeddah QNH 1008, break, Indonesia 1122, descend 4,000 feet.
4,000 feet, 1122.
Double change.
Emirates 413, inbound Rabka, cruising flight level 400.
1008, set.
Emirates 813, stand. Dary 424, descent 5,000 feet.
1008, set.
5,000 feet, Saudi
Checklist.
424.
Roll checklist, altimeter 1008, set. Check.
Indonesia 3133, descent 11,000 feet.
Descent 11,000 feet, Indonesia 3133.
Roll checklist complete.
Jeddah Control, Assalamualaikum, today 622, level 241, climbing level 250, and bound to lip.
Indonesia 632, Jeddah Control identified, continue climb flight level 3705.
Continue climb level 3705, today 622.
Enough.
Sorry,
Inbound S1, Alpha Sierra, Mike, uniform number.
Jeddah Control, Saudi 430, just up to 34 right.
Sorry, 430, cancel feet, contact tower 118.2.
118.2, Saudi 430.
Indonesia 1122, speed 190 knots per hour.
Position
190 knots per hour, Indonesia 1122.
Indonesia 1122, descent 3000, speed 190 knots per hour.
3,000 feet, 190 knots per hour.
Sorry, 1043, track direct position MDAP.
Direct MDAP 7043.
Indonesia 712, expect Dallas approach, runway 34 left, descent flight level 150 unrestricted.
10 flight level 150 unrestricted and expect LS 34 live in Asia 100.
Jeddah Control, Abel 52925, can you request lower please? We forgot about our altitude clearance.
Jet 5925, continue descent 6,000 feet.
Continuing descent 6,000 feet for Abel 525.
Indonesia 122, clear Jeddah, Boston to Lima, arrival when ready, descent flight level 150 level by Boston.
Roger, clear Boston to Lima arrival and when ready descent to flight level 250 for Indonesia 122.
Sorry, 84 Alpha, stop descent flight level 260.
Sabah 2608 for Alpha, and please advise we are a bit low on fuel.
Pause the music for arrival, folks.
Flight level 2 to start Benin. Saudi 1045.
Saudi 1045, negative, flight level 210 level by Benin.
10,000.
210 inshallah, Saudi 1045. Thank you.
Indonesia 1132, turn left 770,
Houston and ready for clearance.
Lock.
Track ready at Samsung.
Indonesia 1122, turn left 70 degrees base time.
Left 070.
Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing. Roger, thank you.
Jeddah Control, good evening, Subsky 7, Tango at 3,500 feet, Agate Whiskey.
Please ensure that all
Top Sky
electronic
87
devices
Tango,
are
Jetta
turned
Control,
off
hello, identified at the bar, climb via the
until we have arrived at the gate.
flight level 200, break, break. Indonesia, correction, average 35, stop defense, flight level 270.
Upon landing, Abel Jets staff will provide information regarding your connecting flights. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for the update, Captain Fuzzer. I'll ensure the cabin is ready for landing in about 10
Adil
minutes.
220, descend now, flight level 250.
Descent
336 is the runway heading, isn't it?
Area 424, descent 3000 feet, break, Indonesia 1122, turn left heading 010 degrees, clear Dallas approach, runway 34 left before established.
Left 010, request home destination 112 there.
Completely forgot to create this SA rings there.
Indonesia 3133, descent 4000 feet.
4,000 feet, Indonesia 3.
Daria 1045, descent now, flight level 150, break, Daria 84 Alpha, descent flight level 230.
There we go. Much better now.
Indonesia 7319, descent flight level 200.
Descent flight level 200, Indonesia 7310.
Control 171, urban passing 4000.
Today, 20, Jetta Control, Salam Alaikum, with you, flight level 250 and bound to land.
Lock. Daria 84 Alpha, speed 250 knots on conversion.
Conversion 250,
Daria 424, descend now, flight level, correction 3000 feet.
Send 3000 feet, Daria 4224.
Request flyer, Sadia 043.
Daria 1043, descent 7000, direct QNH 1008.
1008, Sadia 043.
Because the other Korea.
620, Salam Alaikum, with you, flight level 250 and bound to land.
Jordanian 620, Jetta Control, hello, identified, continue climb flight level 390.
Should be somewhere in there.
Continue climb 390.
That general correction.
Daria 84 Alpha, expect Dallas approach, runway 34 right, track direct position MDAP, descent flight level 150.
Descent 150 direct inbound to expect ILS 34 right, thank you.
Daria 84 Alpha, correction to last transmission, stop descent, flight level 190.
190, direct inbound till in accord, correct?
Leisure 5925, descent 4000.
They goes to localize and capture.
Leisure 5925, descent 4000.
Descent 4000 for Abel to 5025 and we have information hotel on board.
Daria 424, turn right heading 250 degrees.
Turn right heading 250 degrees, Saudi 4224.
Break, Indonesia 1122,
closure is alive.
speed 160 until 40 MA, contact tower 118.2, see you.
160 until 40 MA and 118.2, Indonesia 112, yeah.
Daria 84 Alpha, are you proceeding direct MDAP, track direct position MDAP?
Affirm, that's for Alpha.
Average 350 and approaching flight level 230.
Look.
Emirates E13 requesting descent.
Cabin crew, seats for landing, please.
813, report position.
Finally, folks.
Cabin crew, take seats for landing.
Localize alive.
Daria 424, turn right heading 310 degrees. Clear Dallas approach, runway 34 right, report established.
Clear Dallas 34 right, support established, Saudi
We're still low in the profile, fortunately.
Indonesia 712, descent 13,000 feet, direct range 100.
10-1-3000, QNH 108, Indonesia 712.
Emirates E13 inbound Rapid, flight level 400 requesting descent.
Lock. Emirates 35, Jeddah control. Emirates 35, Jeddah control.
Jeddah Saudiya 1047.
Saudiya 1047, descend flight level 200. Turn right heading 280 degrees, expect vectors, runway 34 right.
Right heading 280 and descent flight level 200, expect vectors 34 right, Saudiya 1047.
Ali Jet 5925, clear Dallas approach, runway 34 left, report established.
Clear Dallas approach, runway 34 left, will report when established on the localizer for Abel 5925. Approach mode gauge. Lock captured. Speed to 00 after capturing. Yes. Laps 1.
Passing 4,400
Laps 1 speed check.
Climb to 6,000.
Pakistan 656, Jeddah control, hello, climb by the...
I think there's traffic ahead.
Climb visit flight level 200, Pakistan 656.
Jeddah Pranata 816 inbound Raslu, flight level 400, expecting descent.
Saudiya 4224, establish Dallas approach at 34 right.
Saudiya 424, cancel speed, contact tower 118.2, see it.
Contact tower 118.2, Marcel Light Climb for Shukron.
Jeddah control, Abel 5925, establish a localizer, runway 34 left, BR11 DME.
5925, contact tower 118.2, cancel speed, brake, Saudiya 1043, descent 5000 feet.
Good job, Ismail, thank you.
1053.
Emirates 35, Jeddah control.
160 till 4. Laps 5. Jeddah Tower, good evening, Abel 5925, establish on the localizer, runway 34 left, BR9 DME.
Last call and call sign only.
Abel 5925.
Abel 5925, Jeddah Tower, good evening. Continue approach runway 34 left, number 2.
Continue approach 34 left, Abel 5925. Sorry, 5925. Left the aircraft slow down. Gears coming down.
Hello with you on Mike Echo.
Top Sky 455, Jeddah Tower, hello, hold position, correction. Continue taxi Mike out of the hold short, runway 34 right, holding point Mike 2, reported for departure.
Continue to Mike 2 and holding with departure for Top Sky 455.
Top Sky 455, you can be ready upon reaching.
And ready for departure. Ready upon reaching Top Sky 455.
Top Sky 455 via Hotel 2, Mike 2, wind 320 at 6 knots.
Grand 1216.
Right, cleared for immediate takeoff. Aircraft on 8 mile bottom.
34 right, clear for takeoff. Traffic information. Top Sky 455.
This is intense, folks.
Indonesia 1122, Picket Bravo 5.
Indonesia 1122, welcome to Jeddah. Taxi via Bravo 5, left on Bravo, contact ground 121.6 seal.
121.6 and right on Bravo, Indonesia 1122.
Saudiya 424, wind 320 at 6 knots, runway 34 right, clear for takeoff, aircraft departing off the 34 right ahead of you.
Short file.
Saudiya 424, Jeddah Tower.
Saudiya 424, sorry.
Saudiya 424, wind 320 at 6 knots, runway 34 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, Saudiya 424, runway 34 right.
You're not clear to land yet. Disconnecting on American side of control.
Abel Jet 5925, wind 320 at 6 knots, runway 34 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 34 left for Abel 525.
Top Sky 455, contact Jetta Control 126.5, see you.
126.5, Top Sky 455, thank you very much, goodbye. Please say again the frequency?
126.5.
Check.
165, thank you.
300, approaching minimums. Minimums.
Check. Continue.
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Push down. Speed brakes up. Reverse as normal. Bravo 3. Missing Bravo 3. We'll take Bravo 5. Bridge disarm to 60 knots, manual brakes.
Abel 5925, welcome to Jeddah, exit right, Bravo 5, left onto Bravo, contact ground 121.6, see you.
Bravo 5 left onto Bravo for Abel 525. Ground on 121.6 for Abel 525. Thank you very much for the service, have a great one.
See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Whoa.
welcome to
Why are
Jeddah.
we stopping?
We are delighted to have you with us and hope you enjoy the flight. The local time is 8:56 p.m. The weather is pleasant with clear skies and a comfortable temperature. Please
Jeddah
remain
ground,
seated
good
with your
evening
seatbelts
Abel
fastened
525
until
at
we
Bravo
have
5.
reached
Can
our
you
final
request
parking
apron
position.
6 please?
The seatbelt sign has been turned off. On behalf of Captain Faza Abel,
Abel 525 ground below, unfortunately I cannot give you apron 6, but I can give you apron 7. Confirm Abel?
flying with Abel Jets.
Roger, no worries, we'll take apron 7 for Abel 525.
For its beautiful red sea
Abel 525, Roger, taxi Delta 3, Delta, stand 7-8.
Stay or have a smooth onward journey. Thank you and goodbye.
Apologies, can you please repeat the taxi routing for Abel 525?
Okay. Abel 525, you missed Delta 3, no worries. You can continue taxi Bravo, Delta 4, Delta, stand 7-8.
Bravo Delta 4, Delta, stand 7-8 for Abel 525, thank you. Folks, we are down on the ground and still breathing. Which is quite a miracle.
That's the company.
Oh lord, the lag. Why is it laggy suddenly?
That's the company.
Trucks
That's
coming
the
up.
company.
Masuk 1, I-85 now, Mas.
Where is Delta 4?
To the ground, good evening, Air Carrier 44 Kilo, ready for start.
Hello, Saudi 424, we just took a left on Mike 6, 34 rights.
Alright, let's just stop for a bit. Bravo, Delta 4.
Saudi 424 to the ground, hello. Continue taxi Mike, Victor,
Delta
Lima,
6.
hold short of whiskey. Mike, Victor, Lima, hold short of whiskey. From Rotation calling was...
No, that's not Delta 4, that's Delta 6. That should be...
FM, Air Carrier 44 Kilo, request push and start.
Air Carrier 44 Kilo, push stop approved, face up on blue line, QNH 1008.
Flaps coming up.
Break. Indonesia 1122, continue taxi Charlie, Delta 3, Delta, stand 7-12.
Continue taxi Delta 3, Delta, and
10-712 Indonesia 1122.
Shade, wasn't it? Our parking stand number. Why did he tell us to go to Delta 4? That's the other way around, isn't it? Alright. Flying debut. No, it should have been like Delta 6. And that's Bravo 7.
Study 424 to the ground. Study 424.
7-8.
Study 424. I told you hold short of whiskey. I never told you whiskey 4. No worries. Continue taxiing whiskey Alpha. Stand Charlie 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Jeddah.
Stand 10. Sorry.
And we've successfully flown the Hajj pilgrims from Surakarta in Central Java in Indonesia all the way up to Jeddah, ladies and gentlemen. And it's still 1 AM where I currently reside. And last time we flew here, we landed at 3 in the morning. (7-7). That'll be this one, I suppose, 7-8. Now let's just stop for a bit. Oh, it's the other one, the next one, I suppose. Yep. 7-8. That was quite intense, folks. Curious about the landing rate though. We'll have to take a look at that a little bit later on. Cabin crew, disarm, doors and slides please.
Okay, Captain, all doors in park.
Attention all aircraft, Charlie, now current QNH 1009er.
Dear passengers, we have reached our final
Can you arrange me to stand 7-12 because I see a chart of no like at 7-12 just like a Golf 80 and Golf, something like that.
Fortunately, GSX is not readily available. You'll just nudge a bit forward and come on. Come on, aircraft. Somewhere around there. Yeah, that'll do. Power brake set, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Jeddah. Block time, 9 hours, 41 minutes. Hold. Whew. Little trim time. 11 hours and 3 minutes. And we made it safely. Whew. Right, shutdown procedure then. Needed long light, where's the dome light? Alright, there we go. We've got the APU. Yes we do. APU packs is coming on.
Kita ground help us, Indonesia 3133 with you on Bravo 5, Berlin Bravo.
City ranges 1 and 2.
Indonesia 3123 to the ground, low taxi right on Delta 3, Delta to stand 7-1.
7-1, so correction, 7-1 via Delta 3 for Indonesia 3133.
Whew, down the week here, folks. That was quite a journey, wasn't it? You can see other traffic.
The ground just to confirm Indonesia 3133.
Indonesia 31
from Delta forward or Delta.
You missed Delta 3, could you taxi Bravo?
Even the ground frequency is intense.
Left Delta to stand 7-17.
-17 Delta forward left.
We'll fire up the
Delta
trucks.
Indonesia 3133. Thanks.
Stairs. Push for ground power, please. What's the OAT? 33 degrees centigrade at night. Wow, it's quite interesting. Beacon coming off, wing lights coming off. Signs can come off.
The ground, hello, Australian 04 taxi Lima, request stand Alpha 6.
Saudi 1043 to the ground, confirm you're requesting Alpha 7.
Affirm, stand Alpha 7, Saudi 043.
Saudi 1043, so want the taxi via Lima Charlie, stand Alpha 7.
Lima Charlie, stand Alpha 7, Saudi 043.
Got a GP running there. 1, 2. Start the boarding process, please.
Boarding requested.
Alright, parking checklist, folks. Hydraulic panel set, fuel pumps off, parking brake is set, parking checklist is complete. Brakes released. Whew, that was quite intense, folks. Well, almost a 10-hour stream, 11-hour stream actually. Yeah, still here, alive, safe and sound, still in one piece. On a side note, I was quite curious what the landing rate was when we touched down. Let me just see. There goes Garuda A339, -9 feet per minute, ladies and gentlemen. That's officially the smoothest landing I've ever done in a wide-body aircraft. That's insane, folks. 9 feet per minute. And we'll wait for Lalu. He's flying a Garuda 777-300ER. Oh, it appears that the Garuda A330-900 just right next to us is Mas Dharma. Wah, parkir sebelahan kita, Mas Dharma. Is she still in the company frequency? No. His comp one is tuned into the company frequency.
313, we are on 7 days. Thanks for the service. Have a good one. Assalamualaikum.
That was quite an intense flight, wasn't it, folks? Why it's saying that we are only boarding 138 passengers, US6, doing US6 stuff. Well, unfortunately he already disconnected there, Dharma. Let's see, where's Aldo? Mas Jose is still on approach. Alright, let's quit the cinematic mode and switch to the but before we do that, let's set the let's get an air conditioning unit and power down the APU. There we go. Decast 2000 standby. Set. Got an AC unit running now. Yeah, we'll leave the secure checklist for later on. There. Here we go. Alright, let's move around. And deboarding is finished. It's done. Alright, let's try to do some plane spotting here. Move the camera around and see what can we find. Hopefully Aldo is directed to land runway 34 left as well. So he'll park his aircraft close to us. Here goes the Saudi Arabian. Triple 7. Alright, let's use the binoculars. There goes one. See folks, the original MSFS cameras, it can't do this. It's just not powerful enough. Where's Aldo? Let's check passive radar. No, we're still on top of the sand, fortunately. Let's see, how far are we to the stream? 11 hours and 14 minutes. We still have around 45 minutes to run before we have to conclude. Oh, it's a Garuda 777, that's what Ilham it appears to be. He should have placed a placard saying "just married" on his aircraft there. Oh yeah, on the other hand, congratulations to Mas Ilham as well. He's just recently got married. I wish you all the best for your future. And, you know, two happy souls living happily ever after. Down he goes.
So the 8 for Alpha, just ground below, continue taxi Mike Alpha Lima, closer to Victor.
Mike Alpha Victor,
So the 8 for Alpha, negative, that's Mike Alpha Lima, closer to Victor.
Mike Alpha Lima, closer to Victor.
Welcome to Jeddah, Mas Ilham. There he goes. Beautiful touchdown in the beautiful Garuda Indonesia Boeing 777-300ER. Alright, who else is on short file? Take a look. The power of chase plane, ladies and gentlemen. We can do a great many things.
So the 8 for Alpha, continue taxi Lima 5, Lima Alpha, stand Alpha 15.
Lima 5,
So the 8 for Alpha, that's Lima 5, Lima Alpha, stand Alpha 15.
Alright, next ones to come in is Mas Dary and Abdullah.
Alpha 5 or
Before census being
So the 8 for Alpha, negative, that's Alpha 15.
Ground, good evening, Indonesia 7-1. To take that runway 34 left, Bravo 7.
Indonesia 712, keep the ground below. Taxi Bravo 7, Delta, stand 7-11.
Taxi Bravo, Delta, and say again for parking stand.
7-11.
Taxi 5 Bravo, Delta, and parking stand 7-11, Indonesia 71, thank you.
Here goes another Garuda Indonesia 777-300ER. Still behind the clouds, unfortunately, but with the with the magnification power of chase plane's binoculars, we can vaguely see the object there. Got a 10-mile final there. Still quite fake, but I can clearly see that's a 777. Can't really tell the airline yet, but you know, cheating through VATSIM radar, it says another Garuda. Lalu's second in line for approaching to runway 34 left. Bang Jose conducting a parallel landing with Lalu on 34 right. There he goes. This is the power of chase plane, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of parallel 422. This was not entirely possible to do previously in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. a bit wobbly there.
The ground, Assalamu alaikum, Saudi 1045, with you at taxiway Lima, to taxi.
Saudi 1045, Chatgram, hello. Continue taxi Lima, hold short of Lima 4.
Taxi by Lima, hold short of Lima 4, Saudi 1045.
This one's, I think that's Mastika.
Welcome to Jeddah guys, finally just landed.
Mantap, welcome Mas Ilham. Over the threshold, oop, blurring a little bit early. Over the touchdown zones. Is he going around? Will he go around, ladies and gentlemen? He touches down, folks. Smash it into the ground, but nonetheless, welcome to Jeddah, Mastika. This is like a tower view now, isn't it? Mas Irsyad, relax dulu, jangan lupa sholat ya, sholat subuh ya. Siap Mas. Thanks for the reminder Mas. Hope you're enjoying the live stream so far. Down it goes. Lalu is second in line. So as Bang Jose, flying a FedEx 777 freighter. Fortunately, he'll be landing on the opposite end of the airport. Early 3-4 right, that is. Parallel landing with Lalu here. We shall see. Bang Jose in the distance.
Taxi Lima, Lima 4, Lima Charlie, stand Alpha 8, left.
Roger that, continue taxi via Lima, Lima 4, Lima Charlie to stand Alpha 08 left, Saudi 1045.
Wait, where was he? There it goes. Unfortunately, it's too far out. I mean, King Abdulaziz International Airport is one of the largest airports in the world. There goes Lalu. That's my model matching doing some crazy stuff, unfortunately. There he is in the Garuda 777-300ER. I think he's flying the retro livery, Papa Kilo Golf India Kilo.
Adil 220 on mark, request taxi to gate.
Adil 220, Jet ground, hello. Continue taxi Victor, hold short of Kilo.
Continue Victor, hold short of Kilo, Adil 220.
Semoga Allah Tabarakallah wa ta'ala diberikan keselamatan sampai tujuan dan diberikan haji yang mabrur. Amin, amin. Terima kasih atas doanya Mas Irsyad. Walaupun ini virtual di flight simulator, tapi semoga para penumpang virtual ini jadi haji yang mabrur ya di penerbangan di event Hajj flight kali ini. There goes Lalu Shulman touching down in the Garuda 777-300ER. Unfortunately, my model matching is currently having some issues with the Garuda aircraft there. See, it just disappears when I zoom in. What a shame.
Destination 73190, it's Bravo 7 Delta, stand 7-20.
Bang Jose should have touched down as well, I suppose.
Bravo 7 Delta, Delta 7-20.
Can't really see anything. The city lights are just too bright. But there goes another aircraft. No, I think that's a star, that's not an aircraft. Silly me.
Adil 220, continue taxi Kilo, hold short of Kilo 5.
Kilo and Delta 5, Adil 220.
Terminal Saudi 838, we're getting clear to 5.
Saudi 838, Jettigram, hello, number of clearance, stand by, pull you back, break, Indonesia 122, Jettigram.
Qatari 106, that's their call sign.
Indonesia 122, taxi Delta 3, stand 7, correction.
Fortunately, Alto is currently being put on a holding pattern.
7-2.
Can you say again, sir, for taxiway?
Indonesia 122, taxi Delta 3, Delta 7-2.
Kilo 5.
Block.
Indonesia 122, taxi Delta 3, Delta 7-2.
There goes the Qatari A350.
Roger, taxi to stand.
I think they are also the world's largest A350 operator.
220, taxi Kilo 4, Kilo Charlie, stand the Bravo 8 right. Adil 220, Jettigram.
Go ahead.
Adil 220, taxi Kilo 4, Kilo Charlie, stand the Bravo 8 right.
Right, Kilo 4, Kilo 4, Kilo Charlie, Adil 220.
This verified, stand Bravo 8 right.
Stand Bravo 25 right, Adil 220.
Bravo 8 right.
Bravo 8 right, Adil 220.
Ground, good evening.
Saudi 838, your destination is filed via aircraft to Rizqi departure, runway 35 climb initially 6,000 feet, squawk 4520.
And down he goes, disappearing behind the terminal there. Safe and sound.
Clear the destination, runway 34 center.
No, that Qatari is in the One World Special Livery, Mr. B.
838.
Saudi 838, Eagles will climb 6,000 feet and squawk 4520.
6,000 feet squawking 4520, Saudi 838.
Welcome to Jeddah.
Alpha 08, Saudi 045, thank you so much.
No worries, Saudi 838, read that correct information. India report radio push and start, break, Indonesia 122, I told you Delta 3, no worries, continue taxi Delta, that's right on Delta, stand 7-2.
Roger, sorry sir, I missed two strikes, and going to taxi, going to stand 7-2 for Indonesia 122.
Jeddah ground, good evening, FedEx 105, heavy mic short here.
FedEx 1056, Jeddah ground to know. Continue taxi Romeo, hold short of Kilo.
Romeo short of Kilo, FedEx 1056.
Ground, Qatari 106 at Mike.
Qatari 106.
That was Bang Hussein.
Continue taxi Mike, Romeo, hold short of Juliet.
Continue taxi Mike,
The next
Romeo, hold short of Juliet.
people on approach. There's a Saudi at 777 arriving from Riyadh by Abdullah Al Durasi. On approach to runway 34 right, it appears to be. But there's a Garuda on short final on 34 left as well. Let's plane spot him. There we go. That's the A330 300 in the 1980s special livery, retro livery.
Yeah. Okay.
We still have around 15 minutes before we have to conclude this evening's live stream, ladies and gentlemen. We'll do the rest of the plane spotting here. Down he goes, safe and sound for a landing. Welcome to Jeddah, Mas. Siapa tadi, Mas Rio mungkin ya namanya, aku lupa, maaf. Luar biasa. What a beautiful livery, isn't it?
Romeo, holding point, runway 34 center for crossing contact tower 118.2.
Roger, continue taxi Romeo for and hold short of the runway 34 center contact tower for crossing FedEx 1056.
106 in for you, continue taxi Romeo, holding point 34 center crossing contact tower 118.2.
Blade lights off. Next one.
106, ground.
Where did that Saudi Arabian 777
continue taxi
go?
Romeo, holding point
Oh, he was at a
34
touchdown, I
center
suppose.
for crossing contact tower 118.2.
Continue taxi
Suppose he
Romeo,
was
hold short
touchdown.
before crossing runway and contact tower. Qatar 106.
Oh, he's still on short final.
Jeddah ground Indonesia 1945, now at Bravo Decimal, request taxi through gate.
Indonesia 1.
Oddly enough, Alto is still being put on a hold.
Taxi Delta 3, stand 7-1.
Alright, there you see Auto Saudi Arabian 777.
For the gate 7, confirm.
Okay, Indonesia 1945 negative, you missed Delta 3, no worries, continue taxi.
Strangely enough, Mas Alto is still currently being put on a hold, although I don't think the traffic is not as intense as it was.
Bravo, Lala 4 and Stand 6, Indonesia 1945.
Ground Indonesia 7319 on block 7-20.
Indonesia 7319, Roger, thanks for flag.
Down he goes. Safe and sound. From Riyadh.
Jeddah ground, hello again, FedEx 1056, heavy on Romeo, turning left onto Foxtrot.
FedEx 1056, Jeddah ground, hello, welcome back to taxi Foxtrot, Ultra uniform.
Foxtrot and uniform, FedEx 1056 heavy.
FedEx 1056, that's Foxtrot, hold short of uniform.
Foxtrot short of uniform, FedEx 1056 heavy.
Here's the aforementioned Qatari.
Qatari 106, crossing runway 16.
106, Jeddah ground, welcome back to your taxi Romeo, Foxtrot, Echo, stand 6-1.
Taxi Romeo, Echo, Pakistan number, sorry sir?
There goes back Jose in the FedEx 777 freighter.
Echo, stand 6-1.
Romeo Foxtrot Echo, stand 6-1. Qatari 106.
FedEx 1056, continue taxi Foxtrot, stand 9-1.
Got 10 minutes to run.
Continue Foxtrot 9-1, FedEx 1056, have a good night, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, have a good night as well, big break. Sunday 1047, jet ground.
I think that's a Etihad Dreamliner, isn't it? Alright, who's on the final now?
Sunday 1047, jet ground.
Interestingly, the skies are pretty clear. No one's on short final.
Sunday 1047.
Aldo will be better to hold, that's strange.
Taxi Mike, Victor, Lima, alternative Lima 5.
No, that's just strange.
Roger, Mike Lima, correction, Mike Victor Lima, hold short Lima 5, hello William.
Masadi just arrived? Yeah, he's just arrived. Did he get any holds? Fortunately, no. What's happening to Aldo here? Now we are getting an Arabia
approved, face Western Whiskey Alpha,
A320
009.
on approach.
Face Western Whiskey Alpha.
I haven't even took any pictures of me and Lalu here, unfortunately. Completely forgot about that. Where is he? Oh, quite far away. Yeah, see, that's the issue with my model matching, unfortunately. That Garuda just disappears whenever I zoom in quite close to him.
Happy landing semua.
Got 5 more minutes to run before we have to conclude this evening's live stream.
Sunday 1047, hold position.
Holding position 1047.
Alright, who's next in line?
1047, you missed Lima. No worries. Clear taxi left, Victor 2.
No, the Arabia A320, I think they missed a turn. They missed the final turn or something. The next one will be Rifqi Aditya, but I don't think we'll still have time for that.
We'd like to stand Alpha 4 if able, if not Alpha 8 would be fine.
Sorry, 1047, Roger. Continue taxi, then left Victor 2, left Whiskey, hold to Lima.
Say again, taxi instructions for Saudi 1047, please.
Saudi 1047, it's left Victor 2, left Whiskey, hold to Lima.
Roger, left Victor 2, left Whiskey, hold short of Lima, Saudi 1047. 38, direct taxi.
So the 838, taxi Whiskey Alpha, Whiskey 2, alternative Whiskey.
Whiskey Alpha, Whiskey 2, then
I think that Arabia 320 will be the last plane that we will plane spot this evening, considering that we are approaching the 12-hour time limit. I think it was somewhere around there. You can see his lights. I'll just do that once he is close enough. Can't see him anymore. There goes his strobes. Yeah, he's still in a long file. Our binoculars are still out of range, just say.
Approaching Lima, Saudi 104.
Saudi 1047, continue taxi Lima, hold short of Lima 4.
Continue taxi Lima, hold short Lima 4, Saudi 104.
You're still behind that cloud layer, unfortunately, the Arabia 320. No, that's definitely not him.
Saudi 838, continue taxi Whiskey, Hotel, moving point Hotel 1, runway 347.
Whiskey Hotel, holding point Hotel 1 for the 88.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he is too far out. Can't even see his aircraft. What a shame. Oh.
Saudi 838 at the ground.
Oh, there he is. We can see him now. Alright, last plane to be plane spotted this evening, ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude this evening's live stream.
Saudi 838 Jeddah ground.
In case that you are leaving us now, please don't forget to hit the like button on the left hand side of the YouTube channel. Share your thoughts down beneath in the live chat and in the comment sections once this live stream has ended. And if you want to share our journey, our adventures together with your friends and colleagues also, please hit the share button. It will also greatly help with the YouTube algorithm. Model matching issues, I suppose.
Good morning, this is
Can't see the aircraft. Oh, there he goes. Oh, there he is. Also, in case you haven't done so, ladies and gentlemen, please do kindly subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel for free. It will also greatly help us with our algorithms and improve the community engagement.
Bravo Alpha.
And also, don't forget to hit the bell button on the right hand side of the subscribe button so you will not miss any future contents that we will make.
Your clear destination is filed via Megadeth Whiskey departure.
In case that you want to support Abel Jets Virtual Group's operations and perhaps support the staff financially as well, which will obviously increase their morale, shall I say. Please head towards our social buzz page at www.socialbuzz.com/AbelJetsGroup, or alternatively you can scan the QR code that is provided on the left hand side on the live stream. And any kinds of donations, even the smallest ones, are highly appreciated. With that, folks, I think we can conclude this evening's live stream. Let's also dismiss Erica and her crewmates for their amazing job this evening. Hi Erica, just want to let you know that you've done an amazing job alongside with your crewmates on this evening's long-haul flight. Thank you very much for your hard work this evening. Looking forward for our next adventures together. Stay safe and take care.
Thank you so much, Captain Faza. It's been a pleasure working with you and the team on this flight. Looking forward to our next journey together. Stay safe and take care as well.
Bye. Alright, wrapping up, I would also like to deliver my gratitude to the awesome ATC controllers from Indonesia VACC, the Saudi Arabian... sorry, not just Indonesia VACC, but Indonesia VACC, Sri Lanka and Maldives VACC, India VACC, Arabian VACC, and Saudi Arabian VACC, namely Adli, Gery Kurniawan, Enrico, Pahlevi, Farid, Joshua Oi, Sampath Priyadarshana, Chris Klosowski, Salman, William, Justin Saunders, Ismail Hassan, Ali Reza, and Muhammad S. On the other hand, I would also like to greatly appreciate the insane amount of traffic and our members in the group flight this evening. Around 20 or more, almost 30 30 group flight members, if I can count correctly. If I can count correctly. Namely, this is gonna be a long one. Aditya Putra, Irawan, Kevin Shu, 118. 342, Rendi Pranata, Mas Ilham Wiratama, Mas Jose Zeviere, Muhammad Musa, Dary Hafizh, Tristan Kenneth Liu, Athaya, Hector Handoko, Rifqi Aditya, Joko Santoso, Jonathan Nathaniel, Dary Satrio, Muhammad Razik Akila, Deriel Arsyarafif, Achmad Sukarno, Dika, Nanda Rizky Pratama, Deli Rahmansyah, Ronald Arya, lalu Muhammad Al-Haddad. You know who that guy is, obviously. Donny Putra, Khrushchev, Pahlevi, Rizky Bramantyo, Alexander Daren, Muhammad Akhdan, and also Krishnanda Dharmagita. Thank you very much for joining this evening's extraordinary group flight to Jeddah from Indonesia. With that, folks, I think we can conclude this evening's live stream. Again, thank you very much for watching. I wish you all the best of health wherever you are watching this live stream for. Looking forward for our next adventures together. Stay safe, stay healthy. This is Freezing Falcon from Abel Jets Virtual Group signing out. Thank you for keeping our dreams aloft. We shall see you guys in the skies again. Until the next one. Bye bye for now.
Arabian 456, continue taxi Victor, hold short of Kilo.
Continue taxi Victor, hold short Kilo, Arabian 556.
It all started with a dream. a dream to connect the world, bring people closer together, as well as to diversify and unite the virtual skies. The day dawned crisp and clear at Honolulu International Airport. A maiden flight was going to take action.
Honolulu delivery, Abel 100 at Seating 01, with information Alpha requesting IFR clearance to Hilo. Abel 100, Honolulu delivery, you are cleared to Hilo via Pale 3 departure, runway 04 left, squawk 1112.
Hilo ground, Abel Link 221, ready to taxi.
Abel Link 221, taxi holding point runway 26 via Echo Alpha.
Taxi to holding point runway 26 via Echo Alpha, Abel Link 221.
Abel 100, wind 22 degrees at 5 knots, runway 26 right, cleared for takeoff. Cleared for takeoff, runway 26 right, Abel 100.
Our founders have their legacy etched upon the horizon. Gaining wisdom from the past, it was then time for the next generations to put their own footprints and leave their legacy in the virtual skies. A new era was about to begin.